Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. The game comes true. I created the first Immortal clan in all eternity. Chapter 41. Now that Li Yunlin is 22, with his qualifications, he should be the proud son of the Li family. But life is like an uncertain. Li Yunlin had a lot of bad luck. He was facing the wall and had no spiritual energy. He relied on perseverance to break through the 7th level of Qi refining. This also made Li Shang appreciate Li Yunlin's current temperament, which was no longer as sharp as before and was all calm and restrained. Life can destroy a person, but it can also make a person reborn. Li Shang took advantage of the situation and gave Li Yunlin a love from the ancestors. I hope you can move forward. At this moment, Li Yunlin, who had just stepped out of Sigyu Cliff, also noticed the warmth pouring into his body. 5 years later, he once again felt the encouragement of his ancestors. He quickly knelt down and bowed to the sky. Compared with the excitement 5 years ago, he was more calm now. Thank you, ancestors. After 5 years of thinking about it, I understand. Maybe I shouldn't have come here in the first place. Tianzong, but I don't regret it. Wherever you fall, the child will get up from there, and climb to the highest step by step. Never let down the expectations of our ancestors and family. After finishing speaking, he silently walked towards Li Tianzong. Quote. Why do these words sound so familiar? But Li Shang doesn't care. As long as Li Yunlin doesn't do anything that harms the interests of the family, Li Shang will support Li Yunlin's decision at this time. Among the descendants of this third generation, only Li Yunlin has faced so many disasters. As for everyone else, Li Shang switched the screen. At this time, outside Xian village, there was a field enclosed by a huge wall. This is now a unique training ground for the children of Xian village. These children possess the bravery inherited from the villagers of Xian village. Many children are training on catching pears, and it can be said that they are punching to the flesh. The descendants of the Li family also practice together with the children of the villagers on this site. According to Li Delong, the children of the Li family should grow up together with the children of Xian village, so that they can integrate into the village and not let the children of the Li family like those dandy boys outside. They are arrogant and extravagant, in order to cultivate the character of the descendants of the Li family. The children of the Li family already have enough resources. If you want to gain a place in the growing power of the Li family, you must gain recognition from the family and sphere of influence, and integrate into the Li family's power. If he has neither talent nor virtue, and only wastes family resources and harms the family's reputation, he can simply be kicked out of the family and let him experience the dangers of society. Li Shang agrees with this statement. Fortunately, the third-generation descendants of the Li family have received a good education. Especially this guy Li Yunbing. Li Shang grinned. He clicked on Li Yunbing's avatar, and the game screen changed. Those who exercise their bodies take the energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and then erupt in the meridians, break through the body, and endure the pain of the body and skin. This is the lower realm. The body is like a vine and can withstand swords. Qi explodes in flesh and blood, and the body is painfully stabbed by thousands of needles. This is the upper state. With a body made of stone, 100 caddies of utensils cannot be obtained. The 5 internal organs are singing in unison, and the spiritual energy and meridians are flowing freely. This is the ultimate state, and the body is a low-grade magic weapon. Li Yunbing is only 13 years old, but he is already a teacher of children on the school field. His face is a little childish, but as handsome as his brother Li Yunlin, but his eyes are indescribably pure and ethereal, and his voice is crisp. This method was once known as the Wang family body training technique, and it was even a yellow-level physical technique. Now it is used by everyone in my Xian village. You must not waste your time, you need to practice it regularly. Anyone who enters the lower realm can obtain black blood as an adult. Serve in the church. There were many children below, some even 2 or 3 years older than Li Yunbing. But they looked at Li Yunbing with expressions full of admiration. An older child asked Li Yunbing doubtfully, "Instructor, what level have you reached?" "My sister-in-law won't let me talk." Li Yunbing shook his head sincerely, and then began to teach the children how to practice physical skills. Li Zhang's eyes brightened when he saw this scene. Li Yunbing has great potential to surpass Li Yunlin. He had already clicked on Li Yunbing's personal information. Li Yunbing, 3rd generation member. Realm, peak of the 6th level of Qi refining. Kung Fu, Ming Tian Kong Bu, body strengthening technique, breathing and changing Ming Gong, Lei Yin Tian Sutra. Trait, innocence. Li Yunbing was born with 4 spiritual roots, and his qualifications were not as good as those of his brother Li Yunlin. He was better because he had family resources to support him, but this did not allow him to reach the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining at such a young age. The key is, qualifications, innocent heart. Simple and kind-hearted, with no external things in mind, so when practicing, you are not disturbed by external affairs, and it is easier to achieve enlightenment. Comprehension of skills increased by 80%. The speed of practice is increased by 30%. Obviously, he was not bothered by the fact that his mother Ku Xiaoxiao was kicked out of the house, and he understood the reason early. The only bad thing is, Li Shang flipped through his past events book. When I was 3 years old, I was cheated of candy by a kid of the same age, and I hugged my head and cried. When I was 5 years old, I pitied an assassin disguised as a beggar and was almost killed. Fortunately, my ancestor cast a spell and was saved. At the age of 7, I gained the heart of a child. When I was 9 years old, I heard Li Delong say that practicing Wang family exercise technique didn't hurt at all. After practicing, he was in so much pain that he felt that it was his fault, so he practiced even harder. When I was 12 years old, I heard Li Yaozu say that practicing Ming Tian Kong Bu in the heavenly death coffin was very easy, so I died on the first floor for 27 days and finally got a glimpse of the secret. Well, he is a rare fool in the Li family. Li Shang held his forehead and smiled bitterly, not knowing whether Li Yunbing's character was good or bad. Then change the screen. Li Yaoti now has 5 children, and because Yin Tilan is close to the Li family, all 5 children are now in Yin Tilan. Oh, Grandpa, look, I'm flying. Grandpa, I must run faster than Uncle Turtle today. 5th sister bullied others, and he broke my nose. It's okay, Grandpa, I must be awesome, I straightened my nose myself. Quote. Li Shang saw a strange scene. Li Yaoti's children had perfectly inherited the genes of Li Yaoti and Bai Roro. Each one of them was very strong, and they were almost carved from the same mold. Even Li Yunjie, a female doll, looks like a little cheetah. Let's just talk about the eldest and 3rd child, Li Yundo. At only 8 years old, he has already grown to 1.5 meters. He is bare-chested and has dark skin. He bends his hand to straighten the bridge of his bleeding nose. His biceps are already very obvious. Other children can also predict how strong they will grow as they grow older from their different stature from their peers. At this moment, the Silver Tilan Center is like their paradise. They are playing extreme sports with the spirit beasts that children should not play. The main thing is a tough one. As the overlord of Silver Tilan, the Pig Demon King is now looking at these children playing in front of him with a kind smile. Li Yaoti and Bai Roro are really talented people. They have trained such a group of children. Li Shang didn't know how to explain it. But he was relieved. After all, Bai Roro, who was raised by the Pig Demon King, was of excellent character. Now Li Yaoti's 5 children were jointly raised by the Pig Demon King and the Li family. If something went wrong, there would be something wrong. He was eating the roast chicken that Yuexian brought to the room. While switching screens, Li Zhang's eyes were instantly attracted by a piece of text in the event column. He grinned and started clicking the mouse. Your descendant Li Yaoqing has broken through the early stage of foundation building. Her qualifications have been transformed, and she has 4 mixed spiritual roots. After nearly 5 years of enlightenment, she suddenly discovered the cultivation method in the 1000 Herbs Sutra, and discovered that the ancient pharmacists all use the demons of plants and flowers as their dantian to become divine infants and cultivate the soul, in order to obtain the great medicine body. Therefore, I obtained the consent of the family spirit beast, 8-leaf flower demon, and cast the 8-leaf flower demon as a dantian. By coexisting with it, I obtained the godly art of divine punishment of plants and trees. The 8-leaf flower demon transformed into a 9-leaf elixir fetus. Acquired trait, fairy fetus. Li Shang was dumbfounded and stared blankly at Li Yaoqing, who had come out of seclusion, and immediately rushed to the ancestral hall to kneel down and shout, "Ancestors bless you." At this time, Li Yaoqing was completely transformed. Although she is 38 years old, she looks like a little girl, but her appearance has not changed. She is still wearing dirty clothes, looking unkempt, and crying profusely. Ancestor, Yaoqing hasn't offered incense to you for several years. Please don't blame me, ancestor. Li Shang conveniently used love from ancestors on Li Yaoqing. With trembling hands, he clicked on Li Yaoqing's message. Li Yaoqing, second generation descendant. Occupation: 9th grade pharmacist. Realm: elementary level of foundation building. Exercise: Qiansao Jing, heavenly punishment herb magic. Traits: plant affinity, fairy fetus. Today, Li Yaoqing has gone beyond simple transformation. What she gained from the Thousand Herbs Classic may even be greater than the top-grade spiritual treasure in the death coffin. After all, the spiritual energy of the earth has been revived for thousands of years, but no immortal has ever appeared before. It's not easy to mention the word immortal. He clicked on Celestial Punishment Herb Magic and Immortal Fetus and found that the introduction of the techniques and characteristics were the same, and they were also related to the 9-leaf Dan Fei that turned into the Dantian in Li Yaoqing's body. The divine art of heavenly punishment of plants and trees, cultivate the 9-leaf elixir fetus, break through each realm, and become an immortal fetus. The speed of practice is increased by 30%, and the speed of planting herbs is increased by 100%. From then on, we can understand the effectiveness of medicinal herbs all over the world. Be concise and to the point. This is Li Zhang's current understanding of the introduction in the previous paragraph. That is, every time Li Yaoqing breaks through a major realm, the elixir fetus will have an extra leaf, and at the same time his qualifications will be enhanced, and finally the immortal fetus will be formed. But now, Li Yaoqing's 9-leaf elixir has formed 2 leaves, and his aptitude has become 4 spiritual roots. With 3 leaves, the qualification will become 3 spiritual roots. 4 pieces, 2 spiritual roots. And so on. Breaking through again and again, Li Yaoqing's qualifications will be enhanced, and his strength will also be enhanced due to the improvement of his qualifications. Li Shang had never heard of such a perverted physique. There is no doubt that as long as Li Yaoqing can break through steadily, one day he will become an immortal. Even if her current strength is not as good as others, when her qualifications become double spiritual roots, single spiritual roots, or even stronger heavenly spiritual roots, her strength will be doubled. Moreover, her cathedral grass and tree magic is also getting stronger. Now she has 2 levels of magic, one level is normal level, and the second level is yellow level. If the layers are broken open, Li Yaoqing will be able to possess heaven level or even stronger spells. The most terrifying thing is that once it is eliminated, the progress of spell practice reaches 100%, reaching the level of enlightenment. Abnormal. Li Shang swallowed and clicked on the divine art of divine punishment of plants and trees. A bold idea came up. You have chosen the technique of future generations, the godly art of divine punishment of plants and trees. Can I reproduce the technique? Incense consumption value: 9999999. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. More perverted. Looking at the astronomical incense value required, Li Shang could no longer estimate the level of magic contained in the godly punishment of plants and trees. He couldn't even estimate what level Li Yaoqing's potential was now. Li wanted to suppress the shock and excitement in his heart. He knew clearly that no matter how strong Li Yaoqing's potential was, as of now, she was only a slightly stronger early-stage foundation builder and a talented pharmacist. What we should do now is not to fantasize about the future, but to focus on today's development. If it cannot develop, everything is empty talk. Li wanted to start increasing the flow of time. After having a large amount of resources, and the strength of the Li family becoming stronger and stronger, the Li family did not expand because of this, but hid these secrets and began to grow silently. After discussions between you and your descendant Li Yaowen hid a large number of spiritual stones owned by the family and gradually added 10 acres of spiritual land to the family every year. Xian village no longer grows ordinary food. Li Yaoqing gives the villagers elixir seeds that ordinary people can grow and slowly teaches them how to grow them. As every household in Xian village becomes increasingly wealthy, more and more ordinary residents and practitioners come here to visit. There are more and more petty thefts, and some people even deceive the villagers of Xian village. The Li family decided to build a city wall in Xian village to prevent outsiders from intruding. Have you already begun to take the shape of a city? Under Li Zhang's gaze. In the game screen, the villagers of Xian village, which once again had a population of 3,000, began to volunteer to build a city. With the ability to eat spiritual rice every once in a while, the villagers' strength has become stronger and stronger, reaching the level of ordinary warriors, and it is no problem to carry 100 kilograms of stone. At the speed of time, these game villains are carrying out infrastructure projects. However, this city is a little different. Most of the residents are the original villagers of Xian village. Every household has a tattoo with the word Li on their body. Because it is engraved with the blood of the Li family, you can tell at a glance whether they are truly loyal to the Li family. The Li family will also consider and screen those who want to join Xian village. Even if you are a guest recruited from outside, if the Li family doesn't have the word Li tattooed on your body, you won't be able to truly gain the trust of the Li family. Your descendant Li Yaoqing has successfully produced the 8th grade medicine, Tian Yuan Healing Powder, which can be used by monks at the foundation building stage and below to restore a large amount of spiritual power. Your descendant Li Yaoqing has successfully been promoted to the 8th grade pharmacist. After her years of training, a 9th grade pharmacist appeared in the spiritual medicine garden. Soon, Li Yaoqing came to the ancestral hall to worship as usual. Li Shang also gave her a shot of love from the ancestors. But it was expected that this guy could quickly become an 8th grade pharmacist. In fact, as long as he had enough medicinal materials, Li Yaoqing could refine all 8th grade potions in a short time. This is how terrifying her talent is now. Li Yaoqing even wanted to test whether others could practice the herbal divine art of divine punishment, like her. The final result was a thunderbolt struck from the sky, almost killing the newly trained 9th grade pharmacist. She didn't dare try again. Is it a unique existence? But as long as it has enough incense value, it won't be a problem for me. Li Shang thought about it in various ways, but couldn't figure out the reason. This kind of skill has long surpassed his current knowledge. With the increase in resources, the villagers of Xian village have grown, and the number of members of the Black Blood Hall has increased to 300. The forging pavilion continued to work hard and finally created enough black iron beast blood suits. The effect of a complete set of equipment is close to that of a mid-grade magic weapon. After receiving Yin Tilan's support, the ones who benefited the most were the forging pavilion and the spiritual medicine garden. There are a large number of monsters and spirit beasts in Yin Tilan for the Li family to use. Every once in a while, Shu Kuiwa will take people to Yin Tilan to draw the blood of spirit beasts and monsters. Li Yaoti now owns more than 20 blood altars for soaking equipment. The remaining animal blood can support the cultivation of 10 animal blood fruit trees. When the monsters need to break through, they can also get the beast blood fruit tree, which is a win-win situation. Your descendant Li Yaozu is practicing in the heavenly coffin of death, and his skills and martial arts have improved. Li Delong practices in the heavenly coffin of death. Shu Kuiwa is dying in the coffin. Li Delong and his wife, as well as Li Yaozu, who was most addicted to swordsmanship, were practicing in the Zishi Tian coffin when they had nothing to do. By the way, they tricked Li Yunbing into training in the Zishishan coffin. They have made progress in practicing the secret book of Lishan. However, the Li family did not dare to easily use the techniques and martial arts in the Li Tian secret code outside. This thing is a secret that is not passed down by the Li Tian sect. If it is passed on, there will be trouble. The villagers of Xian village still practice the techniques and martial arts obtained from the 3 exterminated families. But their progress is also very rapid. Now there are 10 practice rooms built by the Li family. The 46th year of the Li family. Bai Roro was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to a boy and a girl, named Li Yunqin and Li Yongxing. Congratulations, you have obtained incense plus 3-0. Bai Roro is definitely the most hardworking and accomplished daughter-in-law of the Li family. The baby's cry sounded again in the delivery room. The midwife skillfully carried the 2 children to Li Delong and his wife. The Li family was indescribably happy. Ancestor, look at me, I have given birth to 2 more children, they are much better than my eldest brother. Li Yaoti looked at the very big child in his parents' arms, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop talking. Li Yaozu glared at Li Yaoti, but he was already accustomed to his third brother's recklessness, and he was more hidden in joy. He scolded him with a dark face. "What are you talking about? Do you think that since we are all grown up, I won't beat him? As you? Ah ha ha, happy today." Li Yaoti scratched his head. Looking at the happy family on the screen, Li Shang took advantage of the situation and gave a shot of love from the ancestors. Time flies for them. Li Shang beamed. Soon the scene changed, and the Li family had already held a grand banquet to celebrate the birth of a new baby in the Li family. Li Shang found that over the years, the Li family had gained many friends and the house was full of guests. The Su and Chen families from Tailin Town, the Jiyu family from Qingping Town, the supported Han family from Lanshan Town, and other large families in the town who had business dealings with the Li family all came with gifts. They are counting the friends of the Li family. At this moment, words that were inconsistent with the festive scene suddenly appeared in the event column. Special event. The two major sects behind the scenes in Taiching County have clashed again many years later. The conflict has reached an irreversible level. A war is imminent and chaos has arrived. Quote? Li Shang was stunned for a moment. He remembered that when Li Yunlin joined Li Tianzong, the reminder mentioned the conflict between Li Tianzong and Xuanwu sect. Li Yunlin's master also died in the conflict between the two parties. These two families would fight almost every once in a while, and they had been fighting for thousands of years. However, he had always been paying attention to the development of the family and did not realize that the outside world had become such a mess. Look towards the game screen. This was being discussed at the dinner table. Chen Chuang shook his head and sighed. Hey, when the clans fight, it is our family and even the people who suffer. The head of the Jiyu family also looked worried. I have a friend in Li Tianzong, and she told me some inside information. At the beginning, the two major sects got an ancient steel and learned that there had been an ancient war around our Taiching County. A master from the Mahayana period died, and that master left some treasures such as a sky coffin. So they found the ancient tomb, and the casting of the spell caused a large array of ancient tombs to erupt, causing Taiching County and surrounding counties to suffer from a severe drought for nearly 20 years. They said they were looking for some kind of sky coffin, but it turned out to be a joke. There was nothing in that ancient tomb, only the farts that the ancient great masters preserved for a long time with their great magic power. For a joke, we don't care about the lives of the people in us. Now that the two sides are fighting, how can we protect ourselves wisely? Quote. Hearing this, everyone in the Li family remained calm, but their hearts were already in uproar. Even Li Shang in front of the screen is like this. What the hell? In an instant, Li Shang understood. No wonder Li Delong found the mysterious spear in the wild boar forest at the beginning of the drought. No wonder the sky coffin appears. In other words, they found the wrong place and activated their magic power. The mysterious spear and the heavenly death coffin that were far away in Xian village were revealed one after another, and they were also obtained by our Li family. Li Zhang's scalp suddenly became numb. Fortunately, both Li Tianzong and Xuanwu sect believed that the ancient legends did not exist and that the tombs of the strong had tricked them. As long as the secrets were not exposed, no one would suspect that the Li family had the coffin in their hands. Li Shang took a long breath. He was only now glad that he had been cautious and had asked everyone in the Li family to keep the secret of the direct death coffin. Otherwise, as long as clues were revealed, the two sects who were played by the ancient powerful would tear the Li family apart. Soon, the banquet in the game interface was over. The descendants of the Li family walked to the ancestral hall worriedly. The most important thing at the moment is that if the two major sects fight, they will also be affected. Li Shang clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python and asked everyone for details. Li Yaoan said solemnly, Ancestor, our 12 towns in Taiching County have always been dominated by two major sects. Taiching County is only one of the counties, and the two major sects each occupy 2 county seats. Taiching County has been owned by 2 clans for many years, and the tax revenue is divided in half. Now that the two sides are fighting, I'm afraid Taiching County will also fall into their fight. By then, even the county government will not be able to control much, and Taiching County will become a place of chaos. We may be ordered by the two sects at any time, and we may be invaded by those who fish in troubled waters at any time. The head of the GU family said that their conflict is irreversible. According to the classics that the child has consulted, this war is likely to last for decades, or even 100 years. Li Shang stroked the mouse. He could feel that the next days would no longer be peaceful. The two sects are fighting, and no one knows what will happen in the future. But Li Shang clearly knows that if the Li family wants to protect themselves wisely in this disaster that may last for 100 years, or even make a profit, strength is still the priority. Otherwise, what qualifications does the Li family have to talk about anything else? However, a sharp edge is also the driving force for people's progress. In the news of the war between the two sects, your descendants all felt the unknown danger. In order to continue the family under this disaster, they began to cherish every minute and every second of the opportunity to strengthen the family. Your family acquires the trait, perseverance and progress. Before the crisis is over, your people's cultivation speed will be increased by 10%, and their understanding will be increased by 10%, making it easier to discover opportunities to develop your family. The children of today's family will remember this crisis and forever enhance the effectiveness of the Forge Ahead campaign. Buff. Li Zhang's nervous mood began to ease. After solving the trouble in Talon Town, the revenge buff had disappeared, and this time the Li family once again gained a collective trait. Sure enough, no matter what the challenges are, opportunities also coexist with them. Not to mention the emergence of game characteristics. Even Li Shang realized it. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Yeah, if I didn't look at this as a danger, but as an opportunity, everything would be different. Li Shang immediately stared at the screen. It is true that a war between the two sects will put the Li family into unknown danger. But Li Yaoan also said before that under such circumstances, the two major sects were busy fighting each other, and they had no time to care about other things. It is also because of this that there will be some forces or people who fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the opportunity. Why do the Li family wait to be fished in troubled waters by others instead of becoming the hunters themselves? My thoughts became so clear all of a sudden. Li Shang asked the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python to call the descendants on the spot. He was clicking on the avatar of the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python, intending to mention what he had realized. He was stunned. Future generations walked into the ancestral hall. After everyone kowtowed as usual, Li Delong's face was filled with joy. Ancestor, when Yunbing came out of the Zishi coffin practice today, he said that he had been beaten by the zombies on the first floor. Later, after he took the initiative to attack, he said the way to the end of the first level is much easier. So he asked the boy, why can't our Li family take the initiative in the disaster of the war between the two sects? Ancestor, I don't know whether this stupid kid is right or wrong. Please enlighten me. Quote. Li Zhang's smile gradually disappeared, and he stared numbly at Li Yunbing in the game screen. He was the guy with innocent eyes and a face that said, I am a fool, come and lie to me. He didn't move for a long time. Li Delong in the picture never got a response from Li Shang, but he was a little anxious and wanted to say, Ancestor, please speak. I want to go together with Li Yunbing, who is cheated every day in the family. Li Shang gritted his teeth and clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python. Good. After entering the text, everyone in the Li family got a response from the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python, and they immediately jumped for joy. Ancestor agreed, ha ha ha, I just said that Yunbing is not stupid, he can also think of useful ways. My grandson will follow me. Li Shang gritted his teeth and squeezed the flesh of his thigh tightly. Calm, absolutely stay calm and don't smash the keyboard. Then, looking at the time flow on the screen, Li Shang felt relieved. It's okay, why should I question myself? Many days have passed in the game, and I figured it out very quickly. Well, that's right, I should be happy that my descendants can be with me. This proves that they have grown up. I want to laugh. The words just fell. The phone rang, Li Shang answered the call, and Boss Chi's delighted voice came, Master Li, I sold out all the items and made a lot of money. Boss Chi, do you think I look like a fool? Why do you ask so suddenly? Boss Chi's voice was choked, and then he said in a deep voice, I know that my surname Chi had a bad reputation before, but don't worry, Mr. Li. I swear on my life that from the beginning, Mr. Li and I will when we cooperate, we will never take any kickbacks. Ha ha ha. Li Shang finally smiled, it's easy to talk to smart people. After hanging up the phone, Li Shang finally felt relieved. After discussion, your family decided to take advantage of the chaos in Taiching to secretly eradicate Tingfengwu Pavilion. Li Delong and his wife borrowed the spiritual beast, Wind Shadow Mingling Bird, from Yin Tilan to go together. Li Shang was eating melon and watching this special operation. As the game progressed, Li Shang also understood that every special action had a special reason. Either it's a major event that affects the Li family, or it's something that can benefit. Although he has been paying attention to the development of the Li family's power. But Li Shang also knew this. Tingfeng Martial Pavilion, within Tingfeng Town, Taiching County, the strongest one is only in the middle stage of foundation building. Although this small sect, which is only supported by the foundation building period, is very weak. But in order to eradicate Tingfengwu Pavilion, the Li family still prepared for 2 months, and even used the connections of the Talon Su family. The reason is that Tingfengwu Pavilion is loyal to the Xuanwu sect. If they are not fully prepared and avoid the eyes and ears of the Xuanwu sect in all aspects, I am afraid that the Li family will also be in a lot of trouble. The ultimate goal is to obtain the high-grade auxiliary magic weapon in the martial arts hall. Performing Wu Lingzu. Foundation builders can rely on their insights to engrave the skills on the spirit beads for others to practice. The effect of this thing seems to be ordinary, but the reason why the Li family put so much effort into it is because they learned that after decades of experiments, Tingfeng Martial Pavilion placed the martial arts beads on a building similar to the training room of Xian Village, can once again speed up the practice speed of practitioners in the practice room. At this time, the Li family had begun to dismantle the 10 practice rooms and assembled them into a large practice room. They had prepared the dome to put the martial arts beads on it. Soon, late one night, Li Delong and his wife took the spirit beast and headed towards Tingfeng Martial Pavilion on a hill outside Tingfeng Town. In the quaint buildings, murderous intent suddenly arises in the night. Shu Kuiwa holds a low-grade spiritual weapon and has the ability to fight against the peak of foundation building. In addition, although the peak-level foundation building Wind Shadow Mingling Bird is as elusive as a sparrow, there is no enemy for them in this small sect. Tingfengwu Pavilion is just a pavilion master in the middle stage of foundation building and 2 elders in the early stage of foundation building. The couple of the Li family and the spirit beasts were even able to figure out where to kill and who to kill. They obviously had a plan and a goal. They knew Tingfengwu Pavilion thoroughly. It was a dark and windy night for killing people. That's called a neat move. I wanted to switch the screen to see other descendants. Li wanted to put his hand on the mouse but stopped. After everyone in the Li family quickly seriously injured the master of Tingfengwu Pavilion and captured him alive on the edge of a cliff dozens of miles outside the mountain, Li Delong strangled him by the neck. What happened? Li Shang gnawed the melon fiercely. He saw the complicated expression in Li Delong's eyes. There was hatred, relief, and relief. Do you still remember who I am? Li Delong's voice was faint and slightly trembling. My friend, I don't know. I don't know where I offended you. If you have anything to say, do you want to play the martial arts pearl? Just take it away. I still have a lot of spiritual stones. I can combine the spiritual stones with all the valuables in our martial arts pavilion will be given to you. The master of Tingfengwu Pavilion was not stupid. Knowing that this group of people dared to come, he never worried about the Xuanwu sect behind him. He simply begged for mercy and stayed alive. Do not you remember? Li Delong sighed. It has been 49 years. You don't remember me, but I remember you. You. Who are you? The pavilion master became more and more frightened. Li Delong ignored him and said to himself, Yu Tingfengwu Pavilion claims to be a well-known and upright family in Tingfeng Town, but in fact it is extremely dirty. Back then, you were at the peak of qi refining, which was when Tingfeng Pavilion was founded. Oh, by the way, he has another identity, a slave trader who steals other people's children and sells them. The pavilion master wanted to say something, but veins popped up on his forehead. Li Delong pinched him so hard that he couldn't speak, and with one palm, he destroyed the pavilion master's dantian. You will sell children with good qualifications to large sects. Children with poor qualifications, you will use them as a furnace. Li Delong calmly cut off the pavilion master's hands and feet. Do you know that at that time, when our 12 furnaces reached the age of 20, it was the time when we were about to be poisoned by you. In order to escape from the Devil's Cave in Tingfang Pavilion with our lives, I was the only one to escape alive. I still don't understand. I remember the way my companions shouted at me to run quickly. Run quickly. Agu, you must escape. I escaped, my partner died, and I could only follow my childhood memories to find my former home, but I only saw my parents' graves, and the thatched hut at home was abandoned, leaving only the memorial tablets of my ancestors. Quote, when you kidnapped me, I was only called Agu, and the fortune teller hadn't given me a name yet. I know I'm incompetent, but even in my dreams I want you to die and your martial arts pavilion to be destroyed. Li Delong let out a long breath, and with Shu Kuiwa's hand on Li Delong's shoulder, Li Delong showed a reassuring smile to the worried Shu Kuiwa, and finally stared at the pavilion master coldly. My name is not Agu now. My family was once ruined, and I had my tail between my legs. The nameless puppy that escaped has a name, Delong. Remember me in the next life. My name is Li Delong. It's time to let go of everything that has happened in the past. Li Delong really gave up and put the pavilion master under the cliff, then borrowed the spiritual weapon from Shu Kuiwa, flew down and bombarded him until the pavilion master's flesh and blood were mixed with the dirty soil. Looking at everything on the screen, Li Shang felt like he was standing next to Li Delong, being blown by the cold wind in the middle of the night. The melon in his hand suddenly lost its aroma. It was also the first time that he knew that Li Delong had such a miserable past. Perhaps this was the reason why Li Delong acquired the trait of working hard to become stronger, and also the reason why Li Delong continued to change after obtaining the skills and wanted to have a better life. Many years ago, the Li family had the ability to help Li Delong take revenge. But Li Delong did not take revenge. Perhaps he had known that Tingfengwu Pavilion had a backer, and had been suppressing hatred for the development of the family. Even today, it is because the family wants to obtain the Wu Lingzu, otherwise Li Delong may still not take risks for his own selfish desires. With the roar in the game screen, your descendant Li Delong got rid of the inner demons that he had suppressed for many years, and his characteristic of working hard transformed. Trait: become a great weapon. Your descendant Li Delong breaks through. Middle stage of foundation building. Li Delong's perseverance is rare. Otherwise, he would not have brought his family to such a prosperous state step by step from the countryside, in a year of severe drought, with just a Qi refiner's practice manual. If it were anyone else, Li Shang would probably unleash the wrath of his ancestors every day. Trait: become a great weapon. Late bloomer, practice speed increased by 20%. Because demonic obstacles are broken, the mind is open-minded, and the understanding is improved, it is easier to successfully practice martial arts. After Li Delong came back from Tingfeng town, he immediately burned incense and paid his respects. Li Shang glanced at the incense he had at this time. 27,650. There's still a lot to be done. Li Shang raised his eyebrows. As the Li family has more and more heirs, he can basically get 3,000 incense every year, and there will be more when there are special events. And he has been coveting the Zon level skill, Ming Tiankong step, in Lishan's secret code, for a long time. Now after many years of practice, Li Yaozu, who has practiced the most deeply, is only 28% progress. When Yaozu can really practice this skill to perfection, he will probably need 100,000 incense points to repeat it. Li Shang thought about how to use these incense values. Your family built a large practice room, named the 3-story martial arts tower. Follow the prompts in the event column. I saw. In the center of Xian village, a 3-story minaret stands. After understanding it, Li Shang realized that the martial arts tower, built by the masters hired by the Li family at a high price, had become a large-scale magic weapon in its own right. As long as no one digs up the martial arts tower, the existence of the martial arts pearl will not be discovered. The shadow of a master can appear in the martial arts tower. As long as there are enough spirit stones, the martial arts will be demonstrated day and night, which can also increase the spiritual energy in the tower. One level of Qi refining can be entered on the 3rd level, and so on. Everyone in the Li family immediately gathered a total of 36 martial arts insights from the Wang family's body training technique, wandering dragon footwork, Qingfeng technique, etc. over the years, and transferred them into the martial arts tower with magic power. As for the Li family, they now pay more attention to practicing the secret code of Li Tian. After dealing with the matter of Yanwu Pagoda, everyone in the Li family also gathered together. For them, eradicating Tingfeng Wu Pavilion was just the beginning. Li Yaoan said to Li Delong, who was sitting in the main seat at home, "Father, the matter in Fengwu Pavilion was handled very cleanly, and no one doubted us. You used Li Tianzong's thunder to lead the scriptures, and Xuanwumen began to suspect Li Tian. His Majesty's hand." Li Delong nodded slightly. "The past has gone like the wind. Now he is as calm as an ancient tree in the wind. Let's let this matter go and never mention it again. Our Li family is just a small family, which is also the best disguise." "Father who understands." Li Yaoan took a sip of tea and said in a solemn voice, "We had planned to go to Qingting Valley, but we have to put it aside." As soon as this statement came out, Li Delong had not yet responded. On the contrary, Li Yaoqing was anxious. Why? Did something happen? What happened to Xingcao that day? In these days, the Li family is not just planning Tingfengwu Pavilion. After the family developed, they did business everywhere. They had friends and enemies. Now is the time of reckoning. The Qingting River Valley mentioned by Li Yaoan is one of them. There is a large amount of tianxin grass in their sect's residence. This is also the main herb that is lacking in the new medicine that Li Yaoqing wants to refine. Demon cultivator. Li Yaoan's two simple words made everyone in the Li family change their expressions. There are demon cultivators in the world, and they are often different from ordinary cultivators. In order to practice quickly, their techniques often harm the world. Either use human blood as a sacrifice, or use human beings as furnaces for cultivation. And this is like eating people. It's not purified, it's like eating human brains raw. Practicing in this way is the same as Li wanted to know that people will get diseases from cannibalism, and they will become crazy, violent, bloodthirsty, and greedy as a result. You can think of them as monks who take medicine all the time. I got the news from the Su family. The small sect we were interested in was captured first. Li Yaoan continued. The scene retains the unique aura of demonic cultivators, and their methods are also heretical. They are extremely cunning. They took advantage of the battle between the two sects and had no time to pay attention to them. After they succeeded, they disappeared without a trace. My Tianxingcao. Li Yaoqing knew that Tianxingcao fell into the hands of the demon cultivator and would be difficult to get back, and he felt listless for a moment. Just in time, the Li family's guards from the Black Blood Hall hurriedly came to report, especially when he was holding a token in his hand, which made everyone in the Li family look tense. Li Tianzong's token. Li Delong took the token and a white light entered his mind. That was the message left in the token by the master of Li Tian's sect using his magic power. In just a moment, Li Delong narrowed his eyes. There is news about Tianxingcao. Special event. Demon cultivation brings disaster. Due to the war between the two sects, the masters of the Lishan sect had no time to care about the mundane affairs of Taiching City. The disciples of his sect heard that the demon cultivator was causing trouble, so they went down the mountain to practice, and sincerely invited experts from all forces to help the Lishan sect eliminate the demons. After Li Delong received the order from Li Tianzong, he went to the ancestral hall to report. Li Shang also saw the message. Destroy demons and protect the Tao. It's a bit interesting to say that sects such as Lishan sect and Xuanwu sect all say that they are famous and upright sects. But look how many lives were lost by opening the ancient tomb. The two sects would fight each other every once in a while, stirring up trouble. Let's just say they are bad. As soon as the incident of demonic cultivators harming people came out, people became very self-conscious. While he was thinking about it, Li Delong had already knelt down to worship. Ancestor, I'm going to say goodbye to you this time. The next year I will have to offer incense to my ancestor in a distant place. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the Li family was stunned for a moment. Li Shang also frowned. Listening to Li Delong's words, it seemed that he wanted to participate in the operation to eradicate the demon cultivators. I saw small characters appearing on Li Delong's head again. The disciples of Li Tianzong have found the Thunder Fire Demon Cave where the demon cultivator is. If the temple protecting beast wants to transform, there will be thunder and earth fire in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. No wonder Li Delong got involved in this matter. Li Shang was also a little moved. If the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python wants to advance to the rank of Demon King, one of the conditions is the Sky Thunder and Earth Fire. This mission is far away and cannot be accomplished in a day. It is already not easy to eliminate demons. The disciples from Li Tianzong who come to practice are also just inexperienced. They don't even know the specific number and strength of those demon cultivators, so the level of danger is already very high. Just when Li Shang was thinking about whether he should take this risk, everyone in the Li family in the ancestral hall has already begun to identify those who are going. The temple protecting beast is the strongest being of my Li family. If it can transform into a demon king, it will be a blessing to my Li family. Li Delong looked around at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Shu Kuiwa, daughter-in-law. During my absence, you should intervene more in family affairs. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the Li family was in great panic. Dad, how can you go? You are the head of the family and everyone is looking forward to you. Yes, Dad, I'll go. Anyway, I have too much time to do in the Black Blood Hall. Master, you can't go no matter what. The family can't live without you. On the contrary, it's me. I can use Tianjin Seal to fight against the fake elixir. Besides, my Spirit Beast Academy has moved to Silver Tilan. I have the help of Old Pig. Look, there are no more important things to do. They all knew that although the Lishan sect disciples were taking the lead on this trip, it was still full of dangers. Okay. Suddenly, Li Yaoqing, who was usually a bit taciturn, spoke loudly, making everyone fall silent. Feeling everyone's gaze, Li Yaoqing rubbed his messy hair, a smile appeared on his dirty face, and his big white teeth became more obvious. Dad, you really don't want to go. Brother is right. It's been you all these years. You and your fourth sister are showing up. The families that our Li family secretly controls only recognize you. If you leave for a long time, trouble will come. Quote, Mom, you can't even go. It's inconvenient for you to be a demon. Take another look at the elder brother with a soothing expression. Li Yaoqing said, Brother, don't go either. Li Yaozu frowned. The plans made by the fourth sister require the Black Blood Hall, and only the eldest brother is the one who is most familiar with the Black Blood Hall. Besides, you can't let your father run around with the Black Blood Hall, right? As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Li Yaoti. At this moment, the big man had his head held high. Li Yaoqing rolled his eyes. The third child. You have 7 children, and they haven't grown up yet. Do you think they won't be able to recognize you when you come back? There is also the forging pavilion. After so many years, you are the only one who is the weapon refiner. I'm waiting for you to refine a top-grade magic weapon. These words simply touched on Li Yaoti's weakness. Everyone's eyes were on Li Yaoqing. Second sister, are you going? Li Yaoan had a complicated expression. Everyone in the family volunteered, but she was a weak woman with no cultivation. She could only watch helplessly as her family faced danger. At times like this, she questioned whether she was on the right path. What, do you look down on your second sister? Li Yaoqing laughed teasingly. Her face, which had always been careless, suddenly turned serious. She looked at her many relatives and said, It is most appropriate for me to go. I have no more medicine to make. There are 15 apprentices in my elixir garden. I can prepare ordinary potions, and I also have a pharmacist who was adopted from a young age and trained to be a 9th-level pharmacist, which is enough to meet the needs of the family. Chinger. Li Delong originally wanted to persuade. But he was interrupted by Li Yaoqing. Father, you know, I'm not as good as you when it comes to abilities, but with the medicine in hand, and I've acquired some new abilities recently, saving my life won't be a problem. In terms of intelligence, I am not as good as you, except for the third child. But after experiencing so much over the years, I still understand how to deal with outsiders. Especially since I am a woman, outsiders can look down on me. This is the best disguise. Besides, I'm not stupid. My purpose is to find the Devil's Cave and explore the situation of thunder and fire, not to die. If I encounter danger, won't I run away? Those devil cultivators also robbed me of Tianxin grass. Yes, I will take revenge together. It was so reasonable and well-founded that everyone in the Li family was speechless. Li Yaoqing immediately knelt down to the ancestral tablet and said in a solemn voice, Please ancestors allow me to take over this great responsibility. Good. Li Shang silently clicked on Purple Thunder Tianyang Python's profile picture, and Li Yaoqing convinced him. Immediately afterwards, At the end of this year, the Li family festival is coming. Facing the cold wind, Li Yaoqing walked to the entrance of Xian village wearing his daily single clothes and carrying 4 spiritual beasts borrowed from Yin Tilan. She took out the ancestral tablet from her arms. Then she smiled at the family members who were escorting her to the village entrance behind her and said, "Don't worry, I'm taking my ancestors out with me. Whether it's the Lishan sect or the demon cultivator, with the blessing of my ancestors, I'm not going to die. I will let them know that there is a Li family in Taiching County. The Li family has a daughter, Li Yaoqing." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Li family laughed. Well said. Li Delong narrowed his eyes and said, "Yaoqing, there are people from all major forces in Taiching County here. Don't be afraid of trouble. If there is any trouble, just send the letter back. Dad, I'm already 42 years old, and I'm not a child." Li Yaoqing smiled bitterly. Then, in the eyes of everyone, he slowly turned around and walked towards Taiching County, waving his hands. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the girl's clothes, which were usually dirty from being in the elixir garden, and her slender body, looked like a fairy radiating radiance. It has been half a month since Li Yaoqing left Xian village. Li Shang, who was sitting in the room, took a deep breath. He could feel that with the battle between the two sects, Taiching County was becoming more and more chaotic. This was why Li Delong, who was usually cautious, took the risk and chose to go to the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Everyone in the Li family knows it. Only by continuously becoming stronger and improving the family's strength in the fastest way can the family not be affected by the war between the two sects. As an ancestor, it's time for me to exert my strength. While paying attention to the progress in the game, seeing that there was only 1 day left before the 50th anniversary of the Li family, Li wanted to keep time in the game world as normal. He dialed Boss Chi's phone number. "Boss Chi, can you come to my house within an hour? This time I will give you 200 blood fruits and some new things for you, but I hope you can bring what I want." Immediately afterwards, within 5 minutes, the room bell at home had already rang. After walking out of the room and opening the door, Li Shang saw Boss Chi's panting face. 200. "Hurry, there is a customer who wants it. There are also new things, it can't be worse than the blood fruit, right? My customer has a big mouth. Don't be anxious, come in and have a cup of milk tea first." Li Shang shook his head and smiled. What does it mean to be mouthy? He could tell that Boss Chi's customers must be very fond of blood fruit. But in fact, the beast blood fruit is nothing at all in the Li family. After bringing Boss Chi into his home and letting him drink milk tea, Li Shang stretched out his hand towards Boss Chi and said, "Show me what I want first." "Oh, my Mr. Li, I told you first, I got the thing. But you must not mess with it. If you want to trouble your classmates or something, just tell me. If you want to tricky old lady, once we earn enough spirit stones, won't it be a matter of minutes to get her?" While Boss Chi was talking, he still took out the ring and threw it to Li Shang. I ignored Boss Chi's advice. Li Shang glanced at the contents of the ring and frowned. "Only 2. "Yes, 2. Boss Chi shrugged. "This thing is not easy to handle. Besides, where can I find it for you in a short time? I got it for you from an extremist organization. How much more can you get?" Li Shang also felt that he had taken it for granted. It was already not easy for Boss Chi to obtain contraband, but he actually wanted more. Boss Chi thought for a moment and said, "I'll contact you again. As you know, it's impossible to leave an accurate message for the kind of thing you want. But I'm sure that the quantity I get next time will be no less than this time." Good. Li didn't think too harshly. He smiled and said, "Boss Chi, drink milk tea first, and I'll go to the room to get you something." With that said, Li Shang entered the room. Quickly speed up the time flow of the game. In the screen, the descendants of the Li family gathered in the ancestral hall and knelt down to his memorial tablet. In front of the incense burner on the altar, the sacrifices they were going to send during this trip had already been prepared. The 50th anniversary of the Li family, the once-in-a-decade festival begins. Your descendants offer sacrifices to you. First level beast blood fruit, 200 pieces. Jinling powder, 20 copies. Zhangyang powder, 10 servings. You choose to take it out. Soon, the sacrifice appeared on Li Zhang's table. Li Shang didn't waste any time. He directly put Naji in the copper furnace, and Naji made a jingling sound. Detected that you are using gifts on your descendants, give them to Tianxing Soul Seeker X2. After sending something. Li Shang left the room immediately, but Boss Chi was waiting outside. Did Mr. Li give me a potion? Boss Chi blinked. A new product from the Li group. Right. Li Shang pointed at the Jinling powder and said, increase the golden spiritual root by 1 to 8 points. What? As soon as he said this, Boss Chi's eyes widened. If he hadn't been facing Li Shang, and the Li family had also produced some heaven-defying potions, he really couldn't believe this was true. Are there any side effects? And your family, the heavenly secret replenishing pill, is as defiant as heaven. He knew that the Li family's secret replenishing elixir was hard to find in the market. And this Jin Ling powder, although not as effective as the Tianji spirit replenishing pill, is still heaven-defying. 1 to 8 o'clock, specifically for the golden spirit pill. He could imagine how crazy those rich young men with golden spiritual roots would be. Yes, there are no side effects. I will give you 20 copies. I hope you can sell them at a good price. Li Shang was very satisfied with Boss Chi's reaction at this time. The greater the reaction, the harder Boss Chi could sell. 20 copies. Boss Chi was delighted again. Then there are 10 copies left. Zhengyang pill. Seeing Boss Chi's expectant eyes, Li Shang made a gesture in the air with his hand. His expression was a bit vulgar at this time, and he compared the size of about 1 centimeter with his hands, and then the size became larger and larger under Boss Chi's shocked eyes. And then there's the diameter. This kind of effect is permanent and has no side effects. I think there must be friends in need around Boss Chi, right? Hear the words. Boss Chi swallowed, then hesitated, and asked solemnly, Master Shaoli, I want to ask if I have a friend. Oh, I really have a friend. He can't stand it in the first place. How long, and after using it, can I? Yes, at least it will increase for that long. Li Shang held out 3 fingers. Boss Chi almost stared out of his eyes. 3 hours. What are you thinking? In 3 hours, the cattle have destroyed the fields. Li Zhang's facial muscles twitched. At least 3 minutes. That's okay too. Boss Chi looked a little disappointed, but he soon smiled and said, Master Shaoli, I guarantee it will be a big seller. Li Shang nodded slightly. In the days to come, we will have a lot of cooperation. But as you know, my family is not suitable for showing up, so I hope to create a company in your name so that my spiritual stone storage issues and taxes can be solved. It's solved. With your circle, we should be able to solve it. I'll give you 3% more. As Li Shang stretched out 3 fingers again, Boss Chi's moment of hesitation disappeared. Li Shang continued. After this, the company's daily consumption will be deducted from the account. By the way, this is the list I gave you. I hope you can help me find these things through the company. Boss Chi took a long note. He frowned again. Elixirs, techniques, talismans, war puppets, and they are all very rare. But Boss Chi didn't dare to ask in detail. After all, this was what the powerful Li family wanted. He even slightly suspected that the Li family secretly left the Earth to find a new habitable planet and build a new world. Can it be done? Li Shang asked. Boss Chi finally came to his senses, thought for a moment and said, for these things that Mr. Li wants, I think we have to start from ancient civilizations. In this way, I have many friends who study ancient times, and I even have friends in the deep sea, and even it's a remnant from the eras before the excavation of extraterrestrial planets. I'll see if I can get something of these levels, but it may take a long time. Thank you. Li Shang nodded slightly. He knew that after thousands of years of spiritual energy recovery, the reason why the world developed so fast was because of the unearthing of the legacy of ancient civilizations. Send the boss off when he leaves. Boss Chi suddenly stopped Li Shang. Master Li, I saw your teacher when I was in your villa area. He seemed to be begging the doorman, Uncle Chen, to find you. What he said was asking you to participate in the school competition. I understood it. The other party seems to be a fake elixir. Did you chase him to the door of your house? Li Shang rolled his eyes and said, tell him to stop pestering me, why don't you let me help? Boss Chi grinned, that's right. In the realm of fake elixirs, it's not a problem for young Master Li to take action. Who said I was going to take action? I don't even want to leave the house. Li Shang shrugged. Well, Boss Chi, do me a favor and catch that fake elixir before the competition starts and release it after the competition is over. Quote. Boss Qi left Villa number 1 in Jishenjuang speechlessly. He suddenly felt that he was still very upright. The Li family's 50th anniversary celebration is over. Congratulations, your descendants are gathered together. They have received your gift and are grateful. Get incense plus 300. Looking at the nearly 30,000 incense value on the book, Li Shang estimated that he would be able to gain something after helping the Li family develop for another 20 years in the game. Of course, this is without using a lot of incense values in the game. Special event. Li Yaozu and He Shitang sneaked in the middle of the night, preparing to intercept the mineral material, Zhu Chongsha, escorted by the Qingping Lan family together with the Qingping Ji family. As soon as the big ceremony ended, the Li family started taking action. Li Shang also knew about the Qingping Lan family, which had been enemies of the Ji family for many years. But now, the Ji family, who helped the Li family save Yin Tilan, has become an ally of the Li family, and the two sides often cooperate. Now the Qingping Ji family also has the idea of seeking development in this time of chaos. As even a cautious family like the Qingping Ji family taking advantage of troubled waters at this time. Li Shang felt more and more the chaos in Taiching County. But fortunately, I just sent something to the Li family, so I can also help the Li family. In the game, Xian village is currently not in any trouble and is still consuming the resources it obtained previously. The cooperation between Li Yaozu and the Ji family is also going smoothly. Li wanted to simply visit his two descendants who were away from home. I saw that Li Yaoqing had arrived at the gathering place of Li Tianzong, gathering in Tingfeng town where Li Delong once destroyed Tingfeng Wuge. Now there are about 50 people, but they did not start taking action immediately, but are waiting for more people to join the team of demon slayers. Li Yaoqing's character is that he never causes trouble and keeps a low profile. He is currently very safe. Li Shang clicked on Li Yunline's profile picture. Map conversion. Li Tianzong. The scene appears in a cave, especially the thick milky pool filled with spiritual energy. It makes people feel extraordinary at first sight, and also fills the entire cave with thick fog. And Li Yunline, who only left Siguia 7 years ago. Now he is floating in midair in the spiritual pond and meditating. After opening up his past experiences, Li Shang found out that Li Yunline had been living in the Lishan sect as an outside disciple for the past 7 years. He was living an ordinary life, but he had never stopped practicing. He has been waiting to reach the peak of Qi refining. Then he can get the spiritual pool left by the master, break through the foundation, and become a blockbuster. Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion of energy under Li Yunline's body, causing the spiritual liquid in the spiritual pool to scatter, and all the spiritual energy in the cave entered Li Yunline's body. He opened his eyes, and fire burst out from his eyes. Especially in his dantian, Dan fire emerged from his body. Torrential flames bloomed around him, completely evaporating the spiritual pool, leaving only blazing fireworks in the cave. Foundation building, done. 12 years. Li Yunline murmured softly, 12 years have passed since Master died. He was only a teenager when he came, but now he is nearly 30 years old. It coincides with a big battle between two sects. His voice gradually became cold, and his eyes were as bright as a torch. Today, I will leave the seclusion in the body of 9 spirits and strange fire, re-enter the inner gate, and take back everything that belongs to the master. I want the entire Li Tian sect to know that the Li family has a son. Li Yunline. Li Yunline walked towards the sect's Chonglo Yuyu. Although he has broken through the foundation building, he is still happy without showing any expression on his face. Especially his handsome face is as calm as if nothing had happened in the past 12 years, and he is like a gentle and steady Clivia. As expected of my descendant, he is more stable than Yaozu. This temperament is mine. Li Shang was extremely comforted. He was the one who agreed to Li Yunline's departure from Tianzong in the first place, and he also watched Li Yunline hit the wall again and again. Now the clouds have finally cleared and the moon is shining brightly. Yuyu's love from the ancestor, on Li Yunline, which consumes 20 incense points. Li Shang used the level 2 skill without hesitation. Ancestor. Many years later, when he was once again blessed by his ancestor, Li Yunline, who was already very calm, could not help but feel sore in his throat. He took out the ancestor's spiritual tablet from his arms and placed it in front of him to worship. After 7 years of hard training, the child will not only achieve a breakthrough in the master's spiritual pool, but also wait for the child to be able to regenerate. By breaking the golden elixir, the child will be able to find a way to break the sect's restrictions. This Li Tian secret code, which has been passed down by the Li Tian sect for thousands of years, will be used by my Li family. Hearing this, Li Zhang's expression became even gentler. I remember that when Li Yunlin insisted on coming to Li Tianzong, Li Yaoqing was worried that Li Yunlin would forget his original intention, but Li Yunlin never changed. That is, my child, I have already received the secret book of Lishan, my ancestor. My heart. You have your heart. Li wanted to give him another shot of warmth. Soon I saw Li Yun getting up. With the flow of time, Li Yunlin had arrived outside a glorious palace. Here you can see many people wearing the same white disciple uniforms as Li Yunlin, standing in a square shape. There is a spacious and square protruding ring in the center, and there is a light curtain on the edge that goes up to the sky. 8 monks were fighting inside, and an elder was standing by to judge. Li Tianzong is conducting an outer sect martial arts battle once every 10 years for the elders to judge the potential of their disciples and then accept them. What are you doing here? Li Shang frowned, and then thought about the tragic death of Master Li Yunlin outside, and the experience of Li Yunlin being suppressed when he returned to the sect. Li Zhang's mouse moved silently to the position of the ancestral tablet. After 12 years of cultivating one's mind, even Pai Daxing will have his edges smoothed out. Yunlin will probably not be impulsive. Looking at Li Yunlin's still calm eyes, Li Shang chose to believe in his descendants this time. However, to be on the safe side, you should always be prepared to use the ancestral tablets. Let go and do it, your ancestor and I are still strong. Li Yunlin touched the ancestral tablet in his arms. Now, on this occasion, and what he was planning to do, only his ancestors could relieve his nervousness. Immediately, Li Yunlin looked around. Here, away from the Tianzong martial arts competition ceremony, the sect leader was sitting in front of the main hall, surrounded by elders. This scene was very lively, but he seemed out of place. He suddenly remembered the day when his master brought him to Lishan sect 13 years ago. The master was very kind to him and taught him everything he could. Although he entered the Lishan sect, his qualifications for the 3 spiritual roots were only mediocre, but his master said that based on his temperament, he was the most suitable to inherit the 9 spirits' wonderful fire. People's qualifications can change, but nature is the foundation. Only now did Li Yunlin understand that maybe at that time the master knew that the battle with the Xuanwu sect would lead to death. Master is right. With the blood of the Li family in my body, I will become a member of the Li family for one day. I have received the teachings of my teacher, so I should protect the inheritance for my master. If you want to destroy the successor of my teacher, kill. The preface was all murmuring, until the word, kill, came up. Li Yun shouted with a ferocious face. He sacrificed the spiritual breath-flying sword his father gave him 13 years ago. Under everyone's eyes, the spiritual breath-flying sword went straight towards an early-stage foundation-building monk who was watching the battle at the edge of the arena. In this moment, 9 palm-sized golden lotuses with fireworks appeared around him, roaring with rage, making the air 10 meters around him extremely hot. Who is that madman? Are you crazy if you dare to use force in front of the sect leader and elders? I recognize him. The disciple brought back by Elder Huolin more than 10 years ago is called Li Yunlin. Hiss, the person he wants to deal with seems to be his best friend and inner disciple, Su Cheng. I heard that Li Yunlin was able to bringing Elder Huolin's body back was the information provided by Su Cheng, so this is a kind of kindness repaid with hatred. Hey, why are you going? What? You want to help Su Cheng so that you can show off in front of the sect master. You better wake up. If the sect master hadn't stopped him in this situation, do you think Li Yunlin could have walked 10 meters away? A strange scene occurred. Li Tian sect's extremely important sect competition was disrupted by Li Yunlin, but no one dared to block the way. This kind of situation has never happened in Li Tian sect in more than 10,000 years since its establishment. Li Yunlin had already been fighting with Su Cheng. That Su city is very extraordinary. Even if it has stayed in the early stage of foundation building for many years, its methods are even more dazzling. I am afraid that this boy has practiced the puppet technique. He formed a magic circle with the 12 bronze figures of Naji, and then used the Lei Yin Jin Jing Ren Zi Ju, practiced by the Li family to summon the thunder from the sky. 12 thunderbolts from the sky entered the bronze man, leading the thunder attack from the formation to Li Yunlin. That's not all. Hundreds of flying swords came out from Naji, gathered on top of Li Yunlin's head, and fell into a huge sword, with the sharp blade pointed directly at the person. Su Cheng used his killing move as soon as he came out, without saying a word. He was afraid that it was strange that he knew that Li Yunlin was so unscrupulous but had no rescue. This battle was only about life and death, and Li Yunlin must die quickly. Amazing. Li Shang looked calm and praised Su Cheng, who was fighting with Li Yunlin. Just see the screen. The sky thunder directed through the 12 bronze men formation has already blasted towards Li Yunlin. Logically speaking, the power of the sky thunder should be higher than the power of fire. The same is true in the game screen. Li Yunlin is heading in all directions. The burst of fireworks could not swallow up the thunder and lightning, and the thunder arc rushed towards Li Yunlin from the magic circle on the ground. Li Yunlin seemed to be paralyzed. With its sharp blade pointed at its head, it also rushed down at an extremely fast speed, and Li Yunlin could only become a target. But Su Cheng, who was clearly about to kill Li Yunlin, suddenly widened his eyes as if he were seeing Yama. The sky thunder passed through Li Yunlin's body, causing only a flame pattern to explode from Li Yunlin's body. A sharp blade fell from the sky. Li Yunlin was split into 2 halves, but there was no bloody scene. Hundreds more sharp knives were scattered, weaving in and out of Li Yunlin's body, making a tinkling sound. The fireworks on Li Yunlin's body scattered in all directions, but those flames quickly formed Li Yunlin's body. Li Yunlin at this moment is the fireworks themselves. Until Li Yunlin rushed to Su Cheng's side. The entire disciples in the sect's martial arts tournament watched in horror as Li Yunlin put away the 9 fire lotuses, held the sword with his physical body, and gave Su Cheng a great pleasure. Now, Li Tianzong is silent. Li Yunlin is not finished yet. Under everyone's eyes, he unceremoniously picked up the spiritual breath sword and Su Cheng's magic weapon from the ground and put them back into the ring. Then, as if nothing happened, he put on his clothes where they were. The original ones had been destroyed long ago, and then he strolled towards forward. When he arrived in front of the main hall, he calmly bowed to the sect master and many elders on the steps. Reporting to the sect master, my disciple Li Yunlin is eager to kill the rebellious people for the sect and has disturbed all of you. Please forgive me, sect master. Snort. The leader of the Lishan sect looks like a young man. His name is Junyang Taoist. He is dressed in white clothes embroidered with cloud patterns, but his posture is very aggressive. Although he snorts coldly, his voice is soft, and there is no sign of real anger. Why did you kill people? Only then did Li Yunlin tell the past events one by one. It turns out that after the death of Li Yunlin's master, Elder Huolin, the Lingo Peak where Li Yunlin was located was occupied by Su City's master. After, Su Cheng has been pretending to be friends with Li Yunlin, trying to find out the location of Elder Huolin's spiritual object, 9 spirits and strange fire. In the end, Li Yunlin remained tight-lipped, and because sect disciples were prohibited from killing fellow disciples, talismans would appear on their bodies, so Su Cheng deliberately revealed the location of Elder Huolin's body. Immediately afterwards, he wanted to collude with the Xuanwu sect disciples and force Li Yunlin to reveal the location of the 9 spirits and strange fires. But he never thought that Li Yunlin's master left him a spiritual thought. That's what happened next. Disciple has thought about the cliff for 5 years to refine his mind. After 7 years of being lost to the public, the 9-spirited strange fire has already entered my dantian and connected with my heart and soul. The Tianqi spiritual spring left by my master molded my body. At the age of less than 30, I have reached the state of foundation building, a body with 2 spiritual roots. Quote, killing this thief in Su Cheng now will not disgrace the master's spirit in heaven, and eradicate the treacherous traitors for my Lishan sect. As long as the sect master gives an order, the disciple can die and return to the master. As soon as these words came out, many elders became anxious looking at Li Yunlin's determined look. They all appealed to Taoist Junyang for mercy. Sect master, Li Yunlin is a bit bold, but Elder Huolin has worked so hard and accomplished so much, how can he kill his closed disciple? That's a good thing to say. Besides, how can young people not be so angry? Young Lin is also eager to eradicate the evildoers for the sect. If such loyal disciples were to be killed, it would be very depressing, sect master. Looking at the elders of unknown ages on the screen, they begged for mercy. The corners of Li Zhang's mouth twitched. Okay, this is how you act, right? In fact, he had already seen what Li Yunlin was thinking, so he was always reassured. Even Li Yunlin came here specifically to kill someone because of today's martial arts competition. To know, the monks have longevity, and even if they build the foundation, they have the elixir, but their lifespan is only a little over 200 years. A master of golden elixir can live for thousands of years. When we reach nascent soul, it will be 5,000 years. But breakthrough in cultivation is not that simple, otherwise we would not have seen so many fake elixirs during the battle between Yin Tilan and Talon Town. Therefore, whenever a person with outstanding talent appears, no matter the family or the sect, they will treat him as a treasure and cannot tolerate any mistakes. Now that Li Yun is only 30 years old, he has broken through the foundation building and once again showed his skills and excellent character. I would like to ask how these elders of Li Tian sect, and even the sect leader, are willing to kill Li Yunlin. Especially, Li Shang rummaged through the event column to find the prompts for Li Yunlin's breakthrough. Your descendants bathe in the spiritual spring of Tianqi to build the foundation, leaving only the golden and fire spiritual roots. Tianqi Spiritual Spring. Elder Huolin's deadline is approaching, and he has spent hundreds of years gathering spiritual fluid with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. When you break through the foundation building stage, use spiritual liquid to cleanse your muscles and marrow, and cleanse away a large number of impurities in the Dantian Qi Sea. Li Yunlin's golden fire spirit root broke through 85 points. A 29-year-old foundation builder with highly complete dual spiritual roots, he is already a rare genius. It is not a problem to break through the golden elixir before his longevity is exhausted. Your descendant Li Yunlin obtained a spiritual object, the nine-spirited fire, and took it into his own body, and his body was like a firework. The lotus fire will not be extinguished, and the body will not die. 9 spirits and strange fires. 9 lotus fires, which can be nourished by the true temperature, and are made of the spirit of the golden elixir. This spiritual object alone is comparable to the best spiritual weapon, and it is directly symbiotic with Li Yunlin. If given the chance, Li Yunlin might even break through to the realm of nascent soul. This is also Li Yunlin's trump card for daring to act recklessly in the martial arts competition. Not only that, Li Yunlin specially made it for everyone in the Li Tian sect to see, to let them know that he, Li Yunlin, is now the great treasure of the Li Tian sect. He even made it for the master in Su City. Only by killing Su Cheng on the spot in this way, those bad old men who want Li Yunlin to pick him up and caress him, will be wary of Su Cheng's master. Not to mention whether Su Cheng's master would touch him for his apprentice. I'm afraid Li Yun would be suspicious of Su Cheng's master if he fell down while walking on the street. As expected, amidst the pleas of many elders, Taoist Junyang glanced at Su Cheng's master. Elder Chuya, what do you think? Why don't we kill this son? Elder Chuya's middle-aged appearance makes people look honest at first glance. At this time, he forced a smile and said, Sect Master, you must not do it. Hey, there is something evil in my sect. It is a good thing for me that my nephew Yun Lin cleans up the sect for me. HMPH, no matter what the purpose of this son is, killing someone in public is a heinous crime. How can I spare him? Taoist Junyang snorted coldly and looked at Li Yunlin with cold eyes. However, death penalty is unavoidable, and living crime is unavoidable. This sect will punish you by thinking over a cliff. 5 days. Your descendant Li Yunlin has been recognized by Li Tianzong and gained status as a true disciple. Has this kid become so thoughtful after being bullied for 12 years? Li Shang felt a little emotional when he saw Li Yunlin, who was punished to face the wall for 5 days and was setting up the altar in Sigu Cliff and gently placing his memorial tablet on it. He still remembered everything from before. When Li Yunlin was kicked out of his home because of his mother, he cried all night in his ancestral hall. At that time, Li Yunlin would come to his ancestral hall to cry every once in a while, even the day he was taken away by Taoist Huolin. Look at the madness just now in the Lishan sect hall, facing thousands of masters and still daring to use the sword. He is like a real lone wolf, bursting out in silence. Ancestor. After placing the tablets, Li Yunlin finally showed a smile. His eyes turned red. My child did it. Now that my child has established himself in Lishan sect and received the inheritance from Master, my child will have the same status as Master in the sect and serve me. The Li family adds another point of help. The idea is good, but Li Shang didn't regard Li Tianzong as his trump card at all, and he wasn't even considered a friend. When Li Yunlin was lonely, he made no mistakes and was sentenced to 5 years of facing the wall. Now that Li Yunlin's qualifications have improved, he really made a serious mistake, but he was only punished by facing the wall for 5 days. After all, interests come first, and all feelings between forces are fake. But if his feelings for his own people are all fake, then, to be honest, Li Shang really doesn't like this look. However, Li Shang was relieved to see the growth of future generations. He just hoped that Li Yunlin would not be blinded by the temporary pursuit. Immediately, he switched the screen to Xian village and brought back the news about Li Yunlin. Everyone in the Li family was also happy for Li Yunlin. Then when Li Shang was observing Li Yaoqing, he frowned. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, followed the team of Lishan sect disciples and found the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Li Shang instantly clicked on the map of Thunder Fire Demon Cave. It's said to be a devil's cave. In fact, it is no different from an ordinary city. It is clear that the sky is sunny outside, but there are overcast clouds above the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. There are corpses and remains scattered all over the place around the demon cave. It can be said that there is no grass growing, and the ruins everywhere are covered with moss. Li Shang clearly saw the hundreds of demon slayers who had assembled. They all frowned and wrinkled their noses. It must be that there was a stench coming from the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. It was calm just now. But as the 2 foundation building swordsmen were about to fly into the air, holding compass instruments to search for information, one of the female cultivators with red silk sleeves was being introduced into the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Boom! The sky thundered suddenly, like a dragon swimming above the dark clouds. All around the Devil's Cave, faint ghost fires rise from the ground. They too had to retreat. The assembled hundreds of people were tested many times. Then he retreated, not wasting any more time. Li Yaoqing had been fishing in the team, and by the way he took a look on the grass near the magic cave. Apparently some unfamiliar herbs were much easier to get in touch with than these strangers. Ancestor, it seems we are going to stay here for a long time. Li Yaoqing took out the token and smiled bitterly. The demon-slaying team encountered a dilemma. After countless years of layout, the demon cave was full of leftover formations and demonic obstacles. Every plant and tree here was full of danger. Your descendant Li Yaoqing speculates that it will take many years to eradicate the demon cultivators and find the entrance to the underground of the demon cave without the existence of masters at the golden elixir stage. Disciples of the Lishan sect are urgently inviting help from the Formation Master, Fuzhuan Master, and various temples. Seeing this scene, Li didn't even think it was strange. In the world of monks, foundation building has just begun, sensing the aura of heaven and earth, using spells, and traveling in the air. But once a certain force has a golden elixir master, it's another story. Their methods are numerous. If the pig demon king of Yintilan hadn't insisted on guarding Yintilan, monk Shankai probably wouldn't have dared to touch even an inch of Yintilan. As for the forces in the human race that have the golden core stage, that is even more difficult to deal with. They have thousands of years of foundation, which is simply not comparable to that of ordinary small forces. Who knows what formations, spiritual objects, etc. are hidden in their sphere of influence. Therefore, the 2 major sects have been fighting each other for hundreds of years. Just when Li Shang was thinking about letting Li Yaoqing come back and the Li family take people to the demon cave themselves, a message on the screen made Li Shang stunned for a moment. Your family's property in Tailin Town is under attack. Special event. Yunshu Wenghelu from Qingyan County has led 6 dual sects from 3 towns in Qingyan County to come to Taiching County to plunder resources. Your Tailin Town and Hongye Town are the first to bear the brunt. Li Shang narrowed his eyes and asked Yuexian to get a refrigerator of milk tea. Yunshu Wenghelu. Xian is on the big stage. If you have the guts, just come. The perspective switches to the Li family residence. He quickly informed everyone in the Li family of the news. Everyone in the Li family is fully equipped in the ancestral hall. Li Yaoan looked guilty. Old ancestor, it was Yaoan who neglected his duty and did not receive any news of the attack from Qingyan County. You still need to use your magic power to determine the good or bad. Li Shang gave Li Yaoan a love from the ancestors. Li Yaoan is not to blame for this matter at all. Now that the world is in chaos, how can the Li family have enough power to monitor Qingyan County? Li Shang clicked on the avatar of Purple Thunder Tianyang Python. If they dare to come, there will be no return for them. Following the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python conveyed the order. Everyone in the Li family seemed to have a backbone. Yes, ancestor. Immediately, all members of the Li family, young and old, were in the ancestral hall. One of them picked up an ancestral tablet and stuffed it into his arms, and began to prepare for the next trouble with great pride. Li Yaoan was also prepared and asked the villagers of Xian village to dig the cellar. Under such circumstances, the old, weak, women and children hid. Li Shang was not too nervous in front of the screen. Because after the Li family finished preparing, as time accelerated into the night, people in Xian village began to get busy, and the reminder lit up again in the game. Qingyan County entered Taiching County and began to go their separate ways. They were organized and purposeful. Longhuman is approaching Xian village. They have long known that this village is not simple. They know that the Li family once single-handedly destroyed two major families. Although they also heard the exact information and learned that the Li family used despicable lobbying methods to persuade the Su family to win, but Longhuman still decided to go all out and fight a good fight in front of their companions in Qingyan County. Li Shang took a deep sip of his drink. The news is out of date, brother. Our family is ready to fight against Jin Dan. In the game screen, the ancestral spirit tablets are jumping, and the purple light is even brighter than the previous ancestral spiritual tablets. There are even dark shadows emerging behind the ancestral spiritual tablets, punching wildly. Xian village is very quiet at night. Above the night sky, night clouds passed by, and two figures with swords floating in the air were faintly visible. These are the two brothers Dragon and Tiger of Longhuman. The two look alike, with strong bodies and rugged faces. Quanglong had a beard on his face. Listening to the chirping of insects in the forest around Xian village and watching the fireworks from a few stoves flying in the night sky, he became more and more confident. But he still waited cautiously for a long time. Until he saw someone working the clock at night in Xian village and the lights in every house were gradually extinguished, he still felt that he was not steady enough. Too rich, Brother Long, can you believe that this is a family power that has just made its fortune more than 50 years ago? Quang Hu looked at the spiritual field below the Li family that was full of spiritual energy at night, and drooled, looking at them, they are all asleep, let's kill them quickly. When we gain something and accumulate wealth, we can still buy elixirs. Try to break through the golden elixir. Wait a minute, Quanglong was still doubtful, Xian village is too exclusive to outsiders. We came to investigate a month in advance, but no one was able to enter the Li family behind Xian village. We don't have complete information about them. Quote, what's unknown? Quang Hu raised his eyebrows. If you ask me, we have already seen through them. Didn't they just destroy two families and make a fortune? Let me give you a breakdown. They have hired a 9th grade array master in the city. A large magic circle is arranged. Their Black Blood Hall knows the Spear Forest magic circle, but they are all in the Qi refining stage. Quang Hu almost kept all the information about the Li family inside and out. At night, they had no idea of our arrival. Quang Hu continued. With our strength, it is enough to prevent them from even opening the formation, especially since the Li family only has one Purple Thunder Tianyang Python with fake elixir strength left. Hee, Brother Long, you and I can't. It's a fake elixir, and after 100 years of cooperation, its strength has already far exceeded that of ordinary fake elixir monks. According to me, Brother Long, you are just too cautious. Hear the words. Quang Long turned a deaf ear. It was his caution that brought Longhu sect from a small sect to the level it is today. Until night, Quang Long's eyes finally brightened. In the innermost part of the vast territory of Xian village, outside the Li family's courtyard with its pavilions and pavilions, a strong young monk was walking out of the Li family's martial arts tower and washed away his sweat in the pool. Especially in the Li family compound. He could see that the maids had finished their work for the day one after another. In the master bedroom of Li's house, a man came out. Isn't that Li Delong, or who is it? Quanglong clearly remembers Li Delong's appearance in the intelligence. Immediately afterwards, he saw Li Delong walking into a more mysterious house. Boom! The sound of a copper bell clanging and ringing seemed to embellish this quiet night. Immediately, a small shimmer of spiritual energy spread out from the center of the Li family to the entire Xian village. Ha ha ha, Xiaohu, have you seen it? Quanglong happily patted his younger brother on the shoulder, pointed at Shiwei, who could see a large area of spiritual energy covering the sky above Xian village and nearby, and said with a smile, "We haven't attacked a force in a long time, you are almost here." Forget, they are very cautious even in the middle of the night. This is a magic weapon used by the Li family to sense whether there are outsiders. I estimate it as a top-quality magic weapon. They are most cautious when they do not use this magic weapon, because the defenses of all parties may still be there. Once they use it, they relax their vigilance. As long as we break in with lightning speed so that they don't even have time to react, that's the safest way. Quang Hu looked at his delighted eldest brother, and he was finally convinced, as expected of his eldest brother. The mad dragon opened his mouth slightly and took a deep breath of the cold wind under the bright moon in the high sky in the middle of the night. Tonight was so beautiful that his voice was a little soft. This Li family can become our dragon and tiger sect, and they are worthy of being buried in the dust of history. Are you finally willing to come in? Li Shang watched the villain on the screen enter the village, and the corner of his mouth twitched. As time accelerated, he had almost finished his second cup of milk tea before the dragon and tiger brothers gave the order to attack. He even saw the communication between the dragon and tiger brothers clearly through the screen. Soon, the Longhu brothers had already brought more than 200 of their disciples and broke into the Li family late at night. With lightning speed, they accurately rushed into the location of the Li family masters they knew from the intelligence. The Longhu brothers rushed directly into the ancestral hall in an attempt to kill the Li family's strongest purple thunder Tianyang python. On the flying sword with more than a dozen rays of light, the monk's majestic Junchi burst out. Then, the purple thunder Tianyang python stood in front of the ancestral hall and took the lead in launching the attack. Brothers Long and Tiger suddenly felt something bad. Your descendant Li Yaozu led 300 members of the Black Blood Hall to climb out of the cellar and use the spear formation to cooperate with Shu Kuiwa and instantly killed 58 people in Longhuman. Li Yaozu is asking you whether to spare the lives of the remaining 42 people. Your descendant Li Yaoti, together with 8 of the descendants of the Li family, and the remaining monks from Xian village, used nearly 200 magic weapons to form the Spirit Gathering formation, and blocked Xian. All places to escape within the village. Li Yaoti asked you, are you moving forward step by step to trap everyone? In Xian village, the 8th grade blood spirit fruit tree sensed a crisis, and its roots burst out of the ground and danced in the dark night. It can sense the other party's hostility and ask your ancestor's spirit tablet, can you feast on the blood of living people tonight? What the hell? Li Shang was also stunned for a moment, although he knew that Longhuman could not pose a threat at all. The attack at Longhuman has just begun, and it's already over. Only the torches lit up in Xian village were left, and the dragon and tiger brothers were found surrounded and sweating. Impossible. How could this happen? Quanglong gritted his teeth and looked at the situation in front of him. All the experts from Xian village and the Li family showed up. He already knew that even if he was cautious enough, it was all an illusion that the Li family let him see. Moreover, the lower level of the Li family was far more powerful than what he had gathered from his intelligence. Besides, Li Delong, Shu Kuiwa, and 12 spiritual beasts have surrounded them in the sky, and the purple thunder Tianyang python tiger on the ground attacks with thunder. Ahu, let's run away. As long as we live, Longhuman will never die. Li Shang, who was in front of the screen, immediately discovered the thoughts of the Longhu brothers. To be honest, the current strength of the Li family, without repairing the war puppet and without the help of Yin Tilan, may not be able to stop the escape of the 2 fake alchemy masters. But, want to escape? Li Zhang's mouse moved to the clan skill of the game. ADL advertisement. Ancestor's Wrath, skill level LV1, has reached the conditions for the family to develop for 50 years. Do you want to consume 5,000 incense points to advance skills? This skill is also one of Li Zhang's main means of attack. It has advanced when it reaches 50 years. At the same time, it was also his trump card that allowed the Li family to take the initiative to attack the outside world in a time of great chaos, but the Li family had always been stable. And today, it's finally time to use it. Advanced. Li Shang clicked, yes, without hesitation. All of a sudden, in the entire Xian village, the arms of all the heirs of the Li family moved. The bright purple light was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. It's moved. The ancestor's tablet has moved. The ancestor has shown his spirit again. He has been fighting with us. Dad is indeed right, the ancestor's tablet will fly by itself. This is our mysterious, brave and invincible ancestor. Quote. Everyone in the Li family was overjoyed. In particular, Li Yaoti's 7 children, who were as strong as oxen, seemed to have never seen the world. They were staring at the sky attentively, their eyes full of enthusiasm, as if they were meeting a true god. Your skill, ancestor's wrath, is being advanced, and the advancement is. The ancestor is furious. The skill, ancestor's fury, is being used, which consumes 500 incense. My incense is worth it. Li Shang felt heartbroken. In fact, the skill, love from the ancestor, has been advanced for a long time. It became the ancestor's warmth, but when he advanced, he only asked Li Shang for 500 incense points, and it only cost 20 when used. Once the attack skills are advanced, it really makes people feel distressed. You pay my incense value. Li Shang clicked on the dragon and tiger brothers on the screen without hesitation, and a small dot rippled on the bodies of the dragon and tiger brothers. In an instant, all the ancestors' spiritual tablets floating in the sky burst into light and jumped into the night sky. What is that? The expressions of the Longhu brothers who had hurriedly escaped from the attack of the Li family changed. They looked at the ancestral memorial tablets surrounding them in the sky, with a somewhat frightened expression. Quanglong was even more surprised and said, "This is not an ordinary tablet, this is a special tablet of the Li family. Each of the spiritual objects possesses the peak power of foundation building." I wanted to escape, but these dozen ancestral souls seemed to have eyes, tracking their position crazily, unable to escape even with invisibility. Especially the ancestral spirit tablet, which was originally an ordinary thing, now has the hardness of a top-grade magic weapon, and even fake elixirs cannot easily destroy it. What kind of magical weapon is this? No, this magic weapon still has its power. What is it? The Longhu brothers used all their cards and tried their best to resist the spirit position, but they were trembling with fear again. Inside this magic weapon, a shadow shrouded in black mist appeared. This mysterious thing jumped up and punched them. Just 1 minute of resistance. They even saw the pattern, and Quanglong exclaimed, "Ahu, be careful, every time you snap your fingers, a shadow will appear." With 15 punches, each punch has the power of the middle stage of foundation building. The destruction of the Li family. Quanglong discovered at this moment that the Li family is a devil's cave. 5 minutes later, the dragon and tiger brothers who came from Qingyan County and were even able to defeat the Jindan monks 20 times before running away have fallen from the sky. Brothers Long and Tiger have been tracking the ancestral tablet for a long time. Even if they use a passionate combination of spells, they still cannot destroy the ancestral tablet. In the end, Quang was penetrated by the ancestral spirit through his chest, and a dozen phantoms punched him into pieces. Quanglong was surrounded by everyone from the Li family who came over. Li Delong was sent to Dantian and captured by the Li family. The power of our ancestors cannot be matched by the golden elixir. Li Delong looked at the ancestral tablet floating in the sky in shock, and knelt down with his descendants to worship. Seeing this scene in the eyes of Quanglong, who was trapped by the magic weapon, he was already extremely weak and unconscious. "So, do you have ancestors? These ancestor tablets are controlled by strong people. Then I will lose. No injustice." He already knew that if the Li family dared to say the words, "ancestor," in front of him, there would be no chance of him surviving. I wanted to commit suicide to avoid torture. But when he saw the sacred beast protecting the Li family's temple neighing, Li Delong instantly understood something and said coldly, "Crazy dragon, tell everything you know." "Kill me." Quanglong smiled contemptuously, but he stopped laughing soon. Li Delong snorted coldly, "Of course you can say nothing and die clean. But think about it. If you can come to my Li family can also come to you. Longhuman, you don't want your disciples to be wiped out by us, right? Only then did Quanglong relent. I can tell you what I know, but you have to agree to a condition. Help me send out a message to let the disciples of Longhuman escape. Okay, soon. Everyone in the Li family had already learned useful information from the mad dragon and threw him to the blood spirit fruit tree to suck him dry. Then Li Delong threw Quanglong's body into the heavenly coffin for refining. What matters is being diligent and thrifty. After cleaning the battlefield, everyone in the Li family had gathered in the ancestral hall, and the hall was filled with incense and smoke. Ancestor, this child is useless. If Ancestor hadn't taken action, brothers Long and Tiger would have escaped. Li Delong kowtowed repeatedly. You use, Ancestor sends warmth, to your descendant Li Delong, which consumes 20 incense. Li Shang took advantage of the situation and gave Li Delong a skill. In fact, Li Delong is not really to blame for this matter. The Dragon and Tiger brothers live up to their reputation and are stronger than any fake elixir the Li family has encountered before. If it weren't for the roaring anger of the ancestors, we might not be able to keep them. This skill is so powerful. After looking at the skills, Li Shang was still a little excited. This move is more convenient to use than when it was level 1, and no mouse control is needed at all. One click to track, the enemy will not die, and the skills will not be destroyed. And the scariest thing is, when the skill is used, all the tablets carried by the descendants within a kilometer range will increase the tablet used by the skill by +1, which is equivalent to the combat power of an additional peak foundation building master. It's not a loss at all. Li Shang suddenly felt that the 5,000 incense was worth a lot of money. Soon this special event also brought back the blood. You led your family to protect the place where you took root. This time you showed your magical power. Everyone in the Li family saw your power. Get incense value, 3,000. Li Shang felt relieved. Everyone in the family has begun to report the news they got from the mad dragon. Ancestor, this time, a total of 10 forces came from the 3 towns in Qingyan County, and the remaining 9 weakest families all have 2 foundation building peaks. They were ordered by an elder of the Xuanwu sect, come and plunder a large amount of spiritual stones. Li Delong reported, the most powerful one is Yunshu Wanghelu. Their ancestor is a Jindan, and his power has been passed down for 2,000 years. Li Yaoqing thoughtfully said, the original purpose of Longhuman was to destroy Arzian village first and then Talon town. In less than a month, I'm afraid Yunshu Wanghelu will know the news that all members of Longhuman were killed. We have a month of time to prepare. As long as the golden elixir does not come out, we have Yin Tilan at our back and there is no need to be afraid. But now, she smiled and said, Father, you said you would help the Longhuman to pass the news. We should do what you promised. But when they escape, we can still kill them. The resources of the Longhuman are also very important to us. Listening to the descendants discussing how to survive and develop in this chaos, Li Shang knew that the really important things were not these. He clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python. The Purple Thunder Tianyang Python made a hissing sound. All of a sudden, all the descendants of the Li family turned their heads and listened to the teachings of their ancestors. Li Yaoti's grown-up children don't know much about beast control at all, but they are still full of admiration. Li Yundo scratched his head and poked Li Yunbing beside him with his elbow. Second brother, what did the ancestor say? Li Yunbing's face was full of innocence. Our ancestors asked you to sow seeds. Ah, the corners of Li Yundu's mouth twitched. Only Li Yunbing still looked at Shu Kuiwa with a puzzled look on his face and asked, Grandma, don't we have a lot of spiritual fields in our family? We have enough food, so why do we need to sow seeds? The 51st year of the Li family. Looking at the time in the game and then at Li Yunbing, who is now 21 years old, Li Zhang's mouth twitched. Everyone in the Li family was also stunned. Li Yunbing is good at everything, but it is his innocent heart that makes him rarely go out to practice, or he will be thrown into a coffin to practice. At such a young age, he has reached the 9th level of qi refining and is about to achieve a breakthrough in seclusion. Among Li Yaoti's 7 sons, Li Yunli, who is only 9 years old, already knows about men and women. Li Yunbing, this kid, didn't understand. Education is urgent. Li Shang touched his chin, thinking about whether to engrave scenes from the short movie on the Spirit Stone, so that he could benefit his descendants during the next big ceremony and let the descendants of the Li family bravely venture into Europe and the United States. Soon Li Delong and Li Yaozu took Li Yunbing to the corner and talked in detail. Li Yunbing was stunned for a moment while he nodded solemnly and seriously. Li Shang suddenly hoped that Li Yunbing could be more insignificant, which made him a little worried about Li Yunbing's problems in the rest of his life. And Li Yaoti has already begun to gather the 5 boys he gave birth to. As someone who has been here, I will teach you how to find a wife. It's very simple. When you see a woman you like, squat in front of their house for a few days. Don't be shy. We are not afraid of fighting powerful enemies, so why are we afraid of getting entangled with women? Li Yaoti even raised his head proudly. When they get used to your existence, tell them that you will probably die tomorrow. This will make them compassionate. Ah, the words are not finished yet. Li Yaoti's ears were already clamped, and Bairuro stared at the screaming Li Yaoti with a blackened face. Are you going to die? Okay, so it turns out that this is the method you used back then. Don't even think about going to bed this month. Daughter-in-law, I definitely didn't. I teach my children. Really, I am sincere to you. Besides, you were the one who let me into the house at that time. You still dare to mention it. For a time, the entire Li family was watching the couple playing around, and the whole house was filled with laughter. Li Shang, the ancestor, was worried about the family's reproduction. Seeing that Li Delong and his wife were also helping to urge the marriage, he finally let go of his worries. And with the roaring anger of the ancestors appearing, he understood the importance of the heirs of the Li family even more. Nowadays, the tablets on a dozen members can make 2 fake pills run around. If 100. The fake instant-killing elixir and the golden elixir of disdain are not a dream. Not only that, Li Shang did the math. Now, including his wife and daughter-in-law, there are 16 members in the family, which can already increase his income by 4,000 incense every year. Now his incense value is being consumed more and more. It's time to make a baby. After urging the marriage, Li Shang began to check the profits from this battle. He estimated that Li Yaoan would get a lot of benefits when he sent people across counties to rob Longhu Gate. However, because they were too far away, their spiritual mines and medicinal fields could not be harvested. There is nothing about the people of Longhuman that the Li family likes, and their weapons are all magic weapons. However, their skills still surprised Li Shang. Nice one. Wangji Kung Fu, life and blood drawing Kung Fu. The closer the bloodline is, the more powerful it will be. The deeper the bloodline is, the stronger the power will be. It turns out that brothers Longhu practice this method. Ha ha ha, you are simply the lucky stars of the Li family. Li Shang could feel it when he was fighting with the tablets just now. The dragon and tiger brothers used unknown techniques and performed a passionate combination that almost shattered one of his ancestral tablets. And there were only 2 of them. The Li family has 9 children, and the 7 children born to Li Yaoti are the closest in blood. If 7 people practice this technique together, it will be infinitely powerful. Li Yaoti also gave this technique to the children to practice, and Li Yunbing also practiced it. Even Li Yunlin, who was far away from Li Tianzong, received one. At this time, Li Tianzong, Li Yunlin has long been a direct disciple. In his courtyard, the outer disciples serve as attendants and the inner disciples run errands for him. At this moment he received a thick stack of letters from home. In the dead of night, Li Yunlin dared to open the family letter and check it. Li Yunlin's eyes were red when he saw how much his family cared about him. He had already known about the invasion of the Li family by the Longhu clan, and even left the sect to go home that day, but on the way he received news that the entire Longhu clan had mysteriously disappeared, so he gave up. And now, in the family letter, there is no mention of the difficulties faced by his family. It only allows him to practice in Lishan sect with peace of mind. The Li family will always be his strongest support. Even his father told him in the letter not to come back if nothing happened. How could Li Yunlin not know that his father was afraid that he would be intercepted and killed by the Xuanwu sect on his way back? Among the family letters, there is also a Mingbian Shui Yin Gong. Besides, it was the letter from the 3rd uncle, saying that women are easy to deceive and asking him to get married and have children as soon as possible. He really couldn't catch up with his wife, so he said that he was going to die tomorrow. Such nonsense, I'm afraid his brothers would estimate I've heard it all, but I don't know which idiot will listen to it. This night, the first time Li Yunlin asked someone to bring spiritual wine, he was so drunk that he vomited. The ancestors, grandparents, father, uncles and aunts, Yunlin will go back. Li Tianzong is not the child's home, they only focus on the child's qualifications, and the child understands. But only in Li Tianzong can I secretly learn everything from them and bring it back to the family. Now that there is a chaos, I must make good use of Li Tianzong to eliminate disasters for our Li family. My child, my ancestors bless you. In the splendid room, Li Yunlin looked at the many precious things in the room, but Li Yunlin felt that the family letter he was holding in his arms while sleeping was more precious than the entire Li Tianzong. This was also the most peaceful night for him to sleep. 52 years of the Li family. In a blink of an eye, it's the new year again. Li Zhang's urge to get married really worked. Among Li Yaoti's 7 children, Li Yundo is 17, quite like his father. Of course, it's not just about the figure. After all, Li Yaoti's lineage is all strong-backed and strong-willed people, and the women are no exception. The temperaments of each of them are very similar to their parents. If there are Lengshan heroes in this world, the 7 of them will definitely occupy a place. Li Yundo seemed to have really listened to Li Yaoti's words. Your 3rd-generation descendant, Li Yundo, fell in love with a beautiful woman at first sight in the village. He asked someone to give him a child on the spot, but was slapped. He was also sued to the Li family, and Li Yaoan punished him with 3 lashes and made him kneel in front of high ancestors for 7 days. In October of that year, Li Yundo was at the 7th level of qi refining. Just when the Talon Chen family was disturbed by Qingyan, they joined the Black Blood Hall to help the Chen family and defended against the enemy together with the Chen family. However, he was pursued by masters in the early stage of foundation building. During the escape, he shared life and death with Chen Lin, the daughter of the Chen family, and was finally rescued by the ancestors' tablet. During this period, he and Chen Lin had a secret love. In November, the Li family hired someone from the Chen family. Finally, someone from the 3rd generation has finally achieved success. Li Shang was so excited that he jumped up on the spot. How about saying he is anxious? The 3rd generation Li Yunlin is already 31 years old. Not to mention there is any movement. There are so many women in Li Tianzong who look like Tianxianer, but this guy doesn't even look at them. If it weren't for Li Yunlin, he wouldn't even look at the beautiful man. Li Shang almost misunderstood. The boy Li Yunbing listened to this, but he was shy by nature and rarely played with people outside. There were some women who were jealous of Li Yunbing's identity and appearance, but could he want that kind of thing? It didn't take long. The scene was already decorated with lights and colorful decorations. Even though it was very chaotic outside, the Li family still took people to Talon Town to welcome the bride. The Chen family was even more anxious than the Li family because their family had almost been wiped out. Lin Junzhong is able to gain a foothold because of the loyalty of the Li family. At this time, the 2 families were married to Qin and Jin, and the golden boy and girl were in love with each other. The Chen family was so excited that they almost changed their surname to Li on the spot. At the wedding reception, Chen Chuang, who was originally associated with the Li family, had gray hair on his head. Now he is the head of the Chen family and Chen Lin's grandfather. It was a happy day, but he frowned. He took advantage of the banquet and said to Li Delong, Brother Li, the people in Qingyan County are getting more and more arrogant. Our Chen family's mineral resources outside Talon Town have been exhausted. Their appetite will also grow bigger and bigger. Our Chen family. Hey, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on anymore. The head of the Su family on the side also shook his head and sighed, it's the same with my Su family. In the past few months, they even had 2 fake pills coming late at night. My Su family's formation was beaten to pieces. If the family didn't have another trump card, I'm afraid the Su family will be destroyed in the hands of me, Su Tianyan. Li Delong narrowed his eyes. He knew that these 2 families must have something to ask for, otherwise they would not complain in front of him, so he smiled and said, you 2 can speak frankly. Our 3 families have known each other for many years, and we all know each other's roots. We also share the same hatred outside, so there is no need to hide it. Hi, you also know my temperament, Li Delong. Okay, if my in-laws say so, I won't hide it. Chen Chuang gritted his teeth and said, I want the Chen family to be passed down, Brother Li. I don't want Talin Town anymore. Anyway, the foundation has been almost destroyed. I want to take people to move everything and leave Taiching County. Li Delong frowned deeper and looked at Su Yun. Su Yun smiled bitterly and said, me too. You want to leave. I thought the two families wanted something, but they never expected to hear such news. Li Delong glared like a bell. Can you let go of the family property that you have owned for many years? Otherwise, just sit and wait to perish. Chen Chuang drank a pot of wine in one gulp. If your property is gone, you can start over, but it's gone when you die. Even after we leave, the Li family needs to be careful. Everything left by my family, as well as the entire Talin, will be destroyed. It belongs to the Li family. I hope the Li family can take good care of the people of Talin. This is not our route, but theirs. Hearing this, Li Delong also saw that they had made up their minds and had nothing to say to persuade them. Now that his old friend is leaving, he can only watch his grandson getting married with concern and divert his attention. I saw this at the wedding banquet. Li Yundo looked at Chen Lin, who was wearing a red gauze that only reached his chest, and burst into tears on the spot. Everyone in the Li family was frowning, thinking that if a woman doesn't cry, what does it look like for a man to cry? This 9-foot man looked pitifully aggrieved. He looked at his brothers and sisters and shouted loudly, Dad is really nothing. Don't believe him. He will only follow in my footsteps. He also said that as long as he pestered the girl and lied to her that she was going to die tomorrow, he could win a beautiful woman. It's fake, it's all fake. I've suffered so much this year. Finally I met Liner. Li Yaoti, who was sitting far away, seemed to still be smiling, but now he looked as if he was petrified, his face gradually turning black. He was holding the wine in his hand, and he didn't know whether to drink or put down the glass. Finally, under the gaze of everyone at the wedding banquet, they gritted their teeth and glared at Li Yundo, who was getting married. Stop talking, don't force me to beat you up on this happy day. In an instant, the whole wedding banquet burst into laughter. Chen Lin, who heard her husband crying, lifted her hijab, revealing a face as delicate as a snow lotus. Then she stretched out her hand and pinched Li Yundo's ears fiercely. What did you say? How dare you hook up with someone else? Girl. Ah, Li Yundo bared his teeth and said, no, I was deceived by my father before. I definitely don't do it now. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the Li family and the guests at the banquet were all smiling. Li Shang was watching everything in front of the screen, and the words, husband and wife bowed to each other and entered the bridal chamber, lit up. The corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Congratulations, your third-generation descendant, Li Yundo, is married to his wife Chen Lin. Get incense plus 100. And, as the newlyweds enter the bridal chamber, candlelight shines through the window in the darkness and reflects the bright moon. Your descendant Li Yundo is newly married. He has eaten the marrow and learned the taste and never tires of it. 7 times in one night is no longer just a legend. He defeated the enemy Li Yundo and Chen Lin in Talin Town. A rooster crows. Chen Lin, the third-generation daughter-in-law of the Li family, is pregnant with the Li family's seed. A real man. Li Shang was overjoyed, and launched the ancestors' warmth on the spot, through the roof tiles and directly into Li Yun's house. Soon there was a sound in the house, frightening away the birds that had just settled on the big tree outside. The young couple soon got dressed and served tea everywhere in Li's house. Li Delong and his wife, who had been waiting in the ancestral hall for a long time after offering incense to their ancestors, had just received the tea from their grandson and granddaughter-in-law. They were smiling, but they were stunned for a moment. Li Delong turned to look at Shu Kuiwa, daughter-in-law, or granddaughter-in-law. Son, I have it. What? Li Yundo and his wife were both stunned. When you reach the middle stage of foundation building, you can expect vitality and blood, not to mention that Li Delong is close to his peak. So, I'm going to be the grandma. Shu Kuiwa smiled brightly and quickly knelt in front of the ancestral tablet. My ancestors bless me, and I hope that the 4 generations of my Li family will live together. Subsequently, the newlyweds were taken everywhere by Li Delong and his wife. Especially when they arrived at Yin Tilin and saw the Pig Demon King for the first time, the new daughter-in-law of the Li family was shocked and stunned. She could not adapt to the fact that there was a demon king in her family, and now such a demon king who could dominate an area was actually hers husband's grandfather. Ha ha ha, I'm a grandfather. I never thought that I, an old pig, could become a monster and enjoy the blessings of children and grandchildren. The demon king of Yintilan has been laughing every time he falls asleep for the past 20 years, ever since he got his in-laws from the Li family. Being a demon king is the most lonely thing. Although there are many demon beasts in the Silver Iron Forest, due to the suppression of blood, no demon beast, no matter how big it is, dares to make trouble. Only the 7 grandsons of the Li family can make this lonely demon king smile every day. He has never been so open-minded in thousands of years. It never gets tired of carrying these babies, and it even wants more, so it would be best to fill its valley with them. 53 years of the Li family. The 2 major families in Talon Town had planned for a long time to flee their hometown quietly with their clan members. Before leaving, the heads of the 2 families turned around step by step and left under the watch of everyone in the Li family. Chen Chuang implores the Li family to treat his granddaughter Chen Lin and his unborn grandson well, and give him a top-grade magic weapon, the Tianxin Jade Pendant. The Li family gave the Chen family 30 sets of black iron beast blood armor in return, wishing the Chen family great success in other places. Congratulations, your family has successfully taken control of Talon Town. Get incense value plus 1,000. The 2 families in Talon Town finally left, just as they said at the wedding banquet, they left decisively. In the entire vicinity of Talon Town, the Li family became the only big family. At the same time, it also means that if people from Qingyan County continue to invade Talon Town, the Li family will become the only target. But several months passed this year. The Li family was even prepared to have a confrontation with Yunshu Wanghai Tower, but Talon Town did not encounter any large-scale intrusion. Only some Xiao who came from Qingyan County and wanted to try their luck were sneaking around. Intel. Chen Lin was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to a son, named Li Tianyi. Congratulations, you got plus 50 incense. This child was born with the warmth of the Demon King's golden elixir when his mind was enlightened. It was protected by the power of Li Delong and his wife to lead him to the first layer of the death coffin, and was reflected by the power of the blood elixir accumulated by the 8th grade blood spirit fruit tree for many years. Before the fetus was born, it happened that Li Yaozu realized a sword intention, received a sense of the remaining power of the sword shadow, and obtained characteristics. Innocent spiritual body. There is no threshold before the golden elixir, and the speed of practice is increased by 100%. Wow! In the delivery room, the midwife who had delivered the Li family's babies at the age of 30 was now nearly 60. She tremblingly handed the baby to Li Delong and his wife. Even she could feel that this child was extraordinary and said in a daze, "Master, Madam, our baby. Great-grandson Tianyi, he has the talents of heaven and man." Everyone in the Li family was very happy, because they all saw that when Li Tianyi was born, he was born with a strange phenomenon, and all the spiritual energy gathered around him. Li Shang stood up suddenly in front of the screen and stared at the children in the game excitedly. Our Li family has finally given birth to a proud son. Even Li Shang had to envy this child's luck. He still remembered that because she was the daughter of the Chen family, she was at the 5th level of qi refining, and because the descendants of the Chen family were withering away. Therefore, Chen Lin has been fighting with the Chen family. She has accumulated a lot of hidden wounds over the years. When she was 6 months pregnant, she almost lost her child. It was the many members of the Li family who used their magical power to activate the heavenly death coffin to protect the fetus, and he also used the ancestral hug to completely save the child. Moreover, Li Tianyi was really lucky. The pig demon king had a breakthrough in his state of mind, Li Yaozu had an epiphany, and he was there. Especially the spiritual roots, which are born with 3 spiritual roots, and these 3 spiritual roots are not simple. In addition to the ordinary 5-element spiritual root of metal and wood that reached 60 natural points, he actually also had a wind spiritual root that reached 78 points. Awesome! All members of the Li family were happy for the birth of Li Tianyi. Especially after hearing the news, the pig demon king of Yintilan was so happy that he jumped around in the valley with his child in his mouth for a long time. Li Yaoti, his wife, and his 7 children were used to it, but Chen Lin was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. Even Li Yaoqing and Li Yunlin who were outside were informed of this news. A letter was sent from a pigeon in the Li family, and Li Yaoqing paid homage to his ancestors outside the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Click on Li Yaoqing's profile picture along the event column. Li Shang saw the scene of the Thunderfire Devil's Cave again. This place of magic cultivation was riddled with holes, and he knew at a glance that it was attacked by monks. Moreover, at the Demon Cave, the number of monks gathered has reached more than 500, all of them are demon-killing martyrs from Taichung County and even surrounding counties. At this time, Li Yaoqing was still dressed simply and unkempt. However, outside the room where Li Yaoqing was in the picture, there was an injured person waiting for rescue. Although Li Yaoqing has been in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, Li Shang occasionally observes Li Yaoqing's current situation. This child, his identity is not simple now. Open the character history column. In the 49th year of the Li family, Li Yaoqing arrived in the Demon Cave. The Li family has been silent for 50 years. In 1951, Li Yaoqing began to save lives and heal the wounded, and became a famous pharmacist in the demon-killing team. Because of his miraculous medical hand, he could always save his companions. In 1952, one of the demon cultivators was seriously injured, and a demon cultivator who valued love and justice ventured into the demon-killing team to ask Li Yaoqing for help. She wrote back to the Li family, and Li Yaoan gave her an idea. From then on, Li Yaoqing rescued the members of the demon-killing team during the day and the demon cultivators at night, and his medical skills became more and more advanced. For rescuing people, he was rewarded with a low-grade magic weapon, a shadowless hairpin. Get rewarded, Tian Shin Sao. Get rewarded with ordinary skills, Tianshuan Circle Step. Get. As more and more poisonous herbs are cured and saved, and more poisonous herbs are found in the Devil's Cave, the trait, Miraculous Medical Hand, transforms into Great Doctor Without Borders. It becomes easier to understand the medicinal properties of unfamiliar herbs, medical skills are increased by 100%, and poison skills are increased by 100%. If we say it was the year of the war between the two sects that gained the most, it is definitely not Li Yunlin who became a direct disciple of Li Tianzong, but Li Yaoqing. She relied on her own right and left, and gained a lot. Even in the 53rd year of the Li family, Li Yaoqing prepared hundreds of medicines and refined hundreds of poisons, and gained some enlightenment. He combined the medicines and poisons into the body, and obtained the earth's herbs and the earth's rich qi to straighten his body, breaking through the middle stage of foundation building. And it's not just that. At this time, Li Yaoqing was kneeling down to Li Zhang's memorial tablet, his face full of innocence, without any of the scheming or caution he had when he was trying to get both sides. He was just like the child who happily touched the beast blood fruit under the beast blood fruit tree. Ancestor, the child already knows well, my son has a great talented grandnephew, and my Li family will have 1,000 years of continuation. As he said this, Li Yaoqing suddenly smiled. Ancestor, the child is promising. When the child saves people, they all owe the child a favor. No doctor can compare to the child. Even if they know it, they dare not say no to the child. This Devil's Cave is simply the world. The best place. Ancestor, please rest assured, as long as the children are well managed, our temple guardian beast will be like entering a deserted land if it enters the Devil's Cave. A warmth flowed through his body, and Li Yaoqing immediately knew that it was a gift from his ancestors, and he was even more excited. The corner of Li Zhang's mouth twitched. He seemed to understand now why there were more and more monks near the Devil's Cave, and there were not many deaths on both sides. The trait is, the great doctor has no boundaries, so a great doctor has no boundaries. As expected of Yaoan's idea. Looking at the current situation, Li Shang felt relieved about Li Yaoqing's condition, and then looked at Li Tianzong. A location appears on the map. Tianli Palace. After taking a closer look, it seems that only the successive sect leaders of the Lishan sect can enter this place. It is a dark cave, but it can contain stars like stars in the dark universe. Li Yunlin meditated opposite the sect leader, Taoist Junyang. Taoist Junyang watched Li Yunlin cultivate the sect's secret skills more and more deeply, but he frowned and asked, Yunlin, I heard that you received another family letter today. Li Yunlin slowly opened his eyes. He said calmly, yes, burn it. Yunlin has already cut off the worldly ties. It's just a member of the Li family who wants to climb a high tree. Don't pay attention to it. That's very good. Taoist Junyang nodded slightly, but was still doubtful. I heard that you often carry your ancestor's spiritual tablet. Right. Li Yunlin did not waver in the ancient well, silently took out the ancestor's memorial tablet from his arms, and shattered it casually. It is always with him, and it is also a part of cutting off the worldly ties. Now, even looking at the ancestor's tablet, Yunlin no longer commemorates the ordinary days. If you look at it as an eyesore, Yunlin will be destroyed. Ha! Taoist Junyang breathed a sigh of relief with a smile on his face. That's very good. Disciple, please know that the age of a Taoist is approaching in the blink of an eye. Only by cutting off the worldly ties can you practice. This is the truth of the Tao. Yunlin understands. Stay until night. Li Yunlin returned to the palace, vigilantly sensed the surrounding environment, and only entered the room after confirming that there was no other smell. He slowly opened the bed, untied the 36 magic circles, and revealed a large number of tablets engraved in it. He took one out, burned incense and knelt down to worship. How dare you, the old thief from Junyang, mess with your child's true nature. Please rest assured, ancestor, he recognizes the child as his disciple, and the child has never called him master so far. Hire has been in Lishan for a few years, and the elders have already respected him as the next sect leader. Last year, Qingyan County attempted to invade the family's headquarters, and Hire had sent 3 inner disciples loyal to him to lure him away. This time I heard that the 3rd child was born in a fight, and the gift from the child will arrive at the end of the month. It will give my Li family a trump card to survive in this battle between the 2 sects. Chapter 51. Okay, good boy. Li Zhang's face was full of affirmation of Li Yunlin. Every time he clicked on Li Tianzong before, he saw Taoist Junyang brainwashing Li Yunlin. They were just talking about ruthless love and cutting off the world of mortals. He looked like a member of a cult. Fortunately, Li Yunlin has been silent for many years and has not forgotten his original intention. Looking at Li Yunlin's past experience, it turns out that a few days ago, he sent a loyal disciple to deliver the treasure. Soon, as time flows faster, the full moon party for the Li family's newborn Li Tianyi has also arrived. However, this time the full moon banquet was not as lively as before. The 2 major families in Talon Town used to bring their direct relatives to the banquet to see if there was any chance of marriage. There were dozens of people who came, but now they have left. Talon Town. The Gu family in Qingping Town, as well as other business friends of the Li family, only sent a few important people. This has given the Li family enough face, because their clan members risk being intercepted and killed at any time to seize the treasure. Just waiting for the banquet to end. However, a group of people walked into the Li family from Xian village, with a huge momentum, about 100 people, and the strongest among them was Jin Dan. Among those people, one Li Shang still remembered. Lin Yishou, the mayor of Talon Town, who has ignored the severe drought for 20 years and has a wealthy family. There was a big fight in Talon's family, and they stayed behind closed doors and waited until they were done before going to the hall. The 2 sects caused trouble. Qingyan County invaded and the people were displaced, but they hosted a banquet for Qingyan County masters. This person has the appearance of a gentleman who is gentle, courteous, thrifty and accommodating, which leaves a good impression on people at first sight. But in Li Zhang's view, it doesn't matter whether it's to protect himself or not. As for this birdman sitting in the position of the mayor, sitting in such a stateless position, fawning over everyone, he is not worthy of the word human. Look at the person coming. Li Zhang's hand was already on the mouse, and he could take action on the ancestral tablet at any time. He even took a look at what was given during the last great ceremony in the ancestral hall, the Star Soul Seeker. They were 2 humanoid puppets with expressionless faces. They had stood with their eyes closed in the ancestral hall for more than 3 years, and they were already stained with dust. Golden elixir. Li Shang was not afraid at all of the golden elixir that came to the Li family. The Li family was also very nervous about Lin Yishou bringing the people from Wanghai Tower with Yun Shu, and the entire Li family was on alert in an instant. But Yun Shu Wanghailu, an old man in the Golden Core realm, with a white hair and a childish face, had his brows slightly raised and frowned from time to time, which was very complicated. We haven't arrived at Xian village yet. At a glance, he saw the blood spirit fruit tree that had grown to 12 meters. This thing has already grown fruits, has a little bit of spiritual energy, and the branches and leaves are swaying. The 8th grade spiritual tree has given birth to spiritual wisdom. If the new demon plant has enough resources to support it for hundreds of years, it can become a 7th grade tree, which is like a golden elixir. I just had an idea. Huang Shujin stepped on the ground and sensed that there was a magic circle on the ground. When his golden elixir soul entered the air, he felt that the entire Li family and even Xian village were enveloped by a large formation. This formation made the golden elixir in his belly tremble slightly. He couldn't investigate the formation any further, he only felt it was dangerous. Such a small family, why did they come to this formation? Huang Shujin squinted his eyes and continued to enter under the leadership of Lin Yisho. Within a wall, there were children practicing, and he recognized the practitioners from the information. His name is Li Yunbing, and he is also the breakthrough point for invading the Li family according to the intelligence. He is a rare fool. He practiced a qi movement fortune-telling technique. Although he only learned a superficial knowledge, even the elders of the Xuanwu sect came to ask him about his future. It's also a clever calculation, and he sacrifices his life so that Yunshu can have a place in Wanghai Tower. Now we can see that Li Yunbing's luck and opportunities are like white stones. He is the legendary golden boy and girl, pure white and unsullied, with a natural body of cultivation. This kind of people are extraordinary. If you want to kill him, there will be trouble in the future. Endless. Hiss. Huang Shujin took a breath of cold air. Going further, you will see the Li family Black Blood Hall, which has 500 members this year. They all wear black iron beast blood armor and are trained in military methods. If you read it right, they are all equipped with weapons, and everyone is filled with blood and energy. Although the highest level of cultivation is only the 7th level of qi refining, if you really want to fight them, be prepared to face a group of people who have experienced hundreds of battles. Kill embryos. He even saw the shadow of the word, Li, appearing on these people. They seemed to be willing to risk everything for the sake of the Li family. I was surprised that a group of ordinary people were so enthusiastic. Then I saw 7 big and small black bears. Oh no, those were people. The 7th son of the Li family, Li Yaoti. Among them, regardless of men and women, the energy is not as good as that of Li Yunbing. Life and energy are connected, and destiny is combined. Everyone has the resources for false elixirs. If there are resources, there is hope for golden elixirs. 8 fake elixirs in one class are as good as the golden elixir. Huang Shujin swallowed. Clang. Coinciding with the sound of forging iron, he unknowingly followed Lin Yisho to the forging pavilion of Xian village. The hot breath was evident, as there were craftsmen forging. On the 2nd floor, a man with a tiger's back and a bearded face stood by the window. This man was naked from the waist up, and his left arm could be seen as a prosthetic limb that had become a high-grade spiritual weapon. He was staring at him without any fear, obviously knowing his identity well. Beside him was an unusually strong woman with a square and kind face, yet still looked like a woman. Li Yaoti, are you the father of those bears? And that woman is close to building the foundation. She contains the Demon King pill, hoping to fly to the sky. Huang Shujin just glanced at it and then turned his head as if nothing had happened. But there was an uproar in his heart. A natural-born weapon refiner. His energy is only much greater than that of the weapon sect elders I saw in the county. He saw Li Yao's sledgehammer made of iron. He was approaching the door of the Li family, and he could even feel Li Yao's sledgehammer clanging against the metal. He couldn't even dream of such a weapon. Finally, a voice interrupted Huang Shujin's thoughts. A woman came. His appearance is as beautiful as the blessings of heaven and earth. Even though his body is warm and moist with spiritual weapons, his face is pale and he can only be pushed by the maid. Yao Wen of the Li family has met Mr. Huang Shujin, the owner of Yunshu Wanghai Tower. Yao Wen has heard about it for a long time. He is a powerful man in Qingyan. Yunshu Wanghai Tower's ears and eyes are spread across many counties. Now that I have met him, he must have the qualifications of a great sage. His words are like spring breeze and drizzle. But Huang Shujin remained silent for a long time. He had only seen Li Yaowen's weak energy in dying people. But with that little energy, he looked at people like evil ghosts, and he always felt like he was going to be torn apart by Li Yaowen. There are thunders from the sky above this woman's qi machine. It is a struggle between mortals and heaven. She is practicing the method of seizing the creation of heaven and earth to make her chi machine thin. Sir? Li Yaoan asked again. Oh. In an instant, Huang Shujin did not dare to be negligent at all. He changed from his normal tone when he arrived, speaking softly and reservedly, and actually bowed to Li Yaoan. Girl, thank you. If I am not mistaken, the girl is the fourth daughter of the Li family, Yao. Miss Wen, right. It's a blessing for Yaoan to be known to you, sir. Li Yaoan was polite. But Huang Shujin's palms were sweaty. He actually felt that as Li Yaoan became more and more gentle, the evil spirit above Li Yaoan was getting closer and closer. It's strange, this woman is like a plague. Huang Shujin was wary, and actually did not dare to stay in front of Li Yaoan any longer. He always felt that there was danger, but before leaving, he still had a thought in his heart and said to Li Yaoan, Yaoan's niece Wenkai has arrived, and she can observe the world, all things, and everything. Hundreds of families may be happy, angry, sad, or gain something. After saying that, he led the people and quickly headed towards the full moon banquet, not daring to stay for a step longer. Lin Yishuo next to her saw Huang Shujin acting like this and immediately laughed. Immortal Master Shujin is so gentle even when facing the enemy. Ha ha ha, if Talin Town is included in Qingyan County, it will actually be the top of Talin Town. Blessed. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Huang Shujin stared at him indifferently. Are you trying to figure out my thoughts? Before Lin Yishuo could explain in a cold sweat, Huang Shujin had already left in a hurry. On the contrary, Li Yaoan was still there, frowning and staring at Huang Shujin's back. You see my predicament, is it what I thought? Are you trying to please my Li family? She silently took out the ancestral tablet and murmured, Ancestor, can this person stay? ... There were many people at the full moon banquet, including the elders of Xian village. As Huang Shujin arrived with his people, everyone fell silent. Li Delong and his wife were still in the middle hall. When they learned that Huang Shujin was coming, they showed no respect at all. Snort. Seeing the arrogance of the Li family, Lin Yishuo narrowed her eyes and said, Master Shujin, I am also the head of a town, but the Li family and his wife have no face, so I don't have to save face for them. Master Shujin, please wait patiently, go down. The words have not yet fallen. Huang Shujin turned a deaf ear and just shouted towards the central hall with a smile on his face, here is the owner of Yunshu Wanghai building, Huang Shujin. I was passing by this time and heard that the Li family had a new son, so I came here shamelessly to make some friends. I would like to send you 3 gifts here. I wish the Li family will be full of children and grandchildren, and Liner will have a smooth and prosperous journey to immortality. As soon as this statement came out, everyone at the full moon banquet was stunned. They thought Huang Shujin came to cause trouble or to use his power to pressure others, but they never thought that he was just here to give gifts. Looking outside the house, hidden in the ancestral hall, Li Yaozu placed 2 Tianxing soul-seeking puppets at the door. He put his hands on the puppets' heads and was ready to activate the treasures given by his ancestors at any time. He was even more vigilant to avoid changes. Li Yaoti and his wife have already taken the magic weapon to call Yin Tilan, where the demon kings and spiritual beasts have all gathered on the edge. With a sound of Suona, all the beasts come to help and send the enemy to the ground. Li Yunbing and the 7 iron gates are ready to prepare, and if a battle breaks out, they will launch a large formation. But they originally thought Huang Shujin was going to give some bloody gift. He even thought about gifts such as heads and killing spells. But never thought about it. This is a gift. I hope there will be no such scoundrels with no talent or virtue between me, Yunshu Wanghailu, and the Li family. Huang Shujin's voice echoed all around the Li family. At the full moon banquet, heads fell to the ground. But it was the head of Lin Yishuo, the mayor of Talin. After being beheaded by Huang Shujin with a sword, the man's eyes were still filled with confusion. These 2 gifts are the sword of Yunshu Wanghailu. Anyone who obtains this sword will be regarded as a friend by the people of Yunshu Wanghailu and will not be an enemy. As Huang Shujin smiled and waved lightly, a long sword floated into the air to seize the spirit at his waist, and the sword body was engraved with a 9-story map under the aura. These 3 rituals. A copy of the sand table map. The Qingyan sect is about to completely occupy the 3 towns of Talin, Lanshan and Qingping. All attack plans are included in it. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind moved around him. In the sky above Huang Shujin, There was a spiritual energy carving a spiritual map, and the 3 routes to attack Taichung County came into everyone's sight. There was a smile on his face and he was full of confidence. But no one knows how powerful he is. In the main hall of Li's home, Li Delong and his wife are in charge, but something terrible is happening. He saw an indestructible rock, on which the fox demon bared its teeth and claws. And the newborn. It's just the full moon and I've already cashed in the elixir. If you want to be the enemy of the Li family, you must be prepared to kill them all, otherwise your future will be in danger. Just now, he also saw that his qi, which had always been rising, was declining sharply, and he almost died. The Li family, what the hell kind of place is this? Huang Shujin looked at the couple walking out of the central hall, holding their child, and smiled reluctantly. There were crowds of people on both sides, with red lights and streamers everywhere. But he didn't feel any joy at all, he just wanted to go back and be his landlord. Lord, are we leaving like this? At the Li family's full moon banquet, Huang Shujin and Li Delong chatted for a long time in the inner hall before leaving. There is a spiritual boat in the sky, a flying spiritual weapon. Huang Shu is cautious at the head of the boat, not daring to look back at the seemingly ordinary small mountain village below. The subordinates around him couldn't help but wonder. His building owner did extraordinary things. He would visit every battle and usually harvest a large amount of resources or engage in bloodbath on the spot. It was rare that he returned empty-handed. Huang Shujin stood in the wind, showing his noble demeanor. The way to survive in Yunshu Wanghelu is to make friends all over the world. The people in the Li family are all people who understand current affairs, and they are willing to be used by me, Yunshu Wanghelu. So that's it, the host is truly the most intelligent in the world. Hear the words. In the eyes of his subordinates, Huang Jinsho's back became more majestic, and they heard him continue. Send the order and tell all the families in Qingyan County that the Talon Li family is no longer a threat, and the Longhuman will be destroyed. No further pursuit. The Li family enshrines 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones every year. The subordinate was stunned again. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Master, in the past, other families did not offer so few offerings. Quote. How could the subordinates see Huang Shujin's expression? At this time, he was sweating profusely. He was not as otherworldly as he looked from the back. He was gnashing his teeth. He could only suppress his voice and said in a calm voice, I just appreciate it. With a little profit, I will be 20 next year. 10,000. The host's wisdom is unparalleled in the world. This great spiritual boat flew faster and faster. But everything he encountered in the Li family, and when he met Li Yaozu of the Li family again, the hundreds of feet of green front above his head were still vivid in his mind. As well as the ancestral hall deep inside the Li family, dragons and phoenixes chirped in unison. Such celestial phenomena had never been seen in the Xuanwu Gate. There are 2 unknowable existences within it. He just wanted to pry into it, but his lifespan was shortened by 10 years in an instant. After wandering around the Li family, 20 years of life were gone. And the 2 puppets Li Yaozu brought, each of them were aliens that could take his life. The spirit boat was sailing in the sea of clouds high in the sky, as if it were encountering rough waves. Huang Shujin finally smiled as he looked at his increasing energy after leaving the Li family. No matter how stormy the world is, disaster will always be one step away from me. Huang Shujin, the owner of Yunshu Wanghai Building, entered the Li family and met the members of the Li family. He felt warm and felt like old friends at the first sight. He had a detailed discussion with Li Delong and his wife and expressed his willingness to form an alliance with the Li family. Both parties regarded them as life and death friends. He also generously stated that he could deliver 100,000 spiritual stones to the Xuanwu Gate as an offering for the Li family every year. Congratulations, your family successfully solved the crisis from Qingyan County and received plus 1,000 incense. Is what Huang Shujin said actually true? Seeing Huang Shujin's flying boat leaving faster and faster, Li Shang released the mouse button that had been on the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python's head. The masters and the Jindan stage all have some skills. He thought that Huang Shujin felt the threat posed by the Star Soul Seeker and the Pig Demon King, so he had a fight with Li Jiashu, but he never thought that a pop-up window would appear on the game interface, which also represented an attack from Qingyan County. The crisis plaguing the Li family has really been lifted. Thinking about the reason, Li Shang was startled, and a prompt appeared in the event column. Your descendant Li Yunlin secretly sent a middle-grade spiritual weapon, the 8 Directions Formation Disc. 8 Directions Formation Disc. It can be activated by mana and spirit stones to seize the power of the earth and protect one party. Huh, is this the trump card that Yunlin was going to bring back to the family when we saw him just now? Li Shang couldn't help but flash a hint of joy in his eyes. The Li family has many magical weapons, and Li Yaoti can also make mid-grade magical weapons by himself. But there are only 2 spiritual weapons, and they are still the lowest kind. That is, the Qianjin seal, used in turn in the family, and the spirit god Xinsheng robe, used to protect Li Yaoan's body. At that time, monk Shankai also had 2 spiritual weapons on his body, but those things could only be activated by the power of Buddha. Li Yaoti had been melting those 2 spiritual weapons for who knows how many years. But with the strength of the Li family, it is impossible to melt it away with elixir fire. The Demon King also tried it, but as soon as its demon fire came into contact with the Buddhist spiritual weapon, it was bounced away. A medium-grade spiritual weapon can become the treasure of the Li family. Okay. Li Delong was overjoyed as he held the array plate. My grandson Yunlin already knows how to give gifts to the elders in the family. This child has really grown up. He and Shu Kuiwa both had smiles on their faces. They didn't care whether what Li Yunlin sent was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Even the lowest-grade magic weapon could make these 2 old men in their 70s happy. The same goes for everyone else, and the room is full of warmth. In the following days, because the Li family was backed by Yunshu Wanghai Tower and Yin Tilin was in charge, Qingyan County's attack basically did not cause any harm to the Li family, and Xian Village became the most stable place in Taiching County. As for Li Tianzong, it is no longer a problem. Li Yunlin is the true successor of Li Tianzong, even if there is no way to bring the news back to the Li family. Li Shang could also get the news through Li Yunlin's picture. In the 54th year of the Li family, the 7 sons of Li Yaoti practiced the Mingbian Shui Yin Gong together and gained a little bit. The 7 people began to walk around the Tianli Hall of the Li family Chamber of Commerce in Taiching County. They often performed chivalrous and righteous deeds and gained the reputation of 7 sons of the Li family Iron Gate. Acquire traits. Work together. When fighting together, strength increases by 10%. Your descendants become famous and receive incense plus 100. These 7 little guys have achieved something. Li Shang was also pleased for them. Although the youngest of the 7 sons was only 8 years old, they all inherited the chivalrous spirit of Li Yaoti and Bai Ruro. Looking at their titles, Li Shang murmured unconsciously, fortunately, their father's name is Li Yaoti. If he were called Li Yaogong, wouldn't he become the 7 sons of the anus? In the same year, Li Delong alone broke into the 2nd floor of the heavenly death coffin and died nearly 10,000 times. Feeling something in his heart, he went into seclusion to break through to the peak of foundation building. Li Yunbing is approaching the peak of qi refining and begins to retreat in order to break through and build the foundation. The 55th year of the Li family. Your descendant Li Yaozu has killed enemies with his family for many years, acquired more than 100 enemy swords, and acquired more than 10 kinds of sword skills. He gradually perfected his sword skills in the coffin of the dead, and began to retreat. Frankly speaking, if there is no big deal, the fake elixir will never come out. After the Li family gained the friendship of Yunshu Wanghailu, the masters gradually retreated into seclusion. Bai Ruro, who had given birth for many years, also recovered her body and was ready to achieve breakthroughs in seclusion at any time. The only one still struggling in the early stages of foundation building is Li Yaoti. Just clicked on Li Yaoti's profile picture. I saw the fireworks in the forging pavilion. Li Yaoti continued to forge despite his whole body being burned red by the hot breath. After many years of forging, Li Yaoti gradually realized a hammering technique, but he also faced shackles, which prevented him from hammering out an iron tool as strong as his ancestors, war puppet, nor could he forge a left arm that would make him happy. The trait of never say never makes him unwilling to give up until he breaks the southern wall. I'm still a little short of becoming an 8th grade weapon refiner. I can make top grade magic weapons and top grade magic weapons at my fingertips. Li Yaoti looks like a crazy man. Although he is usually carefree, when it comes to refining weapons, he will take it extremely seriously. Come on, Xiaoti. Li thought clearly that people who are obsessed with a certain profession are probably in this state. Their love for their profession is as fanatical as believers, and they are also true craftsmen. But now, the person in charge of the Li family's business is not Li Yaoan, but Li Yundo, the seventh son of the Iron Gate. Although Li Yaoti's children are all reckless, they are not stupid either. Especially with Shu Kuiwa watching, the Li family is prospering for the time being. As for Li Yaoan, the 40-year-old Li Yaoan is even more charming. He has a bun on his head and a white dress. He is sitting in a wheelchair, like a white lotus hanging down. The wheelchair is pushed by the maid of the Li family. Long after the Li family was out of trouble, Li Yaoan had already started traveling abroad and had not returned home for 2 years. The maids who followed her were all in their 30s or 40s, and all of them carried weapons. Occasionally, when I am in the mountain forest, there are experts who shuttle between the shadows of the trees to protect me. Fourth miss, if you go out again, you will be outside Taiching County. The maid on the side warned. Li Yaoan smiled sweetly. What? Is this Taiching County still a prison for you and me? The maid shook her head repeatedly. It's just that when you leave Taiching County, you leave our home boundary. You still say it's not a cage. Li Yaoan smiled even more. You think it's not a cage, but you don't want to leave Taiching. In fact, in your thoughts, you are already in a cage. In fact, in this world it's so big that everything is impossible to escape, and everything in the world is impossible to do. Only if you are not afraid can you break out. Fourth miss is a genius. I don't understand. The maid still shook her head. Li Yaoan didn't say much and took the Li family's maid out of Taiching County. Only Li Shang in front of the screen widened his eyes. With an exclamation, Li Shang almost knocked over the milk tea next to him. Is it really going to happen? He remembered that it was not that Li Yaoan couldn't practice. No matter how low his qualifications were, he still had the 5-system miscellaneous spiritual roots. It's because she has always wanted to practice literature and read books from all over the world. And now, your descendant Li Yaoan is already knowledgeable enough. Dian Shuanghelu Huang Shujin made some suggestions and began to step out of the comfort zone of the Li family, observe all things in the outside world, and sit and watch the joys, sorrows, and joys of the world. Over the years, I have collected the works of saints from all over the world, and even talented people in the world, and have already written the Tianxia Jing, which is divided into 9 chapters, totaling 99,999. Your descendants are self-enlightened and self-written, the first chapter of The Classic of Heaven. Common people, your descendant Li Yaoan's calamity is approaching. Hiss. As soon as the game prompt came out, Li Shang took a breath. Although he doesn't know much about Wenshu, he does know a little bit about Li Yaoan. She seems to have had a plan for a long time, and the plan is not trivial. Most people who are literary practitioners have studied the books of saints or the book of songs with great righteousness. But what about Li Yaoan? This guy directly created an article based on the world's works. It's no wonder that she hasn't been able to cultivate literature for many years. It turns out that it is named after the world, and the first chapter directly covers all people in the world. I practiced until I was exposed to a catastrophe. Li Shang scratched his head. He never expected that his descendants would anger God at such a young age. 58 years of Li family. Li Yunbing comes out of seclusion and breaks through the foundation building period. During the reign of Li Yundo, the 7th son of Iron Gate, he deceived all the people in Xian village to become soldiers. More than 4,000 people in the village were practicing martial arts. The whole village was clamoring to take up arms and dominate Taiching County every day, creating a mess. When Shu Kuiwa saw Li Yunbing coming out of seclusion, she took the opportunity to take her 7 grandchildren to the ancestral hall and beat them up, venting her bad temper for the past 3 years. Later, the position of temporary head of the family was handed over to Li Yunbing. Finally, a normal person comes out of isolation. Seeing that Li Yunbing came out of seclusion and still had 2 spiritual roots, Li Shang was somewhat relieved. During the days when all the masters of the Li family were in seclusion, Li Yaoti's 7 children simply broke his and Shu Kuiwa's hearts. These guys are not stupid, but they are not suitable to be family heads at all, at least not at this time. The structure of their heads and muscles are probably similar. It was Li Yundu's idea to make everyone a soldier, and everyone else also had an idea, which was nothing more than using force to strengthen the Li family's power. Look at the previous list of events. Your descendant Li Yunj attracted a large number of clients, but Shu Kuiwa found out that most of them were people with ulterior motives and killed them all. Your descendant Li Yunjin, she fell in love with a family treasure and tried to imitate her fourth aunt in planning a night attack, which almost plunged the Li family into chaos again in the peaceful days of chaos. Shu Kuiwa dragged her to the ancestral hall and beat her violently, but she finally stopped. Your descendant, Li Yunjun, saved a woman while traveling in the rivers and lakes, won her favor, and gave her a betrothal gift. Well, Junner is worthy of being a descendant of the Li family. Sure enough, a reckless man can't be the head of the family. Li Shang looked at Li Yunbing, who was already sitting on the head of the family, and felt better. He murmured, "The masters are all in seclusion. This is a blank period for the development of the family. We are just waiting for the masters to soar into the sky and come out of seclusion. There are a few brats who are always thinking about showing off their muscles, so it would be better for the simple Yunbing to sit in and not cause trouble." Look at the screen again. Li Yunbing and Shu Kuiwa were sitting on the main and deputy seats, and the 7 sons of Iron Gate were on the deputy seats. Among them, Li Yundu's wife Chen Lin was holding wound medicine to bruise Li Yundo, who had just been beaten back from the ancestral hall, as well as other brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law. Now 5 years old, Li Tianyi is not as big as the 7th son of Iron Gate. Instead, he is more like his mother Chen Lin. Although he is young, he already has the appearance of a handsome young man like Jade. He immediately jumped into Li Yundu's arms. "If you don't become the head of the family, then you don't want to be the head of the family." Li Yundo touched Li Tianyi's head and complained aggrievedly, "As for the beating so hard. Grandpa has never beaten any of us like this. It's your grandpa who spoiled you and turned you into reckless bears." Shu Kuiwa became very angry when she mentioned this. There are so many children in the Li family, and they all make her worry-free. They are in seclusion, and they are forging iron. Yao King from the Thunder Fire Devil's Cave is also getting good news. Even Yaoan, who has no cultivation, was able to kill people a few days ago. Send back 1 million spirit stones. Looking at Yaozu's 2 children, Yunlin is promising, the proud son of Li Tianzong. Yunbing is extremely well behaved, wise and foolish, much like Li Delong. Take another look at these 7. She didn't worry as much in her life as she did in the past 2 or 3 years. She had a lifespan of 1,000 years, but she had grown more than a dozen gray hairs in these days. Grandmother. Li Yundo wanted to say something else, but Xiao Tianyi raised his head and said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, stop talking. If you don't obey, not only will the grandma beat you, Tianyi will gossip with the grandpa, and the grandpa will also I have to beat you. Hey, my grandson is still good. Come on, let me touch you." Shu Kui smiled happily. Tianyi is not a puppy. Li Tianyi pouted and walked towards Tai Nai. Li Yundo was immediately unhappy. He gritted his teeth. The redness and swelling on his face made him gasp in pain, but he still said fiercely, "Okay, you stinky boy, you still dare to threaten your father. Why are you so mean to your child?" Chen Lin suddenly became unhappy. "If you are so mean to Tianyi, don't even think about going to bed tonight." A little bit. Li Tianyi sat in Shu Kuiwa's arms and stuck out his tongue at his father, making Li Yundu's face turn black with anger. The Li family, with these 7 big bears and this little genius around, was very lively. Wait until everyone is done making a fuss. Li Yunbing coughed lightly, glanced at everyone, and said casually, "Now, it's time to arrange the marriage of Yun Zhen. I looked at the time and we will get married in the month after tomorrow. Yundo has also reached the 9th level of qi refining. I will ask someone to ask Yunshu Wenghelu to buy the elixir, so you can go into seclusion and break through." As soon as Li Yunbing spoke, everyone looked at him and nodded repeatedly. Having just taken over as the head of the family, Li Yunbing still looked innocent. "Actually, our family really shouldn't mess around outside. My father, uncles and aunts are either in seclusion or away from home. There are very few foundation building experts in our family, and the world is in chaos. We should rely on Yunshu Wenghai Tower and Li Tianzong. It's better to recuperate in this troubled world." As soon as Li Yunbing said this, everyone looked sideways. Especially Li Yundo. He even cheated Li Yunbing of candy when he was a child. Li Yunbing didn't care about other people's eyes, and still said with a confused expression, "There is also the Black Blood Hall." Yundo has expanded the Black Blood Hall to 500 people, almost all of whom are above the 3rd level of qi refining. They cannot be left idle. Let them be idle. They went to Talon Town to occupy the mineral veins in Talon Town so that they could tell the new mayor that Talon Town belongs to our family. Grandma, there is also your spiritual beast academy. Isn't there a wind-breathing giant eagle in the Silver Iron Forest? Could you please find 500 of them, the kind that you rode before? In this case, the Black Blood Hall will cooperate with the gun at high altitude. Lin Zhen will be stronger. Recently, the connection between Yunshu Wanghai Tower and us has become closer and closer. Senior Huang Shujin is trustworthy. Our Li family wants to take advantage of the chaos to dominate Taiching, and our intelligence power is already stretched. So I would like to ask Senior Huang Jingxiu to come on. I hope he can send someone to guide us. Quote. Every word completely shocked everyone in the Li family. Li Yundo stood up in disbelief, walked to Li Yunbing, grabbed Li Yunbing's head and kneaded it casually. Tell me, who are you? Who took away my second brother? Don't make trouble. Li Yunbing shook off Li Yundu's hand nonchalantly and continued. Actually, our family is already qualified to become a golden elixir family, but we just don't have enough foundation. When Grandpa comes out of the coffin and my father, uncles and aunts all come back, I believe we already have enough upper-level strength. What we need to do now is to enrich the family's heritage and prepare ourselves for the future. As he said that, Li Yunbing looked at the 7th son of Iron Gate with a little worry. When you 7 have nothing to do, go and see 3rd uncle. I have been practicing weapon refining for 3 years. If you continue like this, you won't be able to survive even the foundation building period. As soon as these words came out, the 7 Iron Gates stopped playing around. We understand. The family is finally on the right track. Li Shang wiped the cold sweat from his head. Li Yunbing continued to talk about family development matters in an orderly manner, and Li Shang was actually not surprised. Although Li Yunbing was innocent at heart, he also acted very stupidly when he was a child, and he didn't even understand much about men and women. But this doesn't mean that Li Yunbing is really stupid. A child's heart is just pure and kind. At the same time, it also represents a very strong understanding, otherwise he would not have cultivated most of the martial arts in the Lishan secret code to an extremely high level. And, because Li Yaozu rarely paid attention to his children, this boy was brought up by Li Yaoan since he was a child. With his level of understanding, even if he only learns a little bit about Li Yaoan, he is definitely an extremely smart being. It's this appearance and his eyes that are a little confused all the time, which is very confusing. He seems to be born to play the role of a pig and eat the tiger. In fact, Li Yunbing did a better job than Li Delong and Li Yaozu. There is Li Delong's calmness, Li Yaozu's decisiveness and Li Yaoan's overall view. It's up to you. From now on, you're the only one who will do this. Don't even think about running away. Li Shang rubbed his hands and decided on the spot who would be the future head of the family. Seeing that the Li family finally put things right after the chaos of the 7 Iron Men, Li Shang felt relieved. He finally had time to think about his own affairs. Immediately, he looked at the incense value in the upper right corner of the game. 113,654. The incense is worth enough. Li Shang excitedly clicked on the martial arts skills of Li Yaozu and Li Yunlin. You chose Li Yunlin's martial arts technique, Xuanji Kung Fu, Miing Tian Kongbu. It is detected that the progress of the skill reaches 90%, and the incense value is 90,000. You chose Li Yaozu's Huang level swordsmanship, 100 Shadows Sword Light. It is detected that the progress of the exercise reaches 100%, and 20,000 incense is consumed. Do you want to study? In an instant, Li Shang already felt that his mind was clear, and the memory and understanding of these two techniques entered his mind like a tide. Bright small words appeared on the screen. Congratulations, you have consumed 110,000 incense points to learn the skills, Miing Tian Kong Step, and 100 Shadows Sword Light. Li Shang felt extremely mysterious. He had heard of the enlightenment, maybe it was like this. He learned the exercises along with him. In the game interface, the portrait of the ancestor actually appeared. His personal information also came into view. Li Shang. Realm. False Dan period. Spiritual roots. Yin and Yang. Spells and martial arts. Miang Tiankongbu, 100 Shadows Sword Light, Yin Yang diagram. Trait. Yin Yang gift. Fake elixir, this is his realm. After all, he is also a direct descendant of the Li family. He can take the Tianji Bowling Ling Dan, with incredible effects, and the resources he enjoys every month are the most precious ones. Even a dog can be trained to the depths. Those students in the school thought he had mediocre qualifications because they used their heads as urine bags. Otherwise, in a place like Jishenjuang, even if his identity is not simple, those uncles and aunts will not look at him differently. He doesn't deserve to live in number 1 at the end either. The teachers in the school would not ask him to play in any competition. And, anyway, he has never seen anyone more qualified than himself. Looking at Li Yunbing, who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in the game, Li Shang felt a little envious. He also had the ability to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but he didn't have this opportunity. Let's break through the golden elixir when we are free. Li Shang grinned and looked at another skill in the game. Ancestral moment. Use skills. The soul of the ancestor enters the game world, cannot attack, cannot be selected, consumes 1000 incense points every year, and the ratio of real-world time to game world time remains the same. There are several skills in the skill list, and Li Shang has mastered them in these days. Ancestral moment. According to the detailed introduction, his soul will enter the game and come in a special form, which is probably the same as entering a training room where the flow of time accelerates in the real world. For breakthroughs in cultivation that last for several years or even decades, this skill is perfect. Let's leave it for now. The value of the incense is not much. Besides, in a time of great chaos, I won't wait until the Li family is stabilized. There is no need for me to rush for these 3 or 2 days. Li Shang resisted the urge to break into the game world. After all, he is protected by the big bosses of Jixian village, and Boss Chi helps with business. Unless aliens invade, he is in no danger at all. The Li family's 60th anniversary ceremony is coming soon. A lot of good things happened during this period. Your descendant Li Yun saw that his third brother had married a wife and had children, and the whole family was happy. Then he worked hard to get a wife, and got to marry Shu Linger, a famous beauty in Xian village. Get incense plus 10. Li Yunjin asked the head of the family, Li Yun, to set up a military competition to recruit a son-in-law. Lu Zaichou, an 8th level Qi refining monk from Xian village, got his wish. Get incense plus 10. Your descendant Li Yunjun fell in love with Xiao Qinger, the rich girl he rescued. Although he was declined by Xiao Qinger's literary family, his hard work paid off. After the head of the family, Li Yunbing, invited Huang Shujin, Yun Shuanghelu, the head of the Xiao family was finally Li Yunjun was truly moved and agreed to get married. Get incense. These children are indeed reckless, but their spirit of daring to think and do also makes it easier for them to start a family and start a business. Li Shang can imagine that in the near future, descendants of the Li family will spring up like mushrooms after a rain. As for Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing, they still haven't met their sweethearts. But this is probably hereditary. When Shu Kui was sent pills to their father Li Yaozu's retreat and asked about it, Li Yaozu simply said a few words without interfering. Li Delong also made a trip out of seclusion for this purpose and lurked for nearly a month to find out whether Li Yunbing had any strange habits or had any physical problems. The final result was that the grandson was found to be a good hand as the head of the family. It was not that there was anything wrong with him, but he felt that his future wife should be as gentle as grandma, as sensible as the second aunt, and as capable as the younger aunt. So smart. After knowing his grandson's wish, Li Delong went back to lie down in the coffin with a dark face. He felt that his grandson would probably be alone for the rest of his life. This worry made Shu Kui's hair turn gray a few more times, and she burned incense for Li Shang in the ancestral hall every day. I pray that our ancestors will show their great power and bless their grandson Yan Linyunbing to get married and have children as soon as possible, so as to strengthen my Li family's business. Quote. Li Shang put his hand on the head of the purple thunder Tianyang python, and was stunned for a long time without being able to turn back. How about showing off his power to help them get married and have children? Li Shang really doesn't know how to help with this thing, but delivering a few silicone dolls during the big festival can do it. Soon during the big festival of the year, the Li family ancestral hall was overcrowded. The 60th anniversary of the Li family, the 10-year grand ceremony begins. Your descendants offer sacrifices to you, blood spirit fruit. You give a gift to your descendants 12 secret elixirs. Our ancestors have given us descendants a gift, please bow down to our ancestors. Even though he was very familiar with such a scene, Li Delong was still very excited. As long as it was a gift from his ancestors, even if it was scrap metal, he would cherish it with all possible means. Immediately, he led his descendants to kneel down one after another and said, "Ancestors, don't worry, I, Li Jiayao, are all extraordinary and can be considered a genius." The 9 members of the Yun generation have also grown up, and Yunlin has gone into seclusion in the Tianli Palace. Yun Bing has managed the family in an orderly manner. The 7 sons of the Iron Gate are all heroes, and the women are not inferior to their male counterparts. Li Shang knew all these things clearly, but Li Delong still told them one by one in front of the children, his face full of pride. At this time, he was like the old people who guarded the ancestral temples in his hometown during the Qingming festival and talked about their ancestors in detail. Everyone looked pious. However, this year's festival is different from the past. The 7 sons of Iron Gate came, but their wives were left out. Without him, as the family grew stronger, and the 7 sons of Timin and Timin were quite fatherly, Yun Zhen and Yun Jie were immature, and their wives were already pregnant, and they didn't know how many children they would have in the future. In addition, the elders of the Li family need to cultivate and have no time to educate, and they don't know what the temperament of these children will be. Li Shang had already asked Li Yunbing to establish family rules during this grand ceremony. I saw Li Delong, who had finished speaking his speech, holding a scroll in his hand. The Li family rules, please be reviewed by our ancestors. First, those who have not been recognized by their ancestors are considered outsiders and cannot enter the ancestral hall. 2. The descendants of the Li family are not allowed to tell outsiders the secrets of the family, otherwise they will be kicked out of the family. Third, future generations who are arrogant, extravagant and have no desire to make progress will not enter the ancestral halls of their ancestors. 4. After these rules were finalized, Li Delong asked Li Shang to review them. Li Shang also watched carefully. He clearly knows that as the family grows bigger, strict rules must be in place, otherwise there will be chaos. By the time the big ceremony was over, the Li family had new rules. Li Delong, Li Yaozu and others continued to retreat. The Li family's 60th annual festival ends. In the same year, Xu Linger was pregnant in 10 months and gave birth to a son, Li Tianshuang. Xiao Qinger was pregnant in 10 months and gave birth to a daughter, Li Tianyi. Congratulations, your descendants Li Yun are all pregnant in 10 months and have given birth to a son, Li Tianqi. It's so good to have a baby. Before the year was over, Li Shang was already standing up from his chair with excitement. In particular, there are reminders related to the development of the family in the event column. Your descendant Li Yun is 18 years old. He is very anxious to see that his brothers and sisters are all married. Therefore, Yadaner, a girl from Xian village who had found her childhood sweetheart, talked about the secrets of the house taught by her brothers and sisters. At the beginning of his love affair, Li Yunli took Yadaner to meet his parents, grandparents. Xu Kuiwa thought it was child's play when she bluntly said she wanted to sleep with Yadaner, so she casually agreed. Li Yunli dared to talk and do what he said, so he settled his life with Yadaner in the cowshed that night. The 5th pair. Li Shang was a little confused. In the past, it was very urgent for children to have babies, but now, babies are born one after another in a lifetime, and he can't even remember who is who. Especially at this time, Li Shang was not the only one who was confused in the Li family compound. Xu Kuiwa sat in front of the hall. In the past, she used to kill people with a knife and follow her husband to conquer the world. The most powerful woman behind the Li family is actually a little confused and painful now. She held a big fat boy in her left hand, a big fat doll in her right hand, and a wooden cart in front of her. 3 babies formed a direct chorus. In the past, when she took care of the children one by one and had someone to help her, she felt relaxed and happy watching the children cry. But now, you, Linger, Come here and take Tianshuang to Yunjie, and ask him to take the baby to his grandpa. The woman who was shoveling shit wiped the sweat from her head. Grandma, I'm not Linger, I'm Chinger, and my husband is Yun Zhen. Grandma, I am Linger. This is my child Tianshuang. Grandma, where is my baby? I can't tell the difference, Grandma. Li Yunjin, who had not even finished his confinement, was wearing black iron beast blood armor and opened the crotches of the babies one by one to look at them. The scene was extremely chaotic. Shu Kuiwa's face was full of despair, and she put the child down regardless of the shouts of her granddaughter-in-law and granddaughter behind her, walked straight to the retreat, and slammed the stone door next to Li Delong's cave. Li Delong, who was in retreat, also heard the movement and asked, "Daughter-in-law, why are you here in retreat? Aren't you a demon cultivator looking for opportunities? What kind of good life did I live in the past?" Shu Kuiwa said something that Li Delong couldn't understand, and then she smiled all over her face. "Master, it's great that the world is peaceful now. Ha ha ha. Our Li family is finally getting stronger. These kids are really great prostate warriors." Li Shang was overjoyed, and naturally he couldn't feel Shu Kuiwa's pain. As long as you don't take care of the baby by yourself, the baby will definitely be cute. Only now did he feel intimately the horror of the reproduction rate when the population reaches a certain number and does not plan to have children. When Yun Lai, Yun Qian and Yun Xing all start having children, tisk tisk. Li Shang felt that he could even imitate Yugong and move mountains at that time. Soon it was the second year. The 61st year of the Li family. Your descendant Li Yunli is married to Yadener. Get incense plus 10. As more and more children get married, the Li family has become accustomed to it. When the parents heard the good news, they temporarily came out of the retreat, drank the tea offered by the younger generation, and then went back. Moreover, Yadener also showed her pregnancy. After Shu Kuiwa came out of seclusion, she just glanced at Yadener's big belly, and her expression changed drastically. She only drank half of the tea and hurried back to the cave to close the stone door. My daughter-in-law Bairaro breaks through the barrier and breaks through the foundation building stage. It was also this year that the Li family had an extra foundation building period, and the female knight Bairaro came out happily. Helped the family take care of the baby. I was very happy in the first 2 days, telling people everywhere that I was a grandmother, but then I ran back to retreat with a dark complexion. My son-in-law, Bairaro, possesses the Beast King pill and vows not to break through the peak of foundation building and never leave the barrier. Have all the sons and daughters-in-law of my Li family already worked so hard? Li Shang was deeply pleased. This year's good news comes one after another. Especially Li Yaoti. This guy who had been working hard for several years finally stopped swinging the hammer wildly in the forging pavilion and collapsed to the ground panting. You used, Ancestor sends warmth, which consumed 20 incense points. Thank you Ancestor for the gift. Ancestor, the child is now, ha ha ha, an 8th grade weapon refiner. Li Yaoti laughed and cried. After years of forging weapons, who knows how many times he wanted to give up. He suddenly understood that he was like an iron tree. All his persistence and hard work were waiting to bear fruit today. Ancestor, look at my hands, look at this puppet, woo woo. Follow the direction pointed by Li Yaoti. Li Shang saw his silver prosthetic limbs, and the copper-colored puppet standing nearly 2 meters high with golden light in his eyes. Your descendants have forged weapons for many years and never give up. The blacksmith profession has advanced to 8th level spiritual puppet blacksmith. Generation Yao is the craziest generation in the Li family. It can even be said that he is the craziest person Li Shang has ever seen. Li Yaozu dared to kill people when he was only a few years old. At that time, his cultivation level was mediocre and he dared to single-handedly enter the Hu family's camp and kill Hu Wei. He could also create his own martial arts and was already a master of swordsmanship. Fellow drug practitioner Li Yaoqing directly had a fairy fetus. Li Yaoan simply refused to practice and became self-aware and wrote literary masterpieces. The third child's Yao Ti, the most talented person. He is addicted to blacksmithing and can't help himself. His cultivation progress has lagged far behind others, but now it's finally time for his fanaticism to bear fruit. Spirit Puppet Blacksmith, a special profession that combines the transformation of zombies with the coffin of direct death. the forging method of spiritual stones and najis, and the puppet forging skills. At least Li Shang has never seen such a profession in the real world. Li Shang didn't even dare to say whether this kind of technology was better than the technology of war puppets, because Li Yaoti was only at the 8th level now. What about the 7th level, the 6th level, or even after that? But this is also an extremely difficult path. After all, Li Yaoti now seems to be walking on an uncrossed road, groping forward. Ancestor, look at it. As Li Yaoti took out Li Zhang's tablet, the tablet floated up. Like a child asking for credit from an adult, Li Yaoti happily introduced the tablet to Li Shang. Hire knew that it was impossible to create the kind of regenerative flesh and blood inside a war puppet, but he found another way and thought of killing zombies in a coffin. Li Yaoti lifted off the copper-colored puppet mask that looked like an ancient heavy cavalry warrior. It was obvious that there was a zombie inside, and it looked a bit familiar. Isn't this the mummy of the Mad Dragon in Brothers Dragon and Tiger? This guy was a fake elixir when he was alive. He was drained of blood and spiritual energy. His physical strength is also at the peak of chi refining. Using a special kind of silk, you can let the zombies control the armor outside. Then Li Yaoti knocked on the armor, and instantly, these armors have become larger in a sci-fi way. Until the 2-meter-tall spirit puppet became 5 meters tall, full of power. Knock it again, and the lines on your body will appear and return to its original size again. The materials on it are broken into pieces using the Sumeru stone used to make the Naji. The main material is Tianline star iron, obtained from the Hu family's mines, up to the 8th grade. Besides, Li Yaoti introduced it crazily like a Frankenstein, his whole body trembling. My child has forged a top-notch movable magic weapon. After shouting, Li Yaoti passed out happily and gorgeously. Li Shang was so frightened that he quickly gave him a shot of Ancestor Sen's warmth. Genius. No. Li Shang shook his head, his eyes were shocked. Genius was no longer enough to describe this muscular man. Your descendant Li Yaoti, after many years of continuous forging with the spirit of never giving up, finally forged the best magic weapon, the 8th grade spiritual puppet. Breakthrough. Mid-stage foundation building. Acquired trait. Spirit puppet ancestor. When using spiritual puppet artifacts, combat power increases by 20%. Awareness of auras and puppets has been greatly improved. Awesome. Even after Li Yaoti was revived by the pharmacist from the spiritual medicine garden, drank the medicine to restore his health, and continued to forge, Li Shang was still extremely shocked. He saw the birth of a special profession. But in Li Zhang's opinion, this generation is not the home of the Yaozi generation. Even if they are not at home, they have become part of the family heritage. Only the old people in Li Yunbing knew about Li Yaoti's transformation into a spirit puppet. Mr. Yun was put on the bright side of the Li family. Blessed by our ancestors, I, the 7th son of the Iron Gate, will win the battle and defeat the enemy. Fighters, all, array, line up, move forward, march. Get into formation. In a valley, the 7th son of Iron Gate jumped up, took out the ancestral tablet from his arms and threw it into the sky. They surrounded more than a dozen people with a 7-star formation. Under the connection of true energy, 7 huge magic weapons exuded majestic spiritual energy in the formation and killed all the enemies. It was the Mingbian Shui Yin Gong. They had practiced for many years, and the 7 people formed an array with one body. They even have an exclusive pause. Forget it, it was the 7 black bears who were obviously embarrassed, but it was Li Shang who was looking at the screen who was embarrassed. Far away, Li Yunbing, who inherited the title of head of the family, stood on the mountain, not embarrassed by this scene at all, looking like a dull fool. Next to him is the head of the Qingping Jiyu family, Jiyu Kaming, who has been cooperating with the Li family many years ago and killed the Wu family of Lanshan in Yintilingkang. At this moment, a few strands of white hair had grown on his head, but he was still handsome and elegant. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw the operation of the 7 iron men. Xiao Bing, these 7 brothers of yours are really, heroes. What a hero. Grandpa Xie Ji praised me. Li Yunbing nodded dully. Is it over there? The words just fell. Ji Kaming raised his head and saw a spiritual energy floating in the sky in the distance. It's over. This time the harvest is still the same. Our 2 families will get half and half. In front of the screen, Li Xiong looked at the small words above the two people's heads. A prompt appears in the event column. Li family's 63rd year. Your descendant Li Yunbing has been in contact with the ancient Qingping family for many years. The ancient Qingping family took refuge in the Lishan sect and was controlled by the Su family affiliated with the Lishan sect. The Li family took refuge in Yunshu Wanghai Tower affiliated with Xuanwu Gate. Congratulations, your family has once again completed cooperation with the Qingping Jiyu family and intercepted the team of outer disciples of the Lishan sect who brought back trophies from Yangqing County. Obtain special event reward incense, plus 200. 2 years have passed in the game. Li Yunbing is becoming more and more aware of how to be a family head. He is also a 33-year-old middle-aged man, but he still looks like a young man, making people feel that he is not experienced in the world at first sight. Among the 7 Iron Gate disciples, Yundo and Yunjie have both broken through the foundation building. The other 5 people are all at the 7th level to the peak of Qi refining. 2 years have not made them lose their boyish innocence. Now in the family, the 7 sons of Timin are obedient to Li Yunbing. Grandpa Ji Yu was wrong. Li Yunbing shook his head slightly. Hear the words. A hint of fear flashed in Ji Yu Kaiming's eyes. Did your Li family want less? Indeed, the Li family contributed more this time. After the rest of the Li family rarely showed up, he had been cooperating with Li Yunbing over the years to intercept other forces, obtain resources, and develop together. This was also the way for their 2 families to survive in this troubled world. At the beginning, he was a little dissatisfied, complaining that the Li family sent such a young boy, wouldn't it be holding him back? But later he gradually discovered, this guy is much scarier than the Li Delong he came into contact with before. Li Delong works steadily, is honest and responsible. Li Yunbing is different. This guy is very pure. He only believes in one dead principle, and the Li family cannot suffer. To this end, he can do anything and fight for anything. Ji Yu Kaming even saw that in order to get information from an enemy, Li Yunbing could still put on his current expression, slowly lift the enemy up, roast the enemy's meat bit by bit, and feed it to the enemy's mouth. No, Grandpa Ji Yu. When we cooperated last time, you lost people, so the Li family won't get the gains this time. Li Yunbing looked innocent. On the contrary, Ji Yu Kaming became more and more vigilant. You're welcome, little soldier. Our Ji Yu family and Li family have been friends of life and death for many years. I, Ji Yu Kaming, cannot bear these resources. Li Yunbing didn't say much, then I won't give it to you. Quote. Ji Yu Kaiming's facial muscles twitched, and he suddenly felt that Li Yunbing was so straightforward, as if he couldn't refuse what he said next, so he might as well just accept it. As expected, Li Yunbing said, Grandpa Ji Yu is loyal to the Su family. I wonder how much Grandpa Ji Yu knows about the Su family. Ji Yu Kaiming's eyes gradually widened and he swallowed. What are you going to do? Years ago, my brother was under the sect of Taoist Huolin of Lishan sect. He was an inner sect and received great favor from Taoist Huolin. Unfortunately, the Su family had a direct clan member in Lishan sect named Su Cheng, which caused my brother to almost die. 12 years were lost to the public. Captain Li Yun breathed out. I thought this was just a matter of fact, but the Su family is still holding it against me and has repeatedly opposed my brother. I, the Li family, have no choice but to send the entire Su family back to the west. This. Ji Yu Kaming suddenly panicked, and his back was wet with sweat in a short period of time. After reaching the middle stage of foundation building, he had not been so nervous for an unknown period of time. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Master of the Li family, the Su family, but there is an ancestor of the Golden Pill. Xiao Bing knows. Master Li, does your family know? I asked the family members and they all know. Hey, my Ji Yu family has also been in a lot of troubles in recent years. Such a big thing allows me to think about it. Grandpa Ji Yu is my life and death friend of the Li family. If you don't want to go, just forget it, then the soldier will come back. Wait a minute, our Ji Yu family and Li family don't differentiate between you and me. The affairs of the Li family are the affairs of my Ji Yu family, I will do it. Ji Yu Kaming felt discouraged. He was really scared that Li Yunbing dared to tell him such a life and death matter so boldly. So if he refuses, will people like Li Yunbing let him leave with the information? Xiao Bing, take note of this favor, and Grandpa Ji Yu will go home with me. Looking at Li Yunbing's back, Ji Yu Kaming weakly followed with his sword. He let out a long breath and said, I knew I would have that half. Li Shang has been looking at Li Yunbing's picture. Soon the scene returned to Xian village. Today's Juran village is as peaceful as ever, with men plowing the fields and women weaving, blackbirds hanging in the forest and few visitors passing by, and the smoke from the front mountain reaching the Chai Fei. What a pastoral picture, but there is a lot more aura around it. At the end, the Li family compound becomes more and more grand, with pavilions and pavilions. Villagers from Xian village can also be seen occasionally entering, especially the Yanwu Pagoda, which has the largest number of people. But compared to before, the Li family now has too many rules. The 500 people in the Black Blood Hall are still wearing armor, and the weakest ones have reached the 4th level of qi refining. 100 of them are sitting on giant eagles soaring in the sky, monitoring the situation near Xian village. The birds and beasts in the Silver Iron Forest are not afraid of humans. They occasionally go to Xian village to wait for the villagers to feed them, or to fertilize the spiritual fields. It is extremely harmonious. In the Li family courtyard, there are more than a dozen maids and a dozen wet nurses taking care of the babies. There have been so many changes in the past 2 years. Li Shang looked at the event column. In the 61st year of the Li family, Yadaner became pregnant in 10 months and gave birth to a daughter named Li Tianying. 15-year-old Li Yunqin fell in love with Ji Yu Qingqing, the 6th daughter of the Ji Yu family, and they got married 3 years later. In the 62nd year of the Li family, Chen Lin was pregnant in 10 months and gave birth to a son, named Li Tianzi. Members of the Li family's generation, 9 born in 3 years. In just 3 hours, Li Shang was most familiar with the 4th generation of the generation, Li Tianyi. And at this time, Li Yunbing has already brought Ji Yu Kaming into the room for a detailed discussion. Not long after, a special event occurred. In the 62nd year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yunlin broke through the middle stage of foundation construction in Tianli Palace of Lishan sect. Wuchenzi, the master who died in Su City, felt increasingly threatened by Li Yunlin. During a sect training, he hired a fake elixir killer from the county to assassinate Li Yunlin. He was saved by your skill, ancestors' furious fury. Li Yunlin reported to the sect leader, Taoist Junyang, who said bluntly that there was no evidence and no nonsense. Special event. In order to eliminate the consequences of Su Cheng's death, Li Yunlin decided to ask the elder Wu Manzi to eradicate the Su family with 12 inner disciples, and remove Wuchenzi's minions outside the Lishan sect. You decide. I decided to kill him. Li Shang glared. Li Yunlin was Yun's biggest treasure. An hour ago, if he hadn't been quick, he would have almost lost his treasure. Although Li Yunlin had no intention of letting his family get involved, he even kept silent when sending the letter back, for fear that the Li family would be impulsive and do something that would destroy the family. Look at what a good kid he is. This is also a decision he and his family made after considering many aspects. No matter where you are, as an important member of the Li family, don't take it upon yourself when trouble comes. Move the mouse to the skill. Fight, dear ancestors. Remaining incense value 38,650. Our Li family is afraid of his golden elixir stage. My child, our family is your biggest support. L. Qingyuan County Wuju Mountain. Li Shang clicked on the map and saw where the Li family's enemies were. Wuju Mountain, where the Su family is located, can be seen as a mountain cut off in the middle. It is located on the top of the mountain and has many beautiful buildings and jade buildings. It is a large place where the family thrives. At this time, the Li family was already preparing to attack the Su family. After getting information from the Qingping Jiyu family and Yunshu Wanghai Tower, Li Shang was also observing the entire Wuju Mountain to obtain more useful information. The details on the map also became complete with Li Zhang's observation. The place where the Su family has thrived for 722 years. Family members, 3,286 people. One ancestor in the early stage of the golden elixir, name, Su Qingyan, lifespan, 342 years. Masters in the foundation building stage, 121 people, including 4 people in the false elixir realm and 13 people in the peak foundation building stage. Family formation. 5 ultimate trapped spirit formation, Bailing blue bird totem formation. Is it just that the Jindan family, which has just been established for nearly 100 years, already has such a profound foundation? Li Shang looked solemn. The Golden Core family is actually truly a family of cultivation. The Golden Core stage has a lifespan of 500 years and is so powerful that their family can already possess a large amount of resources. If a family survives for 500 years, it will basically undergo a qualitative change. That is to say, facing the newly emerging Su family, if they encounter the ancient Jindan family, Li Shang would not dare to make bold statements about destroying them. Before this, Li Shang knew about an old golden elixir family that has existed for more than 2,000 years. It has a double golden elixir and more than 120,000 family members. There are nearly 20 people in the fake elixir realm alone. It is possible to have a triple golden elixir at any time. Dan. This kind of Jindan aristocratic family often has very strong trump cards within the family. The clan members are spread throughout Qingyan County, and even the nascent soul stage has to give face to the other party. After all, with the strength of the whole family, many cards in the family, and its age, who hasn't made some terrible friends outside of their family? The Li family is the best example. When the family was establishing its foundation, there was an in-law of Jin Dan, and Li Yunlin was a direct descendant of Li Tian sect. A family that lasts for thousands of years may have more than 1 million descendants from generation to generation. No one knows what such a family hides. There are more than 3,000 family members. I really don't know when the Li family will reach such a point. Li Shang looked forward to it. Then he drew his sight towards the Li family's residence. At this time, family members also temporarily ended their retreat. Silver Tilan. The cave deep inside the Li family belongs to the category of Silver Iron Forest. Here, the children of the Li family practice in seclusion and can have the help of the group trait, Guardian of the Silver Iron Forest, which increases their practice speed by 10%. They have long sensed this. Important members of the Li family have their retreats here, and the caves are paved with precious spiritual stones. There are even millions of low-grade spiritual stones and tens of thousands of medium-grade spiritual stones buried deep underground. Over time, the Li family compound in Xian village is the official residence of the Li family. However, over the years, the Li family has enshrined their ancestors in the ancestral hall, the Lingbao heavenly coffin, the 8th grade blood spirit fruit tree, etc. Important items were gradually moved to the Yintilan cave mansion. Bang! After nearly 10 years of seclusion, Li Delong walked out of the cave. He took a breath of fresh air outside the cave before opening his eyes. The old head of the family, who has led the Li family for more than 50 years, looks middle-aged, but he is already 80 years old. The years have made his eyes deeper, and he has a somewhat otherworldly air, which makes people look at him. At first glance, Li Delong looks like a majestic mountain. I have been in seclusion for a long time, and it seems like a blink of an eye. Looking at the words above Li Delong's head, Li Shang slowly clicked on his historical information to see what Li Delong had gained. The Li family has been in seclusion for 55 years, and he has gained some enlightenment. He recalled the days when he struggled in the family, fighting wild boars, wandering in the forest, and the killings in the past 50 years. His characteristics are producing some kind of variety. In 1958, watching his descendants grow up, Li Delong gradually understood that the days of fighting and killing every day would become a thing of the past. What he should do now is to gain stronger power to protect his descendants. In 61 years, after the great sacrifice and seeing the emergence of the 4th generation of descendants, he finally understood the significance of being the 1st generation parent, and his characteristics changed. Characteristics: Wild boar killer and forest safari transformed together into Guardian of the family. When fighting the enemy, all attributes are increased by 100%. When practicing in the family, the training speed is increased by 20%. In 1963, Li Delong realized that he could break through to the peak of foundation building at any time. As expected of a man who can kill through a forest of wild boars. Li Shang gave Li Delong a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, Li Delong knocked on Shu Kuiwa's cave and shouted, "Daughter-in-law, you are out of seclusion." You have been in seclusion for these years without taking care of your children. You are so irresponsible. Not long after the bell rang, Shu Kuiwa's dissatisfied complaints came from Shu Kuiwa's cave. What does it mean to be irresponsible? Those little rabbits can have more babies than pigs. I can't tell who is who. Hey, head of the house, you should understand that we are old and cannot kiss every child. The cave opens. Shu Kuiwa appears, and now she is getting younger and younger. Her hair, which grew white when she was raising children a few years ago, has also turned black. Especially outside her cave, there were actually dens of foxes built. When the foxes saw Shu Kuiwa, they were like seeing gods, and they knelt down and worshipped Shu Kuiwa. Li Delong also understood what Shu Kuiwa said, not only Shu Kuiwa, but also as he grew older. Although I have occasionally gone out to see my children over the years, I gradually feel alienated from the new relationship with my children and grandchildren after 3 generations. He didn't examine the relationship between the couple and their great-grandson. He just pointed at the thousands of foxes outside Shu Kuiwa's cave and blinked. Daughter-in-law, you fox outside the cave. Master, let's see who can break through the golden elixir first between you and me. Shu Kuiwa smiled so hard that her eyes turned downward. Come on, except for the fox in your body, you are not yet at the peak of qi refining. Li Delong rolled his eyes. But Li Shang, who was watching the conversation between the couple, didn't think so. He clicked on Shu Kuiwa's profile picture. In the 61st year of the Li family, a fox felt the aura of the fox controller and came to worship. 100 foxes came to worship. Shu Kuiwa gradually meets the conditions for a fox master. Progress of 10,000 fox pilgrimage, 13%. Shu Kuiwa found a way to break through her qualifications as a fox master. As long as more and more foxes come to worship and meet the conditions for possessing a demon king's blood pill, Shu Kuiwa's natal spiritual beast can transform into a demon king. The only thing left in front of him is the demon king's blood pill. However, she didn't talk much to Li Delong and planned to leave a surprise for Li Delong. Immediately, the couple walked away again. Then I saw an open space near Silver Iron Forest. The ground here was covered with sword marks. Iron swords surrounded the open space in a circle. When the wind blew by, the sound of sword chants could be heard everywhere. Just outside the sword formation, both husband and wife could feel the sharp sword energy coming from deep inside. Yaozu's sword intention. A smile appeared on Li Delong's face. Okay, this kid has a murderous intention. Now he has been practicing sword cultivation in seclusion for nearly 10 years. Now, in this sword intention, there is no such violent murderous intention. It's a good thing. Over the years, although Li Delong was pleased with Li Yaozu's growth and gratified by Li Yaozu's filial piety, he still remembered the time when this child broke into the Hu family alone in order to avenge him. But he was also increasingly worried about Li Yaozu. As the Li family's enemies grew more and more, Li Yaozu's murderous intention became more and more intense. Now it seems that the stone in his heart has also fallen. Father, mother, a breeze passed by, and Li Yaozu appeared in front of the couple. Although he was nearly 60 years old, he still looked young, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Now his eyes were more peaceful. Just after bowing and saluting, when my eyes occasionally glanced elsewhere, it was like a sword passing by, and a leaf was broken by the wind. After practicing in seclusion for many years and practicing more than 10 sword techniques, Li Yaozu began to abandon his previous sword techniques and specialize in basic sword techniques. He began to realize that swordsmanship is not limited to killing moves, nor is it limited to blinding methods such as sword light. Swordsmanship should be simple. After observing Baijian for nearly 10 years, Li Yaozu understood that a long sword should have spirit before it can be used like an arm. His profession has changed, swordsman, transformed into sword sect, intersect with the sword. When holding the sword, spiritual power and combat power increase by 100%. In Li Zhang's view, it was natural for Li Yaozu to become the sword sect. There are also swordsmen on earth, who are equivalent to swordsmanship masters. Each of them has a unique understanding of swordsmanship. Their biggest feature is that they have created their own swordsmanship. As these 3 people came out, Li Yaoti's wife Bairoro also came out. Far away, Li Yaoti from Xian village came with 8 people from Li Jiayan's generation. The silver prosthetic leg on his left arm was particularly eye-catching. After this guy finished building the spirit puppet, he no longer had the craziness of blacksmithing in the forging pavilion and regained it. He lost his careless demeanor before. Look, you can tell who the big-hearted temper of the 7 iron gates comes from at a glance. Dad, mother, eldest brother, daughter-in-law, ha ha ha, come and see my arm, there are benefits to having it broken. From now on, our family will no longer have to worry about anyone missing arms or legs. Quote. Everyone subconsciously ignored Li Yaoti's nonsense. The current head of the family, Li Yunbing, walked up to the crowd and saluted the elders. He had been the head of the family for several years, and now he could see the family elders coming out to take charge of the overall situation again. He felt relaxed all over. Yunbing, your head has done a good job these years, but you must also remember that you must not let your practice fall behind. Li Delong patted his second grandson on the arm. Others also smiled at Li Yunbing. Over the years they have been practicing in seclusion. Li Yunbing has always been able to find the necessities they need through family influence and plundering outside. Kid, remember this. Li Yunbing nodded repeatedly. This time, even Li Yaozu looked at his second son with admiration and touched Li Yunbing's head. My son, when you grow up, you will look like me. A simple sentence made Li Yunbing's eyes turn red. Growing up, he spent more time with anyone than with his father. At that time, he thought his father didn't like him because of his mother's affairs. But when he grew up, his fourth aunt told him that his father was feeling guilty. When he grows older, Li Yunbing will understand. Perhaps after my mother was kicked out of the house that day, the saddest thing was my father. From that day on, my father never looked for a woman again. Every time his father looked at their brothers, it was like seeing his mother, which would awaken memories of the past. He could only continue to practice and practice swordsmanship. Dad, the children are already 34. Li Yunbing showed a rare hint of childishness after becoming the head of the family. Ha ha ha, Li Yaozu suddenly burst out laughing. Even if there are 304, you are also my good son. Li Yunbing looked at his father who was as straight as a sword with a silly smile. The grudges of the past were blown away by the wind in the laughter of father and son. Everyone in the Li family showed warm smiles when they saw this. Soon the group arrived at the place where the Pig Demon King was. Today's Pig Demon King seems to have grown bigger. Li Yaoti's fourth generation Tianzi generation was being led by the demon beasts of Yintilan around the Pig Demon King. I have to say that the Pig Demon King is really good at raising children. Whenever a child cries, those spirit beasts can always make the child laugh. She is simply the best nanny of the Li family. Occasionally, they would feed raw meat to the children. Anyway, the seventh son of Timan of Yun generation grew up eating raw meat, and each one of them was as strong as a black bear. Grandpa, please don't let the spirit beast carry my brother up to heaven. What if he falls down? You big cock, what are you doing? Are you breastfeeding my sister? What? Spiders can feed, why can't you? Spiders have milk, but you don't, you are still a male. Please, Grandpa, that big toad swallowed my brother into his stomach, and his body is not so warm and nurturing. I'm afraid. Quote. Just arrived at Silver Tilan Valley. Everyone in the Li family saw the eldest son of the fourth generation, Li Tianyi, running around anxiously. The spirit beasts around the Pig Demon King were taking care of their babies. They seemed to have their own way of doing things. But everyone in the Li family seems to be used to it. The Pig Demon King lowered his head and said in a harmonious voice, Tianyi, wasn't this how your grandfather brought you here? Quote. Little Li Tianyi wanted to cry but had no tears. He was indeed brought up like this, but only those who have experienced violent storms will want to hold an umbrella for others in bad weather. He really didn't understand how his father and 6 uncles managed to survive back then. Anyway, after he became a little more knowledgeable, he knew that raw meat was not tasty, being eaten by monsters was a bit scary, and there was a risk of being melted, falling from the sky felt uncomfortable, and breaking his leg hurt. After all, I have broken my bones 26 times as long as I can remember. Li Tianyi is now worried about his younger brothers and sisters. He stays at his grandfather's house all day long, for fear that his younger brothers and sisters will be spoiled. Ha ha ha, in-laws, I haven't seen you in years. A rich voice made Li Tian very happy. He turned around and saw his family members. Grandpa, Grandpa, have you left seclusion? It had been too long since he had seen the elders in these families. Then he saluted his family members one by one and walked over to let the elders take turns to touch their heads. I happened to see a little sister being carried by a monkey, jumping on a tree, and suddenly disappeared. Just when I was about to complain to my grandpa, his little face fell. Li Delong looked at the fourth-generation children playing with the spirit beasts with relief. Thanks to you, dear, our family is very busy, and these children are very happy to be taken care of by you. They are really strong. Quote. Li Tianyi turned to stone. Looking at the very satisfied expressions of his elders, he couldn't tell for a moment, am I really being too hypocritical? Or is it the most correct thing for our children of the Li family to be brought up like this? Method. But in this way, will you really not be played to death? At this time, Li Delong had already walked in front of the Pig Demon King. Li Yunline's current predicament was told. The Pig Demon King was immediately furious. I have taken care of that child Yunlin for 2 years. I have told you a long time ago that Li Tian sect is not a good place, so Yunlin should not be allowed to go to Li Tian sect. Now Yunlin he was also assassinated by someone sent by the elder of Li Tian sect. That elder of Li Tian sect was so audacious. Are you going to destroy the Su family this time? In-laws, please allow me, old Zhu, to get ready. All the monsters in the Silver Iron Forest will come out, and it will be easy to destroy his newly established Jindan family. Don't worry, in-laws. Li Delong stopped the Pig Demon King who was about to summon the Silver Tilan monster and said, I came here this time in the hope that my in-laws can help take care of the family property while our Li family's masters are at their best. What else does the Pig Demon King have to say? Li Delong then said, after all, the Su family is still the minion of the elders of the Lishan sect. It is always inappropriate for Yin Tilan to go out with a huge force. If you go, the Demon King's evil spirit will not dissipate, and the Lishan sect will think that you are causing harm to the world. It's a big deal. The Pig Demon King then gave up and nodded, that's the truth. Go ahead. As long as I, the old pig, are here, no one can touch my grandsons. By the way, do you want to bring a monster? Li Delong shook his head, the in-laws are interested, it's just the Su family, my Li family is no longer as lonely as it used to be. Thunderfire Demon Cave. Li Zhang's picture cut to this place. Everyone in the Li family is rushing to Qingyuan County. The Su family is a Jindan family. Although they are sure, they still need a long time to prepare. I saw that this place of demonic cultivation is now in a rare harmony. The ground of the Devil's Cave, which was originally like hell, has been leveled clean. There is the entrance of the Devil's Cave under a big peach tree, and there are bursts of yin fire inside. In the distance, monks from all over the world established camps that became larger and larger, even forming a town and setting up formations in the town. I've been fighting for almost 18 years. Li Zhang's mouth twitched, but he had been paying attention to Li Yaoqing over the years and knew what was going on. Look at the details on the map again and everything becomes clear. Thunderfire Demon Cave. There was a demonic cultivator causing trouble in Taiching County, and the Lishan sect took the initiative to send people to the Thunderfire Demon Cave to destroy the demonic cultivator. As time went by, the monks discovered that the formation on the Thunderfire Demon Cave was not simple, and even the Golden Core stage could not easily crack it. They gradually discovered that this demon cave was the gathering place for demon cultivators in Qingyuan County. For 5,000 years, demon cultivators gathered together to form an underground world. There are probably tens of thousands of demon cultivators in the demon cave, and they use the natural magic circle of the demon cave to gather the grievances of the entire human race in Qingyuan County for their own use. Li Tianzong knew that he could not be an enemy. For 17 years, he gathered righteous monks from all over Qingyuan County to guard the demon cave, but they did not dare to enter to prevent the demon cultivator from entering the world and harming others. Over time, the monks from the Thunderfire Demon Cave formed an alliance, the Demon Conquering Alliance. This matter is getting bigger and bigger. Li Shang waved his hand helplessly. The people from Li Tianzong just wanted to get rid of ordinary demon cultivators, but who knew they would pull out a big one. And at this time, in this late night, Li Yaoqing, who had been away from home for many years, was preparing herbs in a hut on a high mountain outside the Demon Alliance to heal the demon cultivators. The demonic cultivator in front of him was no different from an ordinary cultivator, except that his eyes were red and there were black mysterious lines on his face. Thank you, sir. In this battle, I was seriously injured by those despicable old masters from the demon-conquering sect. If it hadn't been for it, sir, I'm afraid it would have taken me more than 10 years to recover. The demon cultivator smiled at Li Yaoqing, but the black spiritual energy on his body surged, and his eyes gradually became fierce. You can feel the murderous intention of the demon cultivator. Li Yaoqing looked like he was used to it, and rubbed his messy hair. She was now 56 years old, but she didn't look old. She just had drooped eyelids, as if she couldn't cheer up at any time. She waved her hands casually and said feebly, "You guys, these demonic cultivators are all like this, and they have to do this after treating your injuries." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic cultivator had no murderous intention on his body, his face was extremely painful, and his true energy was withdrawn, and he remained silent. The surrounding vines were surrounding Mo Shu at some unknown time. "Sir, the demon cultivator looked ugly, with regret on his face. He clearly felt that Li Yaoqing had poisoned him silently while treating him. With the help of these vines coming from nowhere, he would die even with his golden elixir cultivation. Li Yaoqing didn't even look at him. "Okay, you don't need to apologize to me. I've seen this too many times. You can go back and work hard for half a month to get rid of this poison. Just keep the reward. Remember, you still owe me a favor. I can have it back at any time." Ming, understand. The demon cultivator watched the vines disappear and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gave Li Yaoqing a bag of elixirs from the demon cave and walked out the door. Li Yaoqing also quickly heard the exchanges between the demon cultivators and his companions outside. "Assholes, why are you laughing? Did you know what Mr. Yaoqing is capable of? You didn't even ask. If you had asked earlier, I would have told you that we have all suffered. Then let me ask again, what if I owe a favor and don't pay it back? We in the demon cave owe Mr. Yaoqing as much as 800 if not 1,000. What do you think?" After a while, the 3 demon cultivators walked into the hut and saluted Li Yaoqing respectfully. "Mr. Qijin, according to your instructions, the 3 of us have sent the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python to the depths of the Thunder Fire Demon Cave to be subjected to the Thunder and Earth Fire. After tempering, now the Purple Thunder Heavenly Sun Python has entered the crater and is undergoing transformation." "Thanks." Li Yaoqing waved his hand and asked the 3 demon cultivators to leave. Then he took out the ancestral tablet and said with an aggrieved face, "Ancestor, Yaoqing is homesick. Yaoqing has not attended the big ceremony twice, please don't be angry. See this. You used, Ancestor sends warmth, which consumed 20 incense points." Feeling the warmth in his body, the fatigue of the day disappeared instantly. Li Yaoqing suddenly became energetic and said, "Ancestor, you have manifested your spirit again, great." Seeing Li Yaoqing kneel down in joy, just like every time he sent her warmth before, and started to talk about the past few days in front of the ancestor's memorial tablet, Li Shang had a smile on his face. In this world, Li Yaoqing is like a fish in water and grows rapidly. She is the one who contributes the most to the family. Even the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python has met the conditions for transformation. In the 55th year of the Li family, Li Yaoqing saved countless people, and gained a reputation among the demon cultivators of the Thunder Fire Demon Cave and the Demon Subduing Alliance, the ultimate pharmacist. In 57 years, the 8th grade potion, Po Jing powder was refined, which increased the chance of monks in the Qi refining stage breaking through to the foundation building stage by 10%. In 61 years, Li Yaoqing figured out the situation in the demon cave and used the favor of the monks in the demon cave to threaten him. He ordered the demon cultivators to bring the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python into the depths of the Thunder Fire Demon Cave and bathe it in the thunder and earth fire. Now, the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python, which has contributed so much to the Li family, has also begun to transform, and all it needs is a demon king's blood pill. Ancestor, I heard that something happened in the family. Please rest assured, as long as the ancestor gives the order, Yaoqing will order people to pacify the Su family. Li Yaoqing's voice suddenly became fierce. Even though she was far away from home, Li Yaoqing still knew about her family's affairs. No one could touch her family, not even Li Tianzong. The picture appeared in Qingyan County City Southeast Corner Private School. In the largest city in Qingyan County, there is a private school that teaches poor children to read and practice calligraphy. At this time, in the private school with simple conditions, the sound of children reading was loud and clear. The person teaching is none other than Li Yaoan in a wheelchair. Li Yaoan is 48 years old. She used to be a sickly girl as beautiful as a snow lotus, but with the help of the Li family's elixir, she has not aged terribly. But now, after being away from home for many years, she suddenly began to look older, with wrinkles gradually appearing on her face, her hair becoming dull, and white hair growing out along the vines of time. Somehow, her eyes were covered with white cloth. In the 55th year of the Li family, Li Yaoan saw the beautiful scenery of Qingyan County. In Qingyan County, she established a killer organization called Chen Shi, with the help of masters brought from her family to collect money and send it back to her family. In 1956, Li Yaoan became a piano player and played the piano in tea houses. In 1957, Li Yaoan became a peasant woman selling vegetables. In 1958, Li Yaoan became a. In 1962, the disaster befell God, which tortured her soul and made her unable to see. These students have just left private school. Ahem. Li Yaoan coughed, and the handkerchief covering his mouth was filled with frightening blood. Fourth miss. More than a dozen maids appeared in this small private school. The leader was filled with worry when he saw Li Yaoan in such a state. Li Yaoan shook his head. It's okay. How is the situation at home? The maid said. I checked. Young Master Yun Lin was assassinated, and he is leading the sect's middle stage Jindan elders to eradicate the Su family. However, young Master Yun Lin seems to have fallen into the Su family's trap. Fortunately, the masters of the family have gone to the rescue. The fourth miss, are we going to use Chen Zai's forces to eradicate the Su family? Li Yaoan's expression remained unchanged and he just asked the maids to leave. She slowly took out the ancestral tablet. Next moment, Li Shang was in front of the screen and saw the pop-up window on the game screen. Your descendant Li Yaoan is reporting to you all the information about the Su family, as well as the trap distribution map. Your descendant Li Yaoan sent you information. She said that in just 2 months, Chengxi's killer can die for the family. Your descendant Li Yaoqing sent you information and asked if you need assistance from Thunderfire Demon Cave. Seeing the news from Li Yaoqing and Li Yaoan through various channels, Li Shang had a smile on his face. He suddenly seemed to feel the charm of his family. Both Yaoqing and Yaoan are far away from home. Yaoqing is attacked by demonic cultivators every day. She is not good at communicating with people. Before, she only got along with plants, but now she is able to fight against all kinds of powerful enemies that are dangerous on both sides. Bye. Yao Fen has been fighting against the calamities befallen by heaven. Even if he uses ancestors' warmth and ancestors' embrace to maintain his life, he looks like he is dying. He has no power to restrain the chicken, but he still uses this method. A weak body created a strong organization. They are all using their own ways to contribute to the family. No matter when and where you are, I have received your thoughts. Although you are not here, my ancestors, I will take your place and win this battle. The Li family will be invincible. Li Shang was so focused as never before that he sat up from the bed. Even the roast duck next to him no longer smelled good, and he looked solemnly at the 500-inch big screen. Cuckoo. Above the clouds, a group of 13 men in black were walking with swords, but they heard a bird chirping in the distance. The leader had a clear face, a look of surprise flashed on his face, and he waved his hand to stop the people around him. 100-mile pigeon that shuttled through the clouds fell into the hands of a young man. If not Li Yunlin, who else could this person be? Yunlin, why is this monster looking for you? The old man beside Li Yunlin was a little surprised. Li Yunlin's face was complicated. Elder Chu Li, this is the demon beast Baili pigeon in my clan. It travels thousands of miles in a day and can find popularity. It should be a message from my clan. Oh, Elder Chu Li was not surprised either. Li Yunlin was the proud son of heaven. He had obtained the true inheritance of Li Tian sect and could reach the peak of foundation in less than 10 years. Especially with the 9 spirits' strange fire, there was no such thing as a fake elixir when he broke through. The next sect leader must be Li Yunlin. It's normal for small families like the Lee family to want to climb high, it's just wishful thinking. But he still used his mind to check what messages were sent from the Lee family. After a while, Elder Chu Lee said with a playful look on his face, "Young Lin, your tribe is quite interesting." If it weren't for the fear of getting into trouble with Li Yunlin, Elder Chu Lee would have laughed out loud. The Li family actually sent a message and told Li Yunlin to do what he wanted to do, but he must remember that there is a Li family behind him. What is the Li family? A family that has risen in the mountains and wilds, has only been established for more than 60 years, and whose descendants can only be more than 20 years old. Harlequin. It's very interesting, Li Yun replied calmly. He saw the teasing in Elder Chu Lee's expression and heard the disdain in his words. Immediately, he released the Bili pigeon, glanced at Elder Chu Lee, and took the lead to move forward. There was a glimmer of polish in his eyes. I didn't pass the news on. How did the clan know about my difficulties? Are my ancestors paying attention to me? This letter was sent by Yun Bing. He has gradually become like the fourth ant. He should know that all the letters coming from him cannot escape the eyes of the elders, so he usually does not say everything he says. There is no deep meaning. That is, the family sent me help. Li Yunlin thought about the meaning of the message and touched the ancestral tablet in his arms. He suddenly felt extremely at ease. He knew from beginning to end that his family was his most solid backing. Interesting. It will be more interesting when you meet us. Li Shang looked at the words on the heads of this group of people and didn't pay much attention to them. He was also a little relieved that Li Yunlin was right to remain calm. After all, Li Yunlin is in Lishan sect, so he is like an undercover agent and has the qualifications to be the boss. Every move he makes is under the attention of others, and the pressure he endures every day is only much more than that of Yao King and Yaoan. Seeing Li Yunlin approaching with the Li Tianzong clan, Li Shang looked at the Li family and his party. At this time, they have entered Wuju Mountain. In this Wuju Mountain, like the Li family's Juran village, it has become a town of its own. The Su family has more than 3,000 descendants, and together with the Su family's vassals, there are more than 20,000 people in the entire Wuju Mountain. Li Delong and his wife went straight into Wuju Mountain. As soon as they approached, they had already touched the Su family's formation. It seems that they also have a method similar to the way the Li family carves tattoos on their own bodies to identify whether they are one of their own. The couple quickly made their intentions clear and bluntly stated that they wanted to negotiate with the Su family, and were soon taken into the Wuju Mountain. As for the others, they are outside the large formation where Wuju Mountain senses the enemy. It's a bit troublesome to reach the 8th level. Li Yaoti grinned. In his eyes, the entire Wuju Mountain was guarded by the black and yellow energy. Formation knots emerged on the ground of the Wuju Mountain, forming a huge circular formation. A formation disc suddenly appeared in his hand. Within the formation disc, a ball wandered over various mysterious fonts, and finally landed on one place. But it's not a big problem. I should be able to catch up. Your descendant, Li Yaoti, is using the top-quality magic weapon, Array Destruction Xuanling Plate, to find the core of the array and destroy the 8th grade magic array, 5 Ultimate Clan Protector Array. Array Destruction Xuanling Plate, specialized in breaking magic formations. When encountering formations, the Xuanling disc will issue a warning if the formation is destroyed. It was Yao King who helped. Li Shang grinned. His family didn't have this thing, but Li Yaoking had been operating it in the Thunderfire Demon Cave for more than 10 years. Because there were various magic formations before the Thunderfire Demon Cave, there were also many formation masters there. This thing was also the reward that Li Yaoking got after saving an 8th level formation master. Moreover, people from the Li family can also feel the existence of formations outside the Su family. After reaching the foundation building stage, most monks actually know some knowledge about formations, alchemy, talismans and seals. It's just that if you want to master these things, you need a lot of knowledge reserves, and if you want to refine them, you also need talent and years of accumulation. This also faces a problem. If a monk in the chi refining stage wants to become a weapon refiner, it is very likely that the magic weapon has not been forged because he has no time to practice and cannot break through, and the person will be dead. For example, a golden core monk may not necessarily become a 7th grade weapon refiner, but a 7th grade weapon refiner must be a golden core monk. They are often gifted beings. And Li Yaoti happens to be such a talented and intelligent being. While he is refining weapons, he also needs the support of formations, and he is a 9th grade formation master. Just waiting for you to break through the magic circle. Li Shang saw Li Yaoti breaking the magic circle, so he turned his attention to Li Delong and his wife. After all, Li Shang didn't want the incident where the Li family brought people to their home to kill him, to happen to one of his own. Su family courtyard. The vision changes. After all, it is a big family that has been inherited for more than 700 years, and the Su family compound is extremely majestic. Li Delong and his wife, led by members of the Su family, went to the hall of the Su family compound and met with Su Jinming, the head of the Su family. By observing the Su family's aura in the hall, Li Delong also obtained information about them. The head of the Su family is on holiday. Among them were an elder at the false elixir stage, one person at the peak of the foundation building stage, 3 foundation building masters, and several juniors from the Su family. Several people introduced each other and chatted for a while. Li Delong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got straight to the point and sighed. "Hey, Brother Jinming, I'm here to apologize to you this time." "Apologize?" Su Jinming was stunned. "Right." Li Delong smiled bitterly and said, "My grandson Li Yunlin had a grudge with your Su family and Su city many years ago. Most of the young people are very angry and have no sense of proportion in fighting and killing. But let me tell you, once this is explained clearly, it's easy to handle. Your family, Su Cheng, was at fault first, and my grandson was also at fault for killing. Let's do it this way. 500,000 spiritual stones will be a problem between you and me. Your Su family should tell me that you will no longer participate in the fight against my grandson. How about things? What do you mean? After all, the head of the Su family has lived for more than 100 years, but he remained calm and still drank tea. Moreover, the Su family is now setting a trap to kill Li Yunlin. There is something wrong with the Li family coming to the Su family at this time." Now he was even more confused. The information he received did not say that the Li family would come, but he did not believe this was a coincidence. At this time, Ma family Yunlin is coming with Elder Chu Li of Li Tian sect. Li Delong was also unambiguous. Having lived to his age, he knew that there was no need to hide some things. Elder Chu Li is in the middle stage of the golden elixir. It is not difficult to kill your ancestor who has just entered the golden elixir. Seeing the head of the Su family frowning, he slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea slowly. "I know more. My Yunlin was assassinated. Elder Chuya of the Lishan sect asked you the Su family is looking for a killer." The head of the Su family looked increasingly ugly. Li Delong continued. "It's really interesting that you said that Li Tianzong, the sect leader Junyang Taoist, knew that Yunlin was assassinated, but turned a deaf ear and refused to kill Elder Chuya, who was at the peak of the sect's golden elixir. Such laissez-faire. Now Elder Chuya, I guessed that my grandson was coming to eradicate your Su family, so I set a trap in your Su family early, as a way to wait and see." These simple words made Su Jinming pale. In the eyes of Li Tianzong, you and I are both ants. Why should we ruin the lives of your Su family members for some past events and for an Elder Chuya? At this moment, Su Jinming was sweating profusely. Li Delong was talking about what happened before. But he understood the deeper meaning, which was to tell him that everything about his Su family and Elder Chuya had not escaped the eyes of the Li family. Moreover, the Li family's visit this time was not at all a so-called apology, but to give the Su family a way to survive. Even all the traps set by the Su family and Elder Chuya were under the noses of the Li family. How can this be? He stared hard at Li Delong and his wife. This guy was only in the middle stage of foundation building, and his energy was average. According to the information that Su Jinming knew, the Li family in Tailin Town, Taiching County, was just a small family that had only been established for more than 60 years. The strongest one was just a purple thunder Tianyang python, and there was another one that could rival the puppet of the fake elixir realm. The most amazing deed this family has ever done is to destroy the Longhu clan and become the subordinates of Yunshu Wanghelu. In an instant, Su Jinming seemed to understand, his expression became soothed, and he even let out a long breath. He stared at Li Delong playfully and suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, Li Delong, you are so ridiculous. The person behind you is Yunshu Wanghelu, or the pretender Huang Shujin from Qingyan County. Is that why you know these things? Did you come secretly with the people from Yunshu Wanghelu? It only took a short 100 years for the Su family to become a Jindan family. It's ridiculous, so ridiculous. Do you think that relying on Yunshu Wanghai Tower, you can bully me, Su Jinming, in my Su family? Do you really think you have a chance to win? In an instant, all the powerful men in the hall summoned magical weapons. They looked at the couple like fools. Bang! With a loud noise, the true energy of the Golden Core realm came from outside Wuju Mountain and bombarded the Su family's formation. Its sound was like thunder, and the earth shook. Li Delong saw Su Jinming laughing wildly, and he stood up together with Shu Kuiwa, who had been sitting next to him silently. He frowned and summoned the inferior spiritual weapon Qianjin Seal. Su Jinming, I gave you a chance. Li Shang heard the roar outside Sujia town and switched the screen. He knew that Li Delong and his wife could face the trouble in front of them. Only in the screen, above the clouds in Wuju Mountain, the robes of elder Li Tianzong Choli were not moving in the wind. Thousands of talismans and seals were burning and floating behind him. It was a blue sky and a white sun, making Wuju Mountain seem like the setting sun had arrived. At this time, Elder Chu Li was like a flaming phoenix with its wings spread. Thousands of talismans were waved with this wave, and their power was so powerful that Li Yunlin and others just felt the breath and quickly stayed away. In Sujia town, everyone in the Su family looked up at the sky, feeling the pressure of Elder Chu Li's mid-stage golden elixir high in the sky, as well as the talisman seals that were like burning clouds, and their faces were full of panic and despair. Li Shang clicked on Elder Chu Li's profile picture. Elder Li Tianzong Chu Li. 7th grade talisman and seal script master. Are you still a 7th grade talisman and seal master? If you come to Earth to open a company, you won't make a lot of money. Looking at the high-spirited Elder Chu Li on the screen, Li Shang couldn't help but praise him. No matter what kind of special profession in this world, it is an existence that cannot be underestimated. For the Fu Seal Master profession, their attack methods are more violent and direct. To put it simply, it is to engrave the magic and martial arts seals on the talisman and use a little magic power to activate it. Theoretically speaking, as long as there are enough materials and time to prepare, a talisman seal master can even deal with several times or even more masters of the same level. It's no wonder that Elder Chu Li is so arrogant, and without any preparation, he used talismans and seals to bombard him indiscriminately. But Li Shang still shook his head. He still remembered the information sent back by Yao Qing and Yaoan. Li Yunlin had fallen into the trap, and all their actions had not escaped the eyes of Elder Chu Yi of the Li Tian sect. As expected, as the talismans approached Sujia town, in Li Zhang's field of vision, the Su family crowd in Sujia town were like ants encountering fire from the sky, fleeing frantically under the hundreds of talismans falling from the sky. Small words appeared above their heads. The Jindan period is coming to exterminate the clan, please come quickly. Ancestor, come out quickly, we tribesmen are all relying on you. Where is the head of the family? Report to the ancestors quickly. Quote. Look, the Jindan family also has a fine tradition of calling ancestors no matter what. Li Shang suddenly held his head high and looked a little proud. He remembered that he had been invaded several times in the Li family's residence. The descendants of the Li family were not as cowardly as the descendants of the Su family. The people of the Li family would not run away, but would pick up swords and guns. Come and follow the enemy. However, the panic of the Su family members was obviously unnecessary. The intelligence of Li Yaoqing and Li Yaoan was not wrong. Suddenly, bah! Sharp bird song sounded one after another, and around the Su family, 9 27-meter totems engraved with huge birds rose from 9 directions. In an instant, hundreds of huge blue spiritual bird shadows appeared in Sujia town, blocking hundreds of 8th grade talisman seals issued by Elder Chu Li. The next moment, 3 spiritual weapons came out of nowhere and floated into the air. They were the spiritual weapon gourd, the spiritual weapon halberd and the red silk satin. They blocked Elder Chu Li's way with their horns. 2 men and 1 woman were there. Golden elixir appears. Elder Chu Li's expression changed drastically, and another big battle broke out in the Su family. 5 fake alchemy monks seemed to have been prepared for it. They actually appeared from the 5 high mountains around Sujia town. Although these 5 people were low in cultivation, they cut their palms. Only a little blood floated up, forming a line. The bloody sky trapped these 4 golden elixir masters, obviously creating another battlefield for them. At the same time, the Su family's foundation building experts were wielding swords and surrounded Li Yunlin and many disciples of the Lishan sect from all directions. The information that Li Yaoan reported to the ancestral tablet came into view. Li Tianzong Elder Chu Yi is scheming. That day at the Lishan sect's martial arts competition, he saw Li Yunlin killing people in public, and he knew that Li Yunlin's son would retaliate. Therefore, the Su family was specially asked to go to Qingyan County to invite an assassin to assassinate Li Yunlin and then leak any clues. The narrow-minded Li Yunlin must have a grudge and will eventually come to the Su family to exterminate the clan in revenge. He sent people from other counties and invited the famous Sankai killer from Shishengtong. In exchange for the 9 spirits and strange fire in Li Yunlin's body, he set up an ambush at the Su family early. He could avenge his disciple and eliminate Li Yunlin, his rival for the next sect leader who was bound to take revenge. In addition, Li Yunlin was asking for trouble and it had nothing to do with him. Elder Chuya of Lishan sect is still a big shot after all. Li Shang couldn't help but sigh after looking at the previous information. Elder Chuya had exhausted all his traps. Sitting still in Li Tianzong, he had already led Li Yunlin into a trap step by step. Looking at the picture again, Elder Chu Li, who was so high-spirited and mighty just now, was fighting 3 golden elixirs in the blood curtain. Those 3 talented killers should have been working together for many years. One was in the middle stage of the golden elixir, and 2 were in the early stage of the golden elixir. They used a combination of techniques similar to that of the dragon and tiger brothers before. However, Elder Chu Li is not someone who takes things for granted and will not fall behind. Elder Chu Li fell into the siege of the Sankai killer. He was trapped by the Su family Bailing Blue Bird Totem Formation and the 5 Ultimate Trap Spirit Formation, making it difficult to escape. Soon, Li Yunlin and 11 fellow disciples were surrounded in the sky by 3 levels inside and 3 outside. Call. As a breeze blew by, a figure emerged from the ground in Sujia town. The person who came was a middle-aged strong man, who was the first to appear in front of the Lishan sect disciples. This person is the Su family's golden elixir ancestor, Su Yuanwu. Facing the pressure of the ancestor of the golden elixir, the disciples of Li Tianzong were worthy of being the disciples of a large sect. They were not at all afraid of the aura of the golden elixir on Su Yuanwu. In this crisis, they gritted their teeth and sacrificed the magic weapon. Vigilantly he stared at the hundreds of Su family foundation building masters gradually surrounding him, looking for a glimmer of hope. Li Shang placed his hand tightly on the mouse. Watching the Li family fight again and again, he gradually discovered that the people in the game world were really. When fighting life and death, many people wouldn't even say a word or swear a word, they would just do it when they met. Meeting is a killer move. Look at Su Yuanwu in the game. He just glanced at Li Yunlin and other disciples of the Lishan sect, and already slapped him with a palm. This casual palm forced Li Yunlin and other disciples of the sect to resist with all their strength. Then a huge water dragon appeared out of thin air and soared in the sky. But Su Yuanwu also paused. He frowned and looked at the ground in the direction of the Su family compound. Bang! There was a roar and smoke everywhere. The head of the Su family, Su Jinming, who had been talking to Li Delong and his wife before, led his clan members out of the Su family hall. In the hall at the center of the Su family compound, the beautiful buildings were in ruins. 4 huge King Kong puppets emerged from the smoke and dust into the eyes of the Su family. Li Delong and his wife stepped on the left and right shoulders of the war puppet that took off at the front. There are 3 puppets on the ground, but their movements are slightly slow, unable to float, and they are running rampant. Those 3 puppets were not spiritual puppets made by Li Yaoti. What else could they be? 8th grade spirit puppet number 1 is made with Master Shankai Zombie as its core and 8th grade Kionjin spirit iron as its main material. Its power defense can reach fake elixir. 8th grade puppets number 2 and number 3, with the dragon and tiger brother zombies as the core, their strength can reach the peak of foundation building. Li Shang also had to say that Li Yaoti was a genius. However, these 3 spirit puppets that imitate the war puppets are not as good as the war puppets in many ways. They cannot attack at 360 degrees without blind spots, cannot move flexibly, and have no intelligence. The spiritual stones accumulated in their bodies make their movements very expensive. The flying stiffness in the body prevents them from flying quickly, and they are a little sluggish when floating in the air. But these 3 puppets are also powerful enough. And now on the battlefield. Grandparents. Seeing Li Delong and his wife on the war puppet, the surrounded Li Yunline's eyes were red. Although he guessed from the family letter that the family would rescue them, when he actually saw them, he still couldn't suppress the throbbing in his heart. Li Delong and his wife just smiled at their grandson. I saw. Su Jinming, who had just been talking to Li Delong and his wife in the hall, had already brought his clan members to the side of the ancestor of the Su family. Although he had been extremely contemptuous in the hall just now, he was really shocked when the 3 puppets of the Li family appeared. Immediately reported to Su Yuanwu. Grandpa, be careful, the information Elder Chuya gave us is wrong. This time not only Elder Chu Li and Li Tianzong disciples are here, the Li family. I came with the people from Yunshu Wanghai Tower. Oh, Su Yuanwu frowned. He used the power of the golden elixir to explore all directions, but did not sense the aura of Yunshu Wanghai Tower Master. There were only a few unfamiliar but not fearful auras in the Su family's residence. He glanced at Li Delong and his wife, and simply said, Huang Shujin, Qingyan County pretends to be a magician, but in fact he is as timid as a mouse. Let's see if he dares to show up today. Finished. Su Yuanwu waved his hand lightly, and the water dragon behind him was already killing Li Yunline. He did not take Li Delong and his wife seriously at all, but waved his hand again, trying to repel Li Delong and his wife. He believed that if Huang Shujin really dared to come, he would dare to make it impossible for him to come back. After all, this is the land of his Su family. But right now, Su Yuanwu's expression finally changed. The huge water dragon he attacked Li Yunline was roaring, but he suddenly turned around to protect himself. I saw. Li Delong and his wife easily broke through his casual golden elixir attack. No, not them. At this time, 2 more puppets appeared next to Li Delong and his wife. The 2 of them looked like normal people, with numb expressions and dusty bodies. Li Delong and his wife injected qi into their bodies, and they opened their eyes and stared directly at Su Yuanwu. There was no qi in their bodies, but Su Yuanwu felt threatened. What is this? Su Yuanwu is convinced that these 2 things are definitely capable of fighting against the golden elixir, and may even be fatal. But he was trying to block the 2 puppets with the water dragon behind him. But he was stunned again. These 2 puppets had no intention of fighting him. Instead, they rushed towards Elder Chu Li in the distance, obviously to rescue Chu Li. When you are confused, call. A strong wind blew. Everyone present looked at the Li family members in amazement. The ancestral spiritual tablets on their bodies shone with purple light from their arms, floated into the air, and gathered in front of Su Yuanwu. Finally, the purple light on the spiritual tablets connected to form a huge giant. The tablet is about 5 meters high, mysterious and sacred, with an imprint on it. Plum. The ancestors have appeared. This time it really happened. Is this my mysterious ancestor? Su Yuanwu's ears moved slightly. His consciousness seemed to be everywhere in the Su family, and he faintly heard several rough voices shouting with excitement and almost madness. But he has no mind to care about other things now. He stared closely at the huge tablet in front of him. The aura of the memorial tablet is like a burning flame, causing the spiritual tablet to continuously emit black smoke. The black smoke gradually spreads in front of the spiritual tablet. Condensed into a human form. The realm of fake elixirs made him feel a huge threat. This guy formed by the black mist seemed to be rejoicing at his arrival. He didn't even look at Su Yuanwu, who was at the beginning of the golden elixir in front of him. Instead, he opened his hands and looked up at the sky. If it weren't for this person's body being completely surrounded by mist, he would probably be dead. It looks like you are breathing the air and embracing the world with enjoyment. It seemed that with his appearance, the entire Sujia town became extremely peaceful. Li Delong and his wife from the Li family, as well as Li Yunline who was surrounded, were looking at the man enveloped in black mist with trembling eyes. Their eyes were red, and they almost knelt down, as if they were seeing the supreme god in the world. Along with the rubble of the hall that was destroyed just now, it fell again and made a sound. The figure slowly turned sideways, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Su Yuanwu. His hoarse voice was calm, but it made everyone present feel terrified. Your life belongs to me. I felt it, felt the world. I saw these lovely children and grandchildren of mine, fighting for the family and working together to fight against all enemies. Li Shang breathed the surrounding air greedily. Even in the sky, there is a war puppet behind him, with Li Delong and his wife standing on its shoulders. There were people in front of him, including hundreds of people from the Su family, Yu Kong, surrounding Li Yunlin and more than 10 people from Li Tianzong. But Li Shang didn't feel crowded at all. He wanted to imprint all the faces of the Li family in his heart. Seeing them in the world and seeing them in games are two different experiences. The aura here is full of murderous intent because of the war. The fire on the ground caused by Elder Chu Li's talisman seal filled the sky with gunpowder smoke, just like the smell you get when you enter a wood-burning kitchen. But Li Shang is still greedy and feels that this is a sweeter air than in this world. He believed that outside the world here, there must be birds singing and flowers fragrant. It would be better if he could return to the Li family's residence. He also wanted to meet the Pig Demon King and see how the fourth-generation children of the Li family drove the strong Shu Kuiwa crazy. I want to use a clean towel to dry Li Yaoking's always dirty face, so that this baby who is dedicated to his family can take more care of his body. I want to tell Li Yaoan, who seems weak but is actually more aggressive than Li Yaoti, that if Wen Dao can't persist, there is no need, and the ancestors will protect her. Even the Li Delong couple in front of him, he wanted to talk to these two guys about how much he wanted to strangle them to death when they showed off their affection in front of him. And Li Yaozu, Li Yunlin, Li Yunbing, by the way, he gave the Iron Gate 7 sons a good beating. These descendants always did such embarrassing things, which made him feel embarrassed through the screen. Call. Li Shang took a long breath. Unfortunately, he really didn't have much time. He can only use all his strength to eradicate all threats to the family in this short period of time. Using skills. Fight, dear ancestor. No level skills, the condition of 50 years of family development has been met, and the time it can exist in the game world is 5 minutes. Every time a person is added to the family, the time increases by 1 second. It is detected that the player is in the false elixir stage, incense consumption per minute, 1000. Currently available time countdown, 5:23. You, what the hell are you? Su Yuanwu did not panic when he learned from his grandson that people from Yunshu Wanghai Tower might arrive. But now, although his face was expressionless, there was already an uproar in his heart, otherwise he would not talk nonsense with this mysterious man who suddenly appeared. Coming out of the spiritual plane. He had never heard of it. Moreover, this person in the mist was only in the realm of fake elixir. He could only feel the realm, but could not observe how high the opponent's chi was. He only felt waves of threats, and the sense of crisis made him numb from the top of his head. Toes. But the mist in front of him didn't respond, he seemed to be intoxicated. Ha, pretending to be a ghost. Su Yuanwu didn't want to admit that he was panicking. He thought of the disgusting divine calculation in Qingyan County. When he was young, Huang Shujin, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, also used this trick to pretend to be a ghost. This also made the entire Su family remember it. That old thief Huang Shujin. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, pinched the magic formula with both hands, and the aura of the water dragon's body in the air became more solid, roaring towards the fog in front of him. Use the method again. The Su family's secret method was activated instantly, and Su Yuanwu had to be extremely solemn. The golden elixir magic power turned into a surging river in midair. The tens of meters of water dragon was several times more powerful. In the river rushing towards Li Shang, the water spirit root could be seen. The water-type spiritual soldiers formed by strength charged towards him with swords and guns in hand. The dark mist formed by Li Shang in front of him, as well as the 5-meter-high spiritual tablet behind him, looked so fragile under the power of the river. Sure enough, there is an insurmountable gap between the realm of golden elixir and fake elixir, but... Li Shang raised his head suddenly, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and there was a yin and yang fish picture flowing in it. The golden elixir attack, which was so majestic in front of him and seemed to be destroying everything, came to an abrupt end in front of Li Shang. He slowly stretched out his hand. In the space in front of him, a silver gun head appeared, followed by a gun body engraved with various patterns. It seemed like he felt a crisis coming from afar. The lines on the gun body were flowing with white light, and the light slowly bloomed, suppressing Su Yuanwu's magic power like an emperor coming to the world. The big river in midair had reached 100 meters of water dragon, and the thousands of shrimps, soldiers and crab generals were like meeting their nemesis. Back to basics. In an instant, the disintegrated water magic power turned into a downpour on the Su family's residence. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Even Elder Chu Li, who was still fighting in the blood curtain in the distance, and the Sankai killer who came from other counties and cities, subconsciously stopped their movements and stared at the radiant spear in surprise, with vigilance in their eyes. A bit greedy. Magic weapon, that is the breath of magic weapon. And it's not an ordinary magic weapon, it can suppress and break spiritual power. Who is that guy who appears from the spiritual plane? Holding the spear in hand, Li Shang felt extremely powerful. Grown. After breaking Su Yuanwu's magic power, the spear body was trembling. It seemed to be angry that the weak ants in front of it dared to offend its majesty as a top-quality magical weapon. It also seems to be urging Li to end the life of the rude person. Tianshu breaking spirit spear, the best magic weapon. The spirit spear protects the body, and under the tip of the spear, it can break all kinds of magic. Taking this magic weapon as his destiny and obtaining the Tianshu spear formation, he can use this spear to suppress all things in the world. This is the mysterious spear that Li Delong found and sacrificed above the sky of death coffin buried deep in the wild boar forest, the best magic weapon. Even after countless years of accumulation, the restrictions on this spear require millions of incense points to be unlocked. Even with the power of the best magic weapon and the characteristics of the Tianshu spirit breaking spear, it was possible to suppress the Tiankov until death, without being known to outsiders. This is also the body of Li Shanggan, who is in the fake elixir realm. Through fight, dear ancestors. This skill comes to the game world and faces the reasons for the golden elixir stage. This is the trump card that has always prevented Li Yunlin from getting into trouble in Li Tianzong. If it were just a golden elixir, there would be nothing to fear with the Tianshu spirit breaking spear around. Just the magic power from the Tianshu soul suppressing spear entering his body has already made his power comparable to the peak of the golden core. As for nascent soul, Li Shang didn't dare to try. Although he suppressed the opponent's magic power with the power of the spiritual spear, the physical strength of the nascent soul had reached its extreme. In everyone's eyes, he was a dark mist, holding the Tianshu spirit suppressing spear in his hand, heading towards Su Yuanwu like a shooting star with terrifying pressure. And at the same time, Su Yuanwu was also constantly attacking Li Shang, but no matter how powerful Su Yuanwu's golden elixir magic was and what trump cards he had, he couldn't even touch Li Zhang's body. He could only look at his magic power in panic. Disintegrated inch by inch in front of the spear. Puff! There was a touch of blood in the sky, dripping down the tip of the gun. Li Shang pressed his hand on Su Yuanwu's face. Black flames covered Su Yuanwu's body, entering along Su Yuanwu's 7 orifices, destroying Su Yuanwu's body and soul, leaving no room for the other party. A glimmer of life. Instant kill. Is this the strength of our ancestors? No, I can feel that this is not the ancestor's body at all, otherwise how could it be the black mist? I'm afraid it's just a tiny soul of the ancestor. Hiss, if your ancestors are like this, what do your descendants ask for? Quote. The descendants of the Li family were all crazy, they finally felt a little bit of the mysterious power of their ancestors. On the contrary, the people of the Su family are like mourning their heirs. Especially Su Jinming, the head of the Su family, watched in despair as his great-grandfather fell powerlessly from the sky. He still remembered that in the hall, Li Delong and his wife of the Li family once gave him a choice. He thought that the trump card of the Li family was Yunshu Wanghai Tower. He guessed wrong and chose wrong. He watched the ancestors of the Li family rushing towards him and closed his eyes, but after waiting for a moment, the death he imagined did not come. Li wanted to pass him. His goal is not fake elixirs like Su Jinming. These guys can be left to the family's children. Moreover, as the head of the family, this person has other values. His goal is run away, escape separately. He has the best magic weapon. Even if we join forces, we are no match for him. How could such a heaven-defying magic weapon appear in a small rural place? Brother, second sister, You run away first, I will hold him back, see you in the next life. Among the 3 talented people in that day, the assassin with the nickname, Herringbone, also attached great importance to love and justice. He was holding a long gun and did not escape with the other 2. Instead, he faced Li Shang directly. The one who escaped was Elder Chu Li. Asshole. Chu Li looked at the mysterious man who was getting closer and closer, and shot the herringbone killer's halberd away with a shot, stabbing him through. He cursed secretly. He helped Li Yunlin because he wanted to wait until Li Yunlin became the sect master, so that he could get enough resources and have the opportunity to break through to the peak of Jindan. As long as he operates it properly, he can even control the new sect leader in the future. But now he discovered that his idea was completely wrong. The Li family is not the mere foundation-building family they thought it was. Look at the Li family, all their cards are out. Various puppets, 2 puppets with the initial power of the golden elixir, and the mysterious man and the best magic weapon. For such a family, let alone him, this level of strength is enough to catch the attention of Li Tianzong. You must know that Li Tianzong only has 1 low-grade magic weapon, which is still the treasure of Zongzong. Especially, puff. While running away, Elder Chu Li spit out a mouthful of blood. Madman, the whole family of madmen. His face turned pale and he cursed secretly. The people of the Li family had long regarded him as a target to kill. He had just fought with the 3 talented killers of heaven and earth. When 2 golden elixir puppets appeared, he was overjoyed. However, he did not expect that one of the puppets would approach his body. When the time comes, take advantage of him when he is not prepared and hit him too. Elder Chu Li has been strategizing all his life, but now, he has won twice in one day. One time, Elder Chuya set up an ambush to kill him. It was good that he was sure to escape. At worst, after Li Yunlin died, he would switch to Elder Chuya. But the second round, it was the Li family's fault. The Li family made it clear that they wanted to catch everyone in one go, even him. Escape. This revenge can be avenged. The sect master and the supreme elder must be interested in the best magic weapon. Elder Chu Li looked at the mysterious man behind him with a cold expression, as well as Li Yunlin, who had already joined the Li family and turned to attack the fellow disciples beside him. Sure enough, these family children can't be raised well. Although that mysterious man has the best magic weapon, he cannot completely control the power of the golden elixir. He cannot catch up with me. This is what your Li family asked for. With more than a dozen talismans entering his body, Chu Li had never run so fast. But suddenly, his expression changed again. The mysterious man behind him didn't seem to pay attention to his running away at all. He remained calm, unhurried, and his voice was indifferent. Close the door and bleed the spirit fruit tree. As the words fell, Elder Chu Li looked at the center of the Su family's residence in horror. Li Yaozu of the Li family, with the power of the sword sect, was frantically killing the Su family with hundreds of flying swords around him, and rushed to the center of the Su family. He held a picture scroll and threw it high into the sky. In an instant, there were roots crawling out of the picture, and then a huge tree nearly 20 meters high comes into view. This weird tree seems to be dancing, especially on its roots. There are thick the tree trunks and branches are densely engraved with runes. As it dances like crazy in the center of Su's house, the formation talisman engraved on his body bloomed with light, and the roots spread towards the entire Su family. A disc gradually enlarged on the top of its head, which was what Li Yunlin once sent back to the family. 8-sided array. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.